I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, July 15th, 2014 at 6:30. Roll call.
Mayor Archie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Tarpon.
Here.
Commissioner Banther.
Here.
Commissioner Sieber.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Jack Long of Regional Medical Bay Point Center. Will everyone stand? Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance following.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day to serve you and others. These have met here tonight for the betterment of this community. Give them wisdom to confront the challenges that are there. Give them grace in all their relationships. Thank you for the progress of the past in this community, for the work of the present, and Lord, for the hope of the future. May Tarpon Springs know your blessing and prosper and be an example to other communities. Watch over these, your servants. Protect those who protect us at home and abroad. Pour out your blessings on this great nation. Parts of the world we know right now are in violence and turmoil. We ask for peace. Help us to put in perspective our troubles and our blessings. Bless Mayor Archie, each commissioner and officer, employee, and citizen of this community. May your will be done in each of our lives tonight. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our first order of business tonight is a special presentation, and we have a special proclamation that we want to give to Levi's sister, and just wanted to let him know that we in the city of Tarpon definitely appreciate all that he has done in terms of to help protect us and our safety here in America. This proclamation reads, Proclamation, City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, whereas the City of Tarpon Springs and its residents share in honoring Levi Eves, a Tarpon Springs resident, a graduate of Tarpon Springs High School class of 2005 and an Army soldier serving his country. And whereas on June 26, 2014, Levi Eves' life changed after being wounded while deployed overseas and is currently being treated for his injuries. And whereas it's with great pride that the City of Tarpon Springs recognizes Levi Eves, a true American hero that has touched the hearts of the residents of the City of Tarpon Springs and has been an inspiration of perseverance, loyalty, and courage to all. And whereas the City of Tarpon Springs urges residents to recognize Levi Eves for his dedication and selfless sacrifice and service that such members of the United States Armed Forces give to preserve the liberties of freedom and security that have enriched this nation and the world community. Now, therefore, I, David Archie, virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tarpon Springs, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, July 15th, 2014 as Levi Eves Day in the City of Tarpon Springs, and along with the Board of Commissioners and the residents of Tarpon Springs, extend our heartfelt prayers and support to Levi Eves and his family for a full recovery, and urge all to support and honor the men and women of our armed services who have served or are currently serving our country. Be it resolved that a copy of this proclamation is spread upon the minutes of the City of Tarpon Springs and that is transmitted under the seal of the city to Levi Eves and his family. And we'll thank Ms. London Eves. Come forward. I'm not sure if you would have something to say. They're asking if we would come forward and take a picture. If you wanted to say something, you could there.
Good evening. I would like to express my gratitude to Mayor Archie and the entire town of Tarpon, as well as everyone who has been praying for Levi and my family. This has been a difficult time for all of us, but the awesome outpouring of prayer and support from everyone has been magnificent. My family is very humbled by the tremendous spirit of giving by the town of Tarpon. Levi has a long road of recovery ahead, but we all are Levi strong. Thank you for everything. In the latest update, he is out of ICU as of today, 2 hours ago. And he is eating like applesauce, and his recovery keeps getting better by our prayers and support, and thank you so much.
We would definitely continue to pray, and I know that sometimes the word hero is just kind of thrown around, and most of the time used as some sports figure who has the type of character that none of us would really like. So it's indeed an honor and a privilege that the city is able to say that an individual like Levi is a true hero, someone that gives of himself so that we might have the freedom that we do. So we definitely continue to pray for his full recovery so that he might be able to enjoy life to its fullest. Commission comments? If there are none, any public comments on this item? Thank you again. The next item we have is introduction of student summer interns.
Let me start, if I could, Commissioner Tarpani, could you start off with this program and how it came before the commission and occurred?
Sure. This summer intern program was something that I think has maybe been done in the past, but hasn't been done in the city for a long time. So last year I went to Mark and I said, hey, I think it's really a good idea for us to reach back out to the high school and see if we can get some buy-in from the students and give them an opportunity, not to necessarily make a whole lot of money during the summer, but give them an opportunity to learn the ins and outs of the city, and maybe some of them at the high school have a desire to choose a career path in law enforcement or engineering or planning, or I think we have a position within the city clerk. So I went to Mark and I said, I'd really like for this program to go for seniors, or be offered to juniors going into their senior year. And I said that because I felt like it was really also a good opportunity for them to have a resume builder and something that they could show on their college applications, especially in a desired career path or a desired college. So Mark and I talked about it. We kind of ran with it. We came to the commission. The commission was gracious enough to say that they thought it was a good idea as well. We funded it. And to my knowledge, this has been a really successful program. There's been a lot of buy-in from the students. I think everyone who participates in the program really thoroughly enjoys it. And I think that it's been so successful that our budget discussions in the coming weeks will be we'll be discussing potentially trying to increase the budget for this potential program to reach out to either more students or lengthen the time frame with the internship. So it's been a great success. We appreciate the partnership with the high school, the support from the high school, and also the community. So thank you very much to the commission, Mr. LaCouris, and the high school.
And the only unfortunate thing is Tuesday night is a very bad time for a lot of these students to come to a meeting. It's the one band night for those occurring in band. There's some other ones that's working. So, but we are lucky enough to have two of the kids here in person. And if Jalessa and Arias Morales and Jalessa Jones, if you come up to the microphone, introduce yourself and tell where you're working at with the city, and introduce yourself to the commission.
Good evening. I'm Jalecia Jones, and I'm working at Cops and Kids in Tarpon Springs, the youth center.
Hi, I'm Aurelius Morales, and I work at Cops and Kids at the youth center of Tarpon Springs.
Now, besides these two students, we had some on vacation, but we did have 4 students who are attending that band thing that did a little video. If we could start that we can start that video, and we were able to film with the help of our person who's in IT, to film the students that couldn't be here.
Hey everybody, I'm Nick. I'm the new IT department intern, and I'm here to show you a little video of all the Tarpon Springs High School band members who are interns. I couldn't actually be there at the meeting today, but we just wanted to show you a little bit of a thank you and what's going on in our lives as these new interns.
I'm Kira. I'm 17 years old. I'm a senior at Tarpon Springs High School. I play the trumpet, and I work for the Cultural Center and the Safford House. When I'm at the Cultural Center in the mornings, I come in, I turn lights on, I unlock the theater, and I unlock the kitchen area. Then I sit at the front desk, and if there are calls, I answer phones and either take a message or transfer the call. And then after that, that's pretty much all I do there. But at the Safford House, I give tours. So I had to learn about Anson Safford and Mary Safford, who are siblings, and they came to Florida from Vermont. And then I had to learn about each room in the house and what is the technical goings on there that we have just deduced from research. From working here, I've gotten to get to know a lot about the history of our city, the people that have started it off, especially Anson Safford, who's a really big deal with that. And I have the employees of the city, including the city manager and Mayor Archie, to thank for this opportunity.
Hi everybody, I'm Matt Becky. I'm going to be a senior this year at Tarpon Springs High School, and I work for the theater department at the city. On a day-to-day basis, we work mostly with the lights and the sound. We work backstage with the shows, getting the cues down, figuring out set changes and everything. I would say one of the biggest things that I've learned working here is how to deal with adversity. Not everything always goes the way it should in shows. Sometimes lines will be skipped, parts will be skipped, sound cues won't work, lights won't work, and it's just something that I've had to learn of how to deal with that. Not everyone can say that their first job has been working for a theater department and learning from some of the best. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for letting me have this opportunity. It's been great. I've had a great time. I've learned a lot. So thank you very much.
Well, on a day-to-day basis, I can do basically anything. The majority of the thing is going to help people with small technological problems that they may have, or I may be updating a server, or I may be even building a website. Really, there's anything that I could do on a day-to-day basis. I've learned a lot about how to think on my own, because there's a lot of things that I'm giving in terms of a task, and I have to go out and research how to do them, and it's actually given me a sense of like adventurous knowledge where I want to learn about more things, because now I know that I have the skill to go and do that. I never thought I'd get a great opportunity like this to work in an IT department and learn so many things about such a thing that I do in my spare time so much anyway. So I'd really like to shout out a gigantic thank you the city manager, to all the city commissioners, to Mayor Archie for creating this internship program to let me experience all these things. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm Jeanette Mizuraka. I go to Tarpon Springs High School and I work in the Public Service Department. Okay, on a day-to-day basis, I go on inspections. I've tested all the wells. I've filed paperwork here and development services. I've been to wastewater and I've got to see the back behind their operation in the flood zones and how they stopped flooding. I've seen a lot. Working here, I've learned a lot about the backstory behind the city, like where it started, where it came from, what's happening right now. There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of new construction. I'd like to thank the city manager, the head of every department, and all the people that have helped me along the way in this internship.
And again, we had a couple.
Hey everybody, I'm Nick. I'm the new IT department intern, and I'm here to show you a little video of all the Tarpon Springs High School band members who are interns.
again, we had a couple students that were on vacation and couldn't be on either one. Jennifer Jallo, who works with the police department. Dominique Langlier, she's actually at another job for tonight who works there. And the last one, the city clerk talked about, Julia Saddlin, she's in yours. So from a perspective of department head, why don't you tell us about your experience with Julia?
I feel the experience has been great. She's been wonderful to have. She's working with our records. She's learning a lot about scanning and back scanning, and hopefully she's on vacation, so she wasn't able to attend this evening, but we'd like to try to bring her back the next meeting to introduce her formally.
And again, our program's growing great. This is the first year getting back into it. We're gonna, you know, get ready and hopefully do it next year. And I just want to thank all the kids involved. Thank you for actually for being here, you two. And again, it's been a great experience, not only for the kids, but it's been a great experience from the department heads and the people that they work with at the city, because we can learn some things from these kids also and stuff. So it's a great program. Thank you for the commission for funding it, and we'll be hopefully bigger and better next year.
Well, thank you. First, thank you to Commissioner Tarpon for bringing it to the commission's attention. It is something that was done in the past, and because the funding stopped, and anytime we can do something that's going to showcase our young people and give them opportunity to be successful, it's a great thing. So hopefully we're able to expand this program into something bigger and better for as the future is concerned. So, are there any commission comments? Any public comments on this item? Oh, some people out there faking like they're getting up and stuff, you know. Hearing none, then we'll go to public comments on any item that will not be discussed this evening.
Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore. Just speak a little bit louder into your mics so that we can hear you in the back. We can't hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Usually I hate to follow Anita. Sue Thomas, retired president of the Tarpon Springs Chamber of Commerce, 111 Tarpon Avenue. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank the people that I've worked with over the last 8 years who work for the city. This is the most amazing city to work with, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you. It is so nice to call the city and have a real person answer the phone and be pleasant, and I never worry about sending people over to them. Our performing arts group has been wonderful to work with, particularly Lisa, who has been great with our, excuse me, with our receptions. Kathy has bent over backwards to help us with everything we've needed. The library let us use their room, which was wonderful when we were trying to get our networking group started. Our police department and our fire department have been absolutely amazing. We have put Ed Miller through trials and tribulations you would not believe with all of the events. He's gotten everything put together right. The fact that every time we turn around, there are policemen downtown at the sponge docks who are there to help us. They have been absolutely wonderful. Tom Funchen and his group, we've put Sherry through just all kinds of stuff with trying to get our event applications in, and they've helped us a lot of times when we've sort of not done it right. Karen Lemons and Judy Staley and Mark, your offices have been absolutely heaven to work with. Our Tourism Development Committee, which kind of floundered for years and years, with them coming to the meetings, being able to talk to the merchants, talking to the businesses, that has been what has made downtown just flourish. And at the sponge docks will continue, I hope, to better. But the businesses are just tremendously, tremendously appreciative. To all of you in the commission who have voted for all of our events, thank you so much. Because without you guys, it would have been kind of boring around here. And of course, to the best mayor in the whole world. I had to do that one more time. All of you have made my job so much easier. I know that you will do the same with Reggie. We appreciate it tremendously. And I know I left people out, but thank you to all of you. I really, really appreciate it. And I will be back to bug you some more.
There are no other public comments. I just take this time to thank Sue for all that she's done and meant to the city. One facet of it is some of us will be glad that she won't be running around with her camera, taking photos and putting it on her
I think
face.
she still will be.
But we do thank you for all that you've done for us in the city. With that, we'll go to proclamations. And item number 3 is MDA Tarpon Springs Fire Rescue Appreciation Week. And this proclamation reads, City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, whereas hundreds of dedicated and selfless firefighters and paramedics in our state and across the country provide vital and life-serving services to citizens of their communities, and whereas these dedicated public safety employees also unselfishly contribute to their communities in other ways, including raising money for local charities, volunteering with agencies such as Muscular Dystrophy Association, MDA, and whereas this year marks the 60th anniversary of their partnership with MDA in their fight against neuromuscular disease, and whereas the employees of Tarpon Springs Fire Rescue will be conducting the annual Fill the Boot drive to support MDA in providing medical services at local clinics, summer camp, research grants, support groups, and public education seminars at no cost to local children and families. Whereas many have benefited from the funds raised by firefighters and paramedics in the Fill the Boot campaign. Now, therefore, I, David O. Archie, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 20th through the 26th, 2014 as MDA Tarpon Springs Fire Rescue Appreciation Week in the city of Tarpon Springs, and encourage all of our citizens to support the Fill the Boot campaign. And we have some of our firefighters here. I have Chief Butcher's name down, but thank you for all you do. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Othier. I'm the Executive Director of the Muscular Dystrophy Association for Tampa Bay. And I just wanted to thank you on behalf of MDA and the Tarpon Springs Fire Department for the recognition and for acknowledging their support that they're going to be giving to us through the Fill the Boot Drive. For those that don't know, and as it was mentioned, this is the 60th anniversary of the partnership between the Muscular Dystrophy Association and the Fire Department. Firefighters hit the streets throughout the country every year to raise money to support our services, and my office here in Tampa Bay specifically supports the families that live and work within our community that have neuromuscular diseases. So they will be out on the streets, they will be taking donations. MDA funds all of its services $1 at a time through the support of our sponsors like the fire department, and it's through your single dollars, $10, $20, whatever you want to give in a boot, that we're able to continue to help improve the lives of our families and also continue on the quest to find cures and treatments for the diseases that we cover. So thank you all so much for the recognition. We are so grateful to Tarpon Springs Fire for their support, and I hope you guys will drop a dollar in the boot when you see them out on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to presentation. Item number 4, RO plant update. Mr. Robertson and Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Paul Smith, Public Services Director. Yeah, we've got a whole team here. This is a team approach. We're pleased to present to you this evening a status update on the alternative water supply project. And as Bob's pulling up the presentation there, I'll just give you an outline of what we're going to be talking about. We're going to give an overview of the project and the team. We're going to talk briefly about a SwiftMud partnership that's been very important to the city throughout this project. Bob's going to be providing a construction status, and then we'll talk a little bit about operations and staffing. By way of overview, I just want to take a minute to go back to the beginning. This has been a long process for all of us, and I think it's important just to remember what really set us on this path. Historically, the city's relied on external water suppliers, but has desired water supply independence. And why is that important to the city? Well, it helps us decide the projects required to maintain and improve our water quality. It helps us control that water quality when it enters the distribution system. And it gives us a choice of our treatment and disinfectant procedures and allows us to plan for growth and more economical production of water. In March of 2006, we achieved a 72% voter approval by referendum for the project, and this approval rating was an important indicator to us of the public's interest in achieving our own local alternative water supply. With that, I'd like to say it takes a team to get a project of this magnitude under construction, which we currently are, and this team includes both internal city staff and external partners. Talking briefly about the internal team, this team includes Raymond Page, who's standing next to me here. He's a licensed A wastewater treatment plant operator with experience and certification in RO operations and overall utility operations. Ray has been serving in facility operations review during the design and construction, and he'll be responsible for the startup and operation of the plant, staffing, and permitting compliance when the facility comes online. Also, Bob Robertson, standing here as well. He's a professional engineer with a master's degree in environmental engineering and expertise in reverse osmosis treatment. Bob's the project manager for design and construction of the RO plant, well field, permitting, and injection well. And it includes administration and project financing, including the grants. And lastly, me, I'm the public services director. I'm a professional engineer as well with a degree in environmental engineering, and my experience is in water supply development. And I'm the overall project director, including quality assurance, quality control, pertaining to engineering, hydrogeology, and environmental aspects. Now, before I get to the SwiftMud partnership, I just want to mention some of our project team members. There are many people that have been involved that have helped us along the way, but I'd just like to mention a few here tonight. Our owner's engineer is CDM Smith, who have been helping us on this project since 2007 and continue to provide valuable expertise as we work our way through the construction process. Our construction group is Wharton Smith. They're a design build team, and we have representatives in the audience tonight from them. We have Todd O'Donnell and Bill Logan, both from Wharton Smith. And the Southwest Florida Water Management District, they're our cooperative funding partner, providing nearly 50% of the funding for this project. And on the slide there is a little bit more about that. They recognize the importance of alternative water supplies as part of their recent strategic and regional water supply plans. They are currently funding the project with a $20.1 million grant, and it's in the form of an annual appropriation that's being administered on a reimbursement basis. And as of June 2014, there's been approximately $6.3 million of grant reimbursements now that construction is underway. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Bob Robertson for the project status.
Thanks, Paul. I'm Bob Robertson, Public Services Program Manager and the project manager for this RO project. And for my portion, I'll give you an update on the status of the project. I want to step back for just a second for those that are new to the project and get an overview, very quick, of the city's water supply and overview of the project. I'll talk about the status of the construction of the treatment plant and the injection well, touch on financing and the schedule, and Ray will talk a little bit about operations and staffing of the facility. To start with, currently our city water system is comprised of two sources. We are able to produce water from our own city-owned fresh groundwater treatment facilities and augment that with water we purchase from Pinellas County wholesale. In the future, it'll look pretty much the same, except that we won't be buying water from Pinellas County. We'll be making our own at our water plant. We'll have the ability to treat about 5 million gallons a day on an annual average basis. Just to give you an idea of the location, the treatment plant, right here is Ankle Boulevard. This is the Pinellas Pasco line, county line. U.S. Alternate 19 is here. The treatment plant is located at Eleanor Industrial Boulevard, which is a roadway which will be connected as part of this project, is ancillary to it, but it is under design now. Up in the northwest at the power plant, co-located is the surface water discharge for the brine or the concentrate. And currently under construction is an exploratory injection well as a secondary disposal location for the concentrate. This is my favorite slide. Mr. Mayor, I know you've seen this 1,000 times, but I like to hypnotize the audience with it. This will give you an idea what's happening with an RO treatment system, how it works. If you follow the balls of water, the water comes from the superficial aquifer, from the upper Florida aquifer. The brackish water is a salty water, which is undrinkable, so it has to be treated. Goes through a cartridge filtration, which is sort of a pre-treatment. It's 5 microns. A speck of dust is 5 microns, to give you an idea of how small that is. And this is just pre-treatment. Water is pressurized through a feed system, high pressure pumps, goes through the RO system itself. Reverse osmosis separates the water into 2 streams. It separates it into a concentrated stream and to a clean stream, which we call the permeate. It's a membrane permeate. A permeate then goes through a degasification step where naturally occurring hydrogen sulfide is stripped out of the water, and that air is then treated through a scrubber. I want to touch on that in a minute. The water is then collected and goes through a chlorination step and then is pumped into finished water storage and distribution pumping. So now that you're done being hypnotized. This is a site plan. Won't stay on this long because this is a boring black and white slide, but there's the RO plant. That's the chlorine contact chamber and the storage tank. And I only showed you that so that this one makes sense. This is an aerial of the plant currently under construction. There's the RO building itself, the administration building. There's that chlorine contact chamber, and there's the tank. And if I overlay that site plan, you can kind of see how it's coming together. I have, as you might imagine, about 1,500 construction photos. Mr. LaCour said I could only use about 300 tonight, so I'm going to keep that down. But instead of showing you a bunch of photos, I wanted to try this. This is the view from a drone. We're going to go for a bird's eye view here of construction. Our contractor uses a drone with a camera mounted on it, of course, to document the construction. And as we're flying into the plant here from the southwest, you see storage of the pipe material here. This is pipelines that are bringing the water from the wells to the RO plant. Here is the RO building itself. You can see the borders there of the building. This portion here is the administration area. You can see the piping coming up. This is where we'll have a laboratory and the control room. This is the electrical area here. You can see the big gray conduit coming out of the ground. And you can see it going over here to these 6 pedestals. These are where the high pressure membrane pumps will be located. These trenches here are where the piping will be located that deliver water and extract water from the reverse osmosis skids, which will be right here. From these skids, the water will get pumped into this structure. It's a post-treatment structure, also known as a chlorine contact chamber. And this is where we get to customize our water quality. This is where we can adjust our pH. This is where we add chlorine. We can adjust the alkalinity, and this is where the fluoride would get added. And you saw in my animation there was kind of a serpentine structure there. What you actually see here are 2 channels. The water flows through. This allows contact time with the chlorine so the chlorine can do its job. And there's actually 2 separate independent channels so that one can be taken down for maintenance without having to shut down the facility. And of course, when this is completed, it will have a top. I get asked that question a lot. It will have a vaulted ceiling. So after the water is treated through here, it gets pumped through these. This is a pumping station here. It gets pumped into the storage tank. And what you're actually seeing there, once we pan over, is the footprint of 2 tanks in one. And this is a pretty neat innovation. If you see this footprint here, you see how big that pad is. What we actually have are 2 concentric tanks. Each tank is 2.5 million gallons. The inner tank currently under construction, and then there's an outer tank, a donut, if you will. And each tank can operate independently, or they can operate together. As Ray likes to joke, we're going to add this roller coaster to to go with the splash park feature. But that's the flyover. This is a rendering of the membrane building, nothing fancy here, but just wanted to show you kind of what that building's going to look like once it starts coming up out of the ground. We expect that to start happening in August. That's not the color scheme. The color scheme that we've picked is this, and it looks terrible on this screen, but I assure you it's a pretty cool color scheme. This color actually is a light brown, like a beige color, and it's got blue and white trim. So I got to figure out why that doesn't look so good up there. The other phase of the project I touched on earlier was the exploratory injection well. This is this photo from that construction going on right now. That injection well is currently at about, the pilot hole is currently about 250 feet deep. The eventual target depth for this injection well is somewhere around 900 to 1,200 feet. Just to give you some perspective, that's about as deep as the Empire State Building is tall. And that's a photo of the surface casing, give you an idea of the magnitude of the injection well's construction. That's a 40-inch diameter casing, goes down about 80 feet, and then you drill inside that a smaller casing so that you can get down to the depth that you need to get to. I'll touch on finance and schedule, then we'll get to a little bit about operations and staffing. The project budget and bond value remains unchanged. That's a fancy way of saying that we're on budget. Swift Mud grant reimbursements are requested and paid quickly, which means the money is flowing. We're getting reimbursements pretty much as quickly as we pay out the invoices, which is a fantastic system. We've currently received, as Paul mentioned, about $6.3 million, with $13.8 still remaining and available in reimbursements for construction. One of the great things we've been able to do through the design-build process is something known as value engineering. And what that allows us to do, the purpose of that was to optimize the design. Okay, we came in with the design concept, but then we started looking at the fine-tuning of the design to try to save some money. And a couple of the highlights from that that we've been able to do with the help of our contractor is something called owner direct purchase, which is pretty much what it sounds like. We've been able to directly purchase some of the big-ticket items for the project, and because we're a government entity, we don't have to pay sales tax on that. These are items that were already included in the contractor's bid, and he had to include sales tax in his bid. So by taking them out and paying for them ourselves, that's sales tax is money that we don't have to spend on the project. It's money that we can use elsewhere for important things, which I'll talk about. Some other savings we got were from equipment standardization, valves, being able for bulk purchases, and some high-quality alternative construction materials and methods, which I won't get into the weeds on. I could easily do that. Some of the enhancements we've been able to do to the project since we initially put the project out were to add some things like LED outdoor lighting, which as most of you know, when you purchase LED lights, are a lot more expensive up front, but they save you money in the long run. This is important for a facility that's going to be open 24 hours a day, making water, having lights on outside all the time. We've added some process room skylighting, so we won't have to use electric lighting in the RO building during the daytime. We've added backup power generator, one of the two that we'll eventually need. They weren't originally included in the design because we have a backup water system through Pinellas County, which we intend to maintain. So being able to add that gives us some potential savings from the power company. If you have standby power, you can get credits. So this is a good investment for us. Some other features, added water conserving fixtures in the facility. We switched the odor control system from a chemical-based scrubber to a biological-based scrubber, which means we don't have these hazardous chemicals like caustic soda and additional sodium hypochlorite bleach used to clean the air that comes off of that degas tower. This is kind of neat innovation. We have high-tech remote tablet process controllers, or basically the ability to have iPads walk around the facility using a Wi-Fi system, a secured Wi-Fi system, and to control the treatment process, monitor equipment, make an adjustment, watch what happens to the rest of the facility. Really neat innovation there. And we've added some landscape features. The schedule is running about 3 weeks behind. We think that there's still plenty of time to make up that time. Our contractor is working with us to make up that time and meet the contract deadline. They are tightening up some certain material orders, they would do some work on Saturdays. They are committed to meeting our schedule. And with that, Ray Page will come up and tell you a little bit about our operations and staffing plan.
Thanks, Bob. That was outstanding. Good evening, everyone. As you've heard, I'm Ray Page. I'm the utility superintendent for the city, and I am the guy that's going to be tasked with operating the facility. We've begun the planning steps for staffing for the facility. This is a very technical field, so we have to ensure that we get qualified, certified operators to be able to run the facility. We're intending on hiring the key personnel for the positions in early of fiscal year 2015, which is literally right around the corner. We'll need to have the full staff in place by the time the facility opens. And the RO facility staffing and operational expenses have all been accounted for in the fiscal 2015 budget, and it's also been evaluated by our rates consultants, Burton and Associates. So all of the pieces are falling into place so that hopefully we'll have a great startup on the facility and start producing water immediately, and it'll be a fabulous project. And with that,
Thanks, Ray.
any questions?
Well, first I just say is thank you, and first thank you is actually to the residents of the city of Tarpon Springs that had the foresight to say that they would approve building this RO plant. And then thank you to Swift Mud that helped save us half of the cost that they had basically allocated in terms of building this. So that $20 million grant really went a long way in helping us to continue to be fiscally responsible. But also to thank each of you gentlemen, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Page, and Mr. Smith, because of your work in-house basically saved us thousands and thousands of dollars, and it shows what type of employees that we have here with the city that's able to do above and beyond what normally would be called of them to put us in a position of really helping us with our water. So I just want to say thank you to all of you gentlemen for the fine work that's being done, and as they continue to work hard and to see this into completion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions, thoughts? Any public comments? Anyone that would like to speak, come forward, state your name, address for the record, and then you will be given up to 4 minutes.
Hi, my name is Adele Blackman at 324 Woodchuck Avenue.
If you could pull the mic down some.
Oh, that mic. Oh, I thought it was this. My name is Adele Blackman at 324 Woodchuck Avenue. I had no idea this was going to be brought up tonight. I don't really have facts with me, but basically, I jotted down a little notes. Design build, most of you don't know, that means they start building before the full design is there. It's a very dangerous process. I know all about the Dunedin water plant that was designed down to the last screw. They built ahead of schedule, below budget. They've never had one thing happen in, 16, 17 years now. This will be a disaster like Tampa Bay water has been because it's not designed fully. They know also this can't be an RO plant. It has to be a desal plant, which is almost double the money. I don't know how this city has been pulled into this, but it will not save us money. Our money we'll probably pay double by the time this is over. It really needs to be stopped. If I had all the facts with me, I could say facts, but I don't have them. But I'm just so upset hearing this. I had to come up and speak because it's not a fair process at all. The people don't know the truth about it. And that's all I'm going to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Again, we thank you for the presentation. The next item on our agenda is Cultural and Civic Services Program Update.
Audio? No. Does anyone need audio?
No. I'm not planning to sing.
I'm gonna plug it in anyway, just in case.
Well, I thank the RO plant presentation. I'm reminded of the quote from Samuel Taylor Coleridge from the Ancient Mariner, the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. Well, we'll certainly have plenty of water to drink in Tarpon Springs. I think it's very exciting. We thank you for the opportunity to make the presentation and to thank you and previous administrations for not only supporting the arts and seeing their quality of life values, but for really being visionaries in making the arts an integral part of everyday life. What better example can there be than this dual purpose historic site? Once a high school, now serving as City Hall and a performing arts center. The city has been great at recycling its historic buildings, repurposing them to make the arts and historical resources available to all. Visitors experience Tarpon Springs' thriving art culture when they arrive in the Tampa International Airport. I don't know how many of you have experienced the same thing I have, but when I pass through Southwest Airlines or United Airlines terminals, I'm greeted with major works by either Tarpon Springs artist Christopher Still or Elizabeth Indianos, the city's first artist in residence from 1975 to 1980, introducing us to public art for the first time. But this is not a time for reminiscing, but for examining where we are and welcoming the future. Mrs. Crosby, our marketing and communications coordinator, has put together this PowerPoint presentation to, as much as possible, quantify the impact of arts and culture on our community. She has nearly finished her master's degree in management and public administration from the Forbes School of Business at Ashford University, and she's ably assisted here in the presentation by curator Dr. Bukavalis.
Mayor, Commissioners, by now you've probably heard that our Greektown district has been listed on the National Register of Historic Places, which is a great honor, and that they recognize the significance of our culture here in Tarpon Springs. And I wanted to let you know it's not only a great honor, but the National Register themselves had been searching for a model nomination and listing for a district that was a traditional cultural property. This category had been on the books for about 20 years, but there had been no nominations as a district other than Native American districts, and they wanted to show people that this was open to different kinds of traditional cultures, such as Greek and Maritime, and that's and I work directly with the National Register people and with the people at the State Bureau of Historic Preservation to create an application that people around the country could use as a model if they also want to pursue this. I don't know how to forward this. Now, while some of you may know about this, you probably don't know exactly where the district is, and this does show you what the boundaries of the district are. And I was very lucky to have the help in determining these boundaries of a working group of people who grew up in the area and are homeowners and business people. And also, I took some very interesting and informative walks with several people who grew up in the area. Nicolette Henderson, Ken Henderson, Callie George, who told me all about the history and could particularly identify where people live now, where they used to live, and we were able to come up with this district. And hopefully this will lead to increased values in the district. There are also tax incentives for commercial property owners should they choose to renovate in a historically appropriate way. And now, Jen Crosby.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we are going to be presenting information about the economic impact of the city's arts and culture programs. Arts mean a lot of things to different people, and sometimes people are surprised by the fact that the arts are actually an economic driver for cities, especially small cities such as Tarpon Springs. We're happy to be here tonight to present you with the facts and figures, but we're also here to share with you the impact the arts have on the quality of life in our city. One of the absolute best parts of my job is hearing the stories from people and how arts have impacted them personally. There's a young woman who is in our community theater program, and she shared with us that Her experience on the stage gave her the confidence to become a champion debater in college, and now she's applied to law school. And she says that before that, she was the shyest girl in the 5th grade. So we also have people with autism spectral disorder in our community theater, and they are transformed by being on the stage. It's really wonderful to see. Our community band, the Rhythm Kings Orchestra, is made up of mostly retired first-class musicians from this area, and they say that the Wednesday night practice is the best part of their week. So, and the dancers are thrilled when we do dances on Friday nights. So just those kind of stories. I mean, we get emails and letters on a weekly basis about how much our programs impact people, and we're really so grateful when people share that with us. So keep on sending those letters. The Americans for the Arts is the largest and most well-respected arts advocacy group in the United States. They conducted a national arts economic impact survey in 2012, and they had previously done it in 2007, in which Pinellas County was included as one of the regions. In the 2012 study, there were 182 regions studied, and there was all 50 states and Washington, D.C. The impact was measured at $135 billion in annual expenditures throughout the nation, and the arts support over 4 million full-time jobs. They produced $22 billion in government revenue and $6 billion in local government revenue. So we find that, and the revenue, by the way, includes local and state taxes, income, property sales, lodging, as well as funds from license fees and similar type revenue for local government. The Department of Cultural and Civic Services, sorry, I'm not keeping up my slide. The Department of Cultural and Civic Services puts on 80 performances per year or more with a staff of 6 full-time employees and 6 part-time employees. And we have also, as well as ushers who are volunteers and docents. And we have 2 excellent summer interns, as you probably already have seen. In addition to national touring, shows, and concerts, we produce a lot of locally produced plays and musicals and operas. We are responsible for the popular Night in the Islands and other festivals down on the Sponge Docks, as well as a wide variety of classes that celebrate and preserve the unique qualities of this community. We often partner with community groups such as the Chamber, Rotary, veterans groups, the Citizens Alliance for Progress, and the high school and middle school Magnet Arts program. Over 1,000 school children, most of them right here at Tarpon Springs Elementary, come to see a performance every year here and experience the magic of live theater for the first time usually. Part of our mission is to engage the community, not just by selling them tickets to our shows, but for getting them actively involved in our programs. We have several workshops taught by local residents. Our community theater directors are all from Pinellas County. Our band director is a longtime Tarpon Springs resident, and many of our performers reside locally. Our festivals on the docks also include many local musicians, as I'm sure you've all have seen. Our season includes a play series at the Cultural Center, musicals, operas, a lunch and learn series, and a wide variety of classes including ballroom dance, acting, bouzouki, cooking, and much more. Our mission also includes making the arts accessible to everyone by keeping our ticket prices at a reasonable level, applying for as many grants as we can, and partnering with local organizations. Many of our grants allow us to bring in top-notch performers, and they often do a workshop or a talk-back session after the show. We have had the Hot 8 New Orleans Jazz Band return this past year for Mardi Gras, and they had a great time at the Citizens Alliance for Progress, teaching the children about their instruments and how they took them up and the story behind the band. They also did a great second line parade led by the mayor, which was great. Next year, we're going to include the Eisenhower Dance Company, which is a historic dance company, and John Sebastian, who is the singer-songwriter that hopefully most of you remember, and the Four Freshmen, just to name a few of what's coming up next year. I mentioned our volunteers earlier. We have the most dedicated group of people who assist us with all the arts programs that we put on. Some of them have been with us for over 20 years. They are incredibly dedicated. They donate an average of 120 hours per year. And if you figure that out based on minimum wage, you can see that it's about $80,000 worth of time that they donate to us, which, like I said, we couldn't do it without them. So many of you might be thinking, what do arts and culture do for Tarpon Springs? And just some of the things I listed here are the arts contribute to healthy communities. They provide inspiration and enjoyment to residents and visitors. Arts and culture are economic drivers, a growth industry that supports jobs, generates government revenue and grant funds, and is the cornerstone of tourism. According to Americans for the Arts, there's overwhelming evidence that support for the arts does not come at the expense of economic development. The arts enhance the quality of life in our city, as well as the economy. Our audiences generate event-related spending, including restaurants, hotels, and shops. Arts bring people together in a communal setting that's peaceful and enjoyable. I don't think many people think about that sometimes, just to get together in a room full of strangers for something nice and fun and nobody's yelling at each other. So if any of you are here have not attended one of our events, please do. They're wonderful and very enjoyable. Tourism is Florida's #1 industry, and arts and culture are the most important feature of tourism. We help spread the word about Florida all over the United States through connections with other arts organizations and the performer websites of the people that come and perform here. Tweeting and posting is now a full part of our marketing plan. Tina Bukavalis, the curator, is going to come up and talk a little bit about the traditional folk life programs that she mentors.
We've been very lucky to receive a stream of grants from all sorts of granting agencies in the last 5 years that have allowed us to implement a variety of programs focused on the traditional arts. These include exhibits of a number of different kinds, events and festivals, and I also would like to say that we serve all aspects of the population. For instance, last year we did a great festival and exhibit stressing Latin American culture. Later this year we're going to be opening 2 small exhibits, one on African American folk arts in Florida and another one on the African American community in Tarpon Springs itself, and those should be very interesting. We also, of course, have Night in the Islands, which alone brings 20,000 people, this estimate based on police estimates, down to the docks and helps sustain some of the businesses during the slow summer months. And also just provides people, not only visitors, but residents with an ongoing family-oriented event stressing traditional Greek culture. We put on workshops of different kinds that are very popular, food workshops of many different kinds. Also, we have our music workshops, and our most enduring and popular has been the Bouzouki workshop. There's a picture of the youth orchestra on the lower right, performing publicly. This has been generated over a number of years. Because of their interest, they now do perform at a number of events just by themselves, and we're very confident that a couple of these youth are going to end up being professional musicians and will help carry the music into the future, and that's exactly what we wanted to do. Also, next week, we have been collaborating with the University of South Florida on a website through their Special Collections Division of their library to use our permanent exhibit on the Greek community of Tarpon Springs as a jumping-off point for a collection of documentary materials about the Greek community in Tarpon Springs. A lot of historical photographs that are from members of the community, and also audio and video materials. And in this way, we hope that we can share all of these materials on an ongoing basis with the community, identify people in photographs, and have it as a permanent contribution to the community.
Recently, we produced an operetta for children who were 6 to 12 years old, and it was just incredible to see these children, most of whom had not been on stage before, and they just did a wonderful, wonderful production. In fact, both shows were sold out, and I'm sure it's not because all the parents bought the tickets, but I think those kids are all hooked on theater immediately. They were just did a wonderful job. The department and all of our activities is funded in several different ways. Our city budget is listed at the top, and then other outside funding and revenue includes ticket sales, class fees, and our operating support grant from the Florida Division of Cultural Affairs. Our total, and in addition to that, we have the NEA folk grants. This year is $35,000, and then donations and corporate sponsorships. These are cash donations, are $25,500, and then a couple other things. The theater gets rented by dance schools in the month of May, and tours that come to our other facilities, the Heritage Museum, the Safford House, and the Cultural Center, also brings in revenue. The total economic impact, which is based on a multiplier by the same Americans for the Arts study, is $1,600,000 and change. So that means that this program through the city department is really having a big effect on the city economy. Our arts buyers, our ticket patrons come from mostly Pinellas County. We do have a few from outside. Last year it was over 11,000 people bought tickets, and you can see the numbers up there. It's pretty much within a 10-mile radius of here are our main ticket buyers, but we do get a lot of out-of-state and some Hillsborough residents. Other dollars spent in the community include set building and so on for our community theater events, and also the national touring groups that go out to eat when they're here. And some of the groups we had last year had entourage of about 20 to 30 people, some of them, and we sent them immediately to all the wonderful restaurants we have in Tarpon Springs. We have a large paid membership of 385 people, and that number increases during the winter when people come back and renew. Memberships range from $45 to $1,500 per year, and the benefits include ticket discounts, gift shop discounts. They meet the artist events, program acknowledgement, and they get the little brass plates that you see on the seats next to you for a certain level. Our arts patrons are right around the national average in spending. The surveys that we performed on our audiences, about 80% reported that they go out to dinner or shop before the show, and they spend an average of $26 per person per event. We're grateful to the many businesses in Tarpon Springs who partner with us. Up there is some of them, and all the granting agencies that work with us. One of our most popular partnerships is with the Chamber of Commerce and Currents Restaurant, who provide opening night wine receptions at the Artist Fair Gallery. And if it's a comedy, it just works wonders on the audience. So, our team members, everything we accomplish is with a small, dedicated team, and we have some of them here today. Mike and Mark are usually up in the booth, and I have some of our staff member here, if they could stand up and say hello.
Colleen McNeil, Pat, DePinto, and of course, the others have been represented.
And as I mentioned, we have 6 full-time and 6 part-time staff members, 4 of whom are paid from revenue on an as-needed basis. So the more ticket sales we have, the more hours that we can give them because we're busier. And of course, many dedicated volunteers. And this didn't get into your backup. I just heard this news on Friday that the department, in partnership with the Historical Society last year, produced a beautiful book about the history of Tarpon Springs for the anniversary. And it was just added to the Metropolitan Museum of Art's library collection, which is a really big honor for us. So we're really thrilled to hear about that. And that's all I have. If you have any questions.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you and Dr. Bukovalis, Dr. Monahan for all your hard work, and all the staff in terms of promoting the arts. And through that, we was able to receive some money from the state, also with the help of Representative Hooper and Senator Lapvalor, that will help to renovate this Performing Arts Center. So we just say thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any public comments on this item?
And thank you again for all the support. It couldn't be done without the real team, which is all of us, so thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go to item number 6, Public Art Annual Update.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Pearson, 1418 Oleander Drive. I'm here to speak as chairman of the Tarpon Springs Public Art Committee. Good evening to the commissioners, Mayor Archie, City Manager Licouris, Chief Cutchin, and of course our guests in the audience. You have in your packets an overview of the budget and plan request for the 2014-2015 fiscal year. So I will only take this opportunity to highlight the past year and what we're looking at ahead. We do have a few pictures, I think, and hopefully I'll figure this out properly. First, I do want to thank our committee members. Each member reflects the professional artistic expertise of the community as required by our bylaws, and we weren't able to have everyone here tonight due to other commitments, but Suzanne Murphy is here. Barbara Schnipper serves, Lisa Sibley, Sherry Patterson has just recently stepped down, unfortunately, but has been very active with us, and Renee Torres. The committee benefits as well from the support of Dr. Kathleen Monahan, our Cultural Affairs Department head, of course, and the administrative skills and dedication of Denise Manning of the Tarpon Springs Public Library. Press that one. Okay, thank you. I would like to start with our accomplishments from this past year, and in the beginning of doing that, I would like to say how pleased we are and proud that we, as a committee, to be the visual arts component of the cultural landscape of Tarpon Springs. It's a real honor to contribute to what has been a very successful number of years with the Cultural Arts Department. For ourselves, we have this past year and been involved with outreach with the plein air event. We developed a marketing brochure, which I put a fresh copy on your desks tonight. And this is something that we hand out at various events and as a marketing tool. We have been able to bring in, due to the generosity of artists in the community, art that is now part of the public domain. In particular, Joseph Weinsettle, who is a community artist, has been here many years. His work is very fine. In fact, 2 pieces are hanging up at the current exhibition of the Ennis exhibition at the Lieber Ratner Museum of Art. He donated 5 pieces. I believe 2 or 3 of those are now hanging at the Tarpon Springs Library. We also have completed the design of artist plaques, and finally, it's been a long time in coming, but this Sunburst mural that was designed and painted by Elizabeth Indianos and renovated about a year or so ago now has a formal plaque and also beautiful landscaping in front to hide the utility area that's in front of it. So we're very pleased with that, and I want to thank Tom Funchen and his crew for the work in getting that together. The biggest event, of course, was our first public art, and that was Amma of Tarpon Springs, our mermaid at the bayou of Spring Bayou and Wickham Bayou at the promontory there in Craig Park. Through Amma, we have had, I think, a real outpouring of interest from the public, a real ownership that has begun to develop. In fact, there are a number of people who have daily walks around the park in the mornings, and I believe Ron Haddad being one. Flowers are deposited in the little sponge, basket sponge at her feet, and people are keeping watch over her. She is, at this time, a temporary installation. The intention is that she will become a permanent part of our city's cultural treasures through fundraising efforts by the committee and the community. We were lucky enough to have the artist Amaryllis join us for a dedication on April 9th. We had a harpist. Mayor Archie was unable to attend, but Vice Mayor Larson was there to share a few words. We had a great crowd of people and a reception afterwards. Amaryllis, she came in from Las Vegas, where she lives with her husband, was absolutely thrilled. She just loved the location. It was just the perfect setting for the mermaid and also for the message of Amaryllis, which is to care for our environment and the waters that, of course, is so much an important part of Tarpon Springs. The even better news is that we have money this year in our budget. And the budget, of course, is laid out in your packets, but we have benefited from several programs that have come to, or are in the process of coming to completion over the next several years. The Rylands Home development over by the Linger Longer area, and the alternative water plant also has contributed. There will be other contributions over the next year or two that we're looking forward to. And so that has given us, for this fiscal year, we have our budget at $100,060 and a reserve of $86,580 for 2015. That gives us a total budget at this moment, or in our account, so to speak, of $186,621. Our plan for this next year, I do want to point out that part of our dedication with AMA was a group of children came to the dedication, and they were given rose petals to throw. And they had an absolute ball with it, as you can tell. And Amaryllis also got involved with them, and we have some wonderful pictures of that. Looking ahead, we will, of course, be moving forward now on either the acquisition of public art or temporary art. We particularly would like to highlight Amaryllis, our mermaid, the Ama of Tarpon Springs. And in doing so, we are working toward a festival in early March, the Mermaid and Manatee Festival. And we would like to have that as an opportunity, as a kickoff to fundraise, to make Ama permanent here in Tarpon Springs. And the reason we would like to do a fundraiser for her is because of the public interest in her, and we see her as being having real ownership in the community because of that. And we'd like to use that festival as a kickoff, as a time to talk about Ama's message of environmental care, as well as the committee's message of the value of public art in a community. We believe that the development of interest in her is something that can be ongoing, and perhaps it's a type of festival that will be looked at as a yearly activity. We'll see. The other aspect of our committee work is to, of course, respond to our general guidelines, and that includes public inventory of the art that is already in possession of the city. And also in 2015, we will have a renewal of our 5-year master plan. The Tarpon Springs Public Art Committee would like to thank the city commissioners for your support and patience in the time that it took to get us off the ground and to get going again. And just as an aside, to Philip Jepson, who came to us with the idea of the Ama Mermaid. That really has given us a kickstart, and I think has piqued the interest of everyone. We appreciate your continued support and encouragement. We look forward to the year ahead and continue that momentum that was created with Ama and bringing to the community exciting art that will enhance the experience and visual expression and sense of place in this community. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
I don't have any questions, Ms. Pearson. I just want to thank you and all of the committee for your hard work and effort in terms of keeping public art alive and well in Tarpon, and we look for some great things for the future. We know that you have some plans that you'd like to see expanded on, and we'll try to be as supportive as possible. We're always happy to hear that
Of
you have
course.
some money.
Yeah, that always,
that's
that
a
always
great
helps,
thing.
doesn't it?
Any commission comments? Commissioner Tarpani.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson, thank you as always for your presentation. I'm glad to see that you have some money in the bank this year.
Thank you.
As well as I'm sure there's more money to come with various other development projects going around the town. So for your fiscal year 2015 budget, you have public art projects for $86,560.
Yes.
Do you have a time frame in mind in terms of when you'll be coming back to the commission to give us an idea of what some of those projects may be?
My guess, it will be probably late fall of this year. We are in the process of developing a roster of area citizens, not necessarily of Tarpon Springs. The committee membership has to be members that live within the city boundaries. Sure. But we are creating an arts ambassador committee that can draw the expertise from a variety of other people who have expressed interest in seeing public art in Tarpon Springs. And we will take advantage of those skills and help us move forward on some of the various projects that we're interested in. I was talking to Tom Function a couple of weeks ago, and he suggested a couple of opportunities for murals down by the Splash Park and so forth. And we had a meeting today, and we were talking about possibility of maybe a whimsical sculpture in the dog park. There are a number of, I think, real possibilities of things that can move fairly quickly. There have been several cities in the area, Clearwater being the most prominent one, that had a temporary art exhibition on a yearly turnaround basis. And so we know there are many artists out there who have artwork that can be, doesn't have to be newly created, but might be appropriate for for Tarpon Springs on a temporary basis. So as we explore those, we'll be starting probably in September officially with our roster of individuals, inviting them to the committee and talking about our outline of projects that we're interested in and begin picking away at those. So I would think by the late fall, end of the year,
So we'll
we
look
should
for-
have at least some progress
Sure.
to give you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to some updates to the commission in terms of maybe sites that you're looking at or projects
Well,
that you're looking for.
on the sheet that is in your packet, we have listed several sites that the committee and City Manager LaCouris and Tom Function walked around town with us, looking at areas that could physically handle public art, taking into consideration right-of-way, of course, electrical, all the utility issues. And we have, I think, I gave you a list of about 5 locations that are a good starting point. But already we are learning, particularly in terms of surface art, such as murals, that there might be other locations as well that we can add to that list.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Thank you again. Oh. Clock is ticking.
I had to give her a hug because I didn't see her, and the whole purpose of my being up here, Peter Delax, 514 Ashland Avenue, is to bring out a few points to this board about dealing with what some people may say are obstructions to development and things of that nature. You've seen 2 presentations about art, and I have to thank Robin, and I'm so glad I was there to help you, to get this art thing done. And I remember when we were trying to get our percentages and how much money to go to the art, and it's going to stop development. Hadn't stopped Linger Longer, hadn't stopped the RO plant, hasn't stopped the gun place. And now I hear commissioners and mayors saying, hey, it's nice to have that money. Well, for a while, we had to fight for that money. So sometimes you have to go against the grain of what people say is the economic development, because the arts are the economic development. The creativity of Tarpon Springs is only beginning to blossom. And I thank you, Robin, for all your efforts. And with the leap of Ratner and all the coordination she's done, and I know Kathy has worked on all this and some of the other people in the cultural department. But remember this, you can make decisions for the best benefit of Tarpon, contrary to what other people say are your best benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to item number 7, which is the All-American City presentation. And as individuals take their cue, I'm just going to read a little something just to kind of let everybody know exactly what's happening. The National Civic League, which is a 120-year-old nonpartisan nonprofit organization based in Denver, Colorado, and its mission is accomplished by fostering and sharing promising practices of local government and public engagement and celebrating the progress that can be achieved when people work together. And the city of Tarpon was elected as the All-America finalist for 2014, the country's most prestigious award for outstanding community-based civic accomplishments. And Tarpon was one of 25 finalists selected from across the nation to participate June 13th through the 15th awards event in Denver, Colorado. And some of the people up here is part of the delegation that represented the city doing that event. And because they have anybody else, I'm with them too.
Good evening and welcome to Tarpon Springs, Florida. We are in Craig Park, and it is our 41st annual Fine Arts Festival. This is Soledad Safford, who founded the Women's Club in 1892, established the city's library and hospital, and brought culture, health, and community spirit to Tarpon Springs.
I've been sitting here thinking about Tarpon Springs and wondering what the future holds for it. My husband and I had a vision for Tarpon Springs. We believed that it would grow enormously due to the healthy climate and the healing waters. I wonder how it's grown.
Today's population of 23,000, made up of families who have lived here for generations, including Greek, Hispanic, and African American, with new families arriving every day.
I wonder, as the population grows, how the city will be governed.
Hi, I'm Mayor David Archie. Since incorporating in 1887, Tarpon Springs has been a diverse, healthy, and prosperous city. Our government maintains a balanced budget, strong reserves, low debt, while still providing the necessary infrastructure and services so that our city can thrive. We're committed to keeping our taxes at a level that our residents can afford, with government providing the guiding vision and framework through various collaborations with residents, businesses, and other organizations. Tarpon Springs has a development strategy, strong youth programs, and a vital community hospital.
The city is growing so fast at my time right now. I wonder how it will grow in the future.
I'm Karen Lemons, the city's economic development manager, and our growth started when we created a downtown development action plan and a community redevelopment area, and our businesses and our residents played a huge role in the planning. Then we hosted a series of walking tours, and we created a walkability report, and that outlined ways of making our city more livable and more walkable.
I'm Peggy Festus with the Historical Society, which supported these events. We created focus groups with more than 60 citizens, and for over 2 years, the focus groups and the citizens worked with the city to build and create development plans that would work and make the city better.
And one of those plans was our SMART code. It's a form-based code that essentially structures cities as a series of walkable neighborhoods. And since we adopted that code in 2011, we've already had 2 very successful projects. One is a 50-unit apartment complex located on our Pinellas Trail that replaced an old boat salvage yard. And the second is a new retail store in our main business district that was the site of a vacant lot.
We created more walkability by widening streets and making wider sidewalks. We also created a new doggy park, a fitness park, a children's splash park, and a new kayak park.
And we're very, very proud to say that we've had 53 new businesses open in the past 2 years alone. Our property values are rising again. Our community's fiscal health is increasing. And more importantly, with our residents' involvement, they can stand up and say that I have had a hand in helping to shape and create my city.
I bet if I come back in the future, I would be able to walk around Tarpon Springs all day and see something new at every turn.
You sure could. I'm Sue Thomas, I'm president of the Tarpon Springs Chamber of Commerce. And first, let me welcome you to the Fine Arts Festival. The Chamber
Chamber is a major supporter of healthy activities like the hospital's Beach to Bayou Run and Rotary's Triathlon. The train depot is now a museum, and the tracks are part of the 47-mile Pinellas Trail for walkers and bikers. It's part of the Rail Trail Hall of Fame. We created a great walking tour that ties our nationally registered downtown with our Greek sponge docks, goes past her house, and in the bayou, and preserves our cultural and historical health, and it has increased walkability. She can enjoy the entire day walking around Tarpon Springs.
In my day, the Greek citizens are becoming more and more influential. I wonder in the future if the Greek citizens will still be an active part of Tarpon Springs.
Kalispera. I'm Vice Mayor Chris Alabuzos, and I was fortunate growing up in Tarpon Springs in a first-generation Greek family. Working on my father's sponge boat, I learned the value of honest work and the love of the sea. We also brought with us the healthy traditional Greek cuisine made up mostly of fresh fish and vegetables. Tarpon Springs is the home of the largest Epiphany celebration in the world. My spiritual preparation and diving for the Epiphany cross here in the Spring Bayou was an experience that I will never forget.
My husband and I were founders of the first public schools in the Arizona Territory before we came to Tarpon Springs. So I wonder how the public schools will change and how they will be in Tarpon Springs in the future.
Kalimera. I am Assistant Principal Manuel Gambos, a 4-time Epiphany Cross diver and a graduate of Tarpon High School. The A-rated Tarpon Springs school system is second to none in preparing its students for healthy and successful lives. Tarpon High School is home to magnet programs in veterinary science, culinary arts, and the nationally known Leadership Conservatory for the Arts. The students marched in the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade and won world champion title this past year.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Parwinter. I'm a candidate for the Girl Scout Gold Award and a student in the Jacobson Culinary Arts Academy. We learn to create healthy menus with tasty foods.
Education is important, but so is the emotional and psychological well-being of a population. I wonder how Tarpon Springs will address this need of its citizens.
Well, that's where Peace for Tarpon comes in. I'm former Vice Mayor Robin Sanger, founding director of Peace for Tarpon. We are an innovative collaboration of community members and dozens of organizations seeking to find lasting solutions to our most daunting challenges by looking through a common lens to recognize the link between unaddressed trauma or adverse experiences and its negative emotional, psychological, and physical consequences. Domestic violence, diabetes, obesity, homelessness, bullying, and child abuse all are linked to unaddressed trauma and create more trauma. We want to end that cycle. We have a downloadable community resource guide to connect residents to services, co-hosted a trauma education day with Rotary, and 2 partners were inspired to create an awareness-raising public art installation with over 5,000 Peace for Tarpon peace flags, created by residents of all ages displayed at this very art show. We are the only city working in this unique way to become a trauma-aware community, and other cities are interested in our efforts. We're becoming widely known across the United States, and Mayor Archie was invited to Washington, D.C. to share what we're doing at the national level. According to the Institute for the Future, Peace for Tarpon puts us 10 years ahead of the curve in the field of community health. We care about all of our residents, even those who are experiencing homelessness, and have a homeless outreach team.
Hi, I'm Officer Yergulis, Tarpon Springs Homeless Outreach Officer. Since 2010, I've gotten 263 of our homeless residents off the streets. But we know that simply getting them off the street can be an endless cycle unless we provide them with the opportunities and the resources available to end their homelessness. I'm successful because I know the homeless, I know their stories, and they trust me.
My sister-in-law, Mary Safford, is the first female physician in this whole state. Our hospital is so important to our community, and I wonder what will become of it in the future.
Hello, I'm Karen Owensby, Chief Clinical Officer at Florida Hospital North Pinellas. We are a not-for-profit hospital who's been serving the Tarpon Springs community 1927. In 2010, Adventist Health System purchased the hospital and has invested more than $45 million in improving the infrastructure and programs at the hospital. We've gone from being a fully paper hospital to one of the most wired hospitals in the state of Florida. We're well versed in the latest technology. We have 9 surgeons who are certified to perform the Da Vinci robotic surgery. We're focused, though, on much more than serving the sick. We're focused on proactively promoting health and wellness in our community. Last year, we conducted free community outreach programs that benefited more than 15,000 attendees in our community. Our hospital is proud to be part of today's Tarpon Springs, and we continue to work with our community for an even healthier tomorrow.
I wonder what the future holds for this little jewel of a city.
The health of a community is only as sound as the investment it makes in its citizens, both young and old. I think the future will honor all of us who have been a part of increasing the spiritual, cultural, historical, educational, financial, and physical health of Tarpon Springs. Tarpon Springs is a great place to raise a family.
I bet they're going to surpass my wildest dreams to make Tarpon Springs an all-American city.
I want to take this opportunity to present the plaque that came from the National Civic Union and an honorary T-shirt to our
Mayor, who was the only one who memorized all of his lines and remembered them for these. So here's the plaque for the All-America City finalist, Tarpon Springs 2014. Thank you so much for supporting the effort and being such a great part of it.
Thank you. Come up here, I just say, I just want to thank Gene. Gene was our leader, you know. Bob Wilson actually had the idea, but Gene kind of led us through. The young lady talked about adversity. She should have been a part of what we were doing because there was a lot of adaptation. And I want to thank the Rotary Club for kind of spearheading it. And there's a thought that maybe we should do it again, but the only way that we could do it and win is for it to be a total community effort, because those other cities that was there, including Fort Lauderdale, who actually was the only other city competing in the state of Florida, and actually was one of the All-American cities, spent a lot of time, effort, and resources, and had a lot of support from businesses, corporations, and the rest of it to help them in that endeavor. So, but I want to thank all of these individuals for just allowing me to be a part of this endeavor, especially Peggy Proster. Hopefully I didn't set the arts back too far. With that, we'll go to our consent agenda, which is satisfaction and release of liens, attorney fees, trash mats, day known, LLP invoice number 46068, Zinzao Law invoice number 13584, award bid number 140084, B-DM 30 HP floating aerators for wastewater treatment plant. Approve name change Cardinal TBE RFQ number 110068-S-JJ Engineer of Record Services. Approve name change Cardinal TBE RFQ number 120082, SJJ L&R Industrial Boulevard Extension. Award bid number 140082-B-CM Tennis Course Reconstruction at Dorset Park. Is there any item that anyone would like to pull? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion.
Move for approval. Second.
Any public comments on this item? Roll call.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Commissioner Banther,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larson,
Yes.
Mayor Archie.
Yes. We have special consent, and that's item number 14, authorize city manager to sign Form DR-420, proposed millage rate for fiscal year 2015.
Ms. Walker?
The recommendation is to authorize the city manager to sign the DR 420 that tentatively sets the millage rate for fiscal year 14-15, the DR 420 TIF, which is for the CRA district, and the DR 420 MMP, which sets the maximum millage rate. We are proposing to tentatively set the millage rate for 2014-15 budget at 5.45, which is the current millage rate. This proposed millage rate is an increase of 5.42% above the rollback rate, which is 5.1699. This is the maximum that we could have for a millage rate, is whatever is proposed at this time, and that's what we recommend.
Thank you, and just for the record, that it can be reduced, just cannot be increased. So,
That's correct.
with that, any public comments on this item? Any commission comments, questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Commissioner Banther,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larson,
Yes.
Mayor Archie.
Yes. Next, we'll go to ordinance and resolution, item number 15, resolution 2014-18, green light Pinellas.
Resolution 2014-18, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, endorsing the Green Light Pinellas Plan.
Thank you. What I would ask that we do, since we've heard from both sides, is to open it up to public comment, then we can deliberate and decide one way or the other as far as the resolution is concerned. What I would do is to, for some that are not familiar with Tarpon Springs, is that we ask that you come, state your name, address for the record. You'll be given up to 4 minutes. Doesn't mean that you have to take all 4 of them, but you will be given that. And what we ask is that, I know that most of you operate this way, that we don't have any cheering and jeering and the rest. We are respectful of whoever's there. They'll be given the opportunity to speak. If you choose to, so will you. We'll close public comments, and then the commission will then decide what action to take. So anybody that would like to speak on this item, step forward, state your name, address for the record.
Okay, I'll go first. My name is Jeff Danner. I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. I was on St. Pete City Council for 8 years, and it was good today to see how you operate. One of the things when you travel around, whether it was on City Council or more recently with the Green Light presentation, all the cities have just an incredible love and desire for their arts, culture, to protect their neighborhoods, whether you're a large city, a small city, a beach community. Those are the things that are in common in every city council you go to. It's also good while we were developing this plan, I see a lot of faces that I recognize that sat on PSTA and MPO and the Pinellas Planning Council. This plan was created over 5 years, and you had that opportunity here in Tarpon Springs to participate. The plan was developed for years, and one of the main goals of that plan was to protect the character and the established neighborhoods in our community. I drove today from Central Avenue to Tarpon Avenue, which is about 95% of US 19. That probably wasn't one of the objectives when US 19 was built, as I was driving up here for an hour and 20 minutes today. The main thing, though, is with this plan, it's really got something for everyone. The larger cities, the employment centers, the major corridors have heavily traveled routes, a lot of cars, bus rapid transit that'll run late in the night up and down the streets, but also in the smaller communities, the opportunity for the flex routes to weave in through the suburbs, pick people up at their house, and one of our most popular things, the trolleys. I live in a National Register Historic District on Central Avenue. When we combine the city-run Central Avenue shuttle with the Route 35 and the Pinellas Suncoast trolley, that did several things. One, it increased the ridership 40% just by making it more convenient. It took a $62 cab ride from the Trade Winds Resort to the Dolly Museum down to $2, and the opportunity to look out the window and see the art galleries, restaurants, all the historic districts between those two sites. The North Coastal route, you can now go from Central Avenue, every single beach community, from Paso Grill to Clearwater, then up into Dunedin, Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs, Oldsmar, and Safety Harbor. It's a fantastic way to see our community. The Green Light Plan will not only protect those routes, but enhance them and make them better. Imagine the opportunity to see the history and the tourist industry for both locals to continue doing that. I hope you support this plan today. It really is about the future of our community, protecting the integrity, putting smart development and growth where we want it, where it's needed, while protecting the neighborhoods. It's a great plan. I want to thank all of you that participated in the planning of it for doing so, and look forward to your vote tonight. Thank you.
Mayor, City Commissioners, City Manager, Chief, good evening. My name is Chris Alajuzas, 215 Hope Street in Tarpon Springs. The ability to move people and goods from one place to another is absolutely vital. Good transportation makes a city functional and successful. My interest in this area is long-standing, and my efforts when I was a city commission testified to. As the commission is aware, I have met with Mr. Brett Miller, the CEO of PSTA, and we discussed the Green Light program. As a result of this meeting, I sent to Mr. Miller a letter outlining my proposals and what benefits to benefit the seniors, the citizens of Tarpon Springs, and our students. On July 9th, Mr. Miller responded to my proposals. The commission was sent a copy of my letter to Mr. Miller and to his response. In his response, Mr. Miller addressed my principal concerns. On the senior transportation, he proposed smaller access shuttles that will provide seniors with door-to-door access to shopping, food and medical appointments, and community services. The students' e-stays will enhance DART, transit, door-to-door service will benefit the students. Well, that sounds very exciting, but one big problem is there's no detail in Mr. Miller's response on how the door-to-door services will be implemented, and more importantly, how my knowledgeable person is now part of the Green Light program. I recommend that the commission to make sure that these proposals are spelled out in detail and to be included as a formal part of the Green Light program, so Tarpon Springs can be included to the Green Light program, and to have transportation with the circulation routes throughout the neighborhoods to serve the citizens of Tarpon Springs. Thank you for listening.
Evening. My name is Jeff Antos, 300 South Florida Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I live in Pinellas County, and I work in the political realm. In the political realm, you tend to be in a larger part of the county than just in Tarpon Springs. People who live in North County perceive Olmerton Road as a 30-foot stone wall. Nobody goes south of Olmerton Road. Very few people come north of Olmerton Road. It's over and over. Try to have an event and have somebody come from south of Olmerton Road. The train that we're talking about putting in is more of a streetcar than a train. There's never been a light rail built that was built on time or under budget. It's never been done. The man we have head, Mr. Miller, that Mr. Alahousas was talking about, was last in Charlotte. Charlotte ran out of money when they were building their train. The project I believe he was doing before that ran out of money also. We have Tri-Rail on the East Coast. They're running out of money. They're hoping we're going to get federal monies. If we don't, what are they going to do? Taxes are going to go up. Many people think that this train is going to go across to Tampa. When you look at the map, it looks like the bridge is on there. That's $2.8 billion. That's if it doesn't go over budget. That's the next project. One of the pennies for Pinellas is going to be coming up. They're looking to turn that into the bridge also. What are we going to do when we run out of money? Who's going to pay for that? Do we really want to raise our sales tax to the highest in the state of Florida? Do we really want to tax the poor and the middle class, the highest taxes in Florida? I've been in dozens of these forums talking about the rail. Overwhelmingly, people are against the rail if you go to the forums. I hear both sides. I have a political office where I've hosted both sides. Over and over and over, the people are against it. How many people in this room are going to be using this rail on a daily basis or fairly regularly? There's one. Okay. How much are we going to subsidize it? Every other rail in this country is subsidized significantly. Recently, the Greater Pinellas Chamber of Commerce voted it down because it wasn't going to help their business. How many people are going to go from here to Clearwater to South St. Pete? Again, very few. The city of Seminole just voted against it. They're closer to the rail. They don't want it. They don't want to spend the money. The monies that we're going to be used, they're saying, is a transfer, $130 million of ad valorem taxes. Well, actually, we're only paying $30 million in those ad valorem taxes right now. So we're going to raise our taxes by $100 million to put towards. Do we really want to raise the taxes in today's economic climate? How many jobs are in Tarpon Springs right now? How many are available? What are we doing about getting jobs here? Why are we spending more money? It's not going to help us. We're going to take out of that money, we're going to spend, I believe, $30 million on buses and $100 million on the train. Actually, I'm sorry, $2 billion on the train. I'm against it. I hope that the council will at least consider this. If you look up the facts, there should be other people here that know a lot more about it than I do. But I've been to so many different forums on this and heard so many people's views and their numbers, the percentages that we're going to be paying, how much we're going to be paying more down the road when we're going to be paying for that new train, when it's going across the new bridge that we're going to have to buy.
Good evening. My name's Marcus Harrison. I'm a resident of Palm Harbor, so I'm in an unincorporated area adjacent to Tarpon Springs. So although I appreciate your opportunity and let me having a moment to speak, I am against green light, not against public transportation. I think we need better public transportation. I think we need more accountability for our transportation system, and I think there are a lot of other alternatives that are available. Increasing our taxes, basically this resolution is saying that each one of you recommend increasing taxes, a tax base of $100,000, and then whatever it'll require in the future because it's going to continue to grow. I think there are a lot of other opportunities for economic development, for our shuttles, for bringing buses around and providing door-to-door service, whether it be, for example, if we have a large business, part of it could be providing a shuttle bus dedicated in the morning and afternoon to transport people that are willing to ride the buses to get off the roads. So that shuttle now basically has a dedicated that's provided by PSTA. That could be an option as opposed to trains or large buses that are running around all the time empty. Let the corporations decide how many people can they get to ride. That will reduce number of ridership. One shuttle from a corporation to one designated area, South St. Pete, North County, whatever, Pasco County line, and if you get 15 riders or 14 riders, I've just eliminated 14 or 13 cars off the road. So there's all kinds of other alternatives as opposed to spending most of our money on a fixed rail system which has no dedicated future. In other words, if it fails, doesn't work, what are we going to do with it then? We're going to have to continue paying for it, and I don't think that's our best option. There is no flexibility. I believe in flexibility. I believe in making sure that we have the ability to service our residents, whether it be in Tarpon Springs, unincorporated area of Palm Harbor, East Lake, or down south. I think a lot of people would utilize the service if we would spend time in targeting instead of trying to sell green light. Tell us how we can get off the road, how the service can provide us help right now in utilizing our money more effectively and wisely. Thank you.
And I know that there are some other people that like to speak, and it's all right if you come a little closer to the front, that you don't have to be in the back. It's okay.
Sue Thomas, former president of the Tarpon Springs Chamber of Commerce, 11 East Tarpon Avenue. I'm here at the request of our president, who is dealing with some personal issues, but I have been going to most of the meetings. What I'm hearing, a lot of the people who are against it are focusing on the light rail. The light rail is so far down the road. What this is focusing on right now is getting people around our communities. The Chamber of Commerce voted unanimously to back Greenlight Pinellas, and we are still standing by that. In the 70s, there was a proposal, or several proposals, to make US 19 more of a mini freeway, and it was voted down, much like the conversations today. So what are they doing today? They're tearing up 19 and putting flyovers at a huge cost when this exactly same thing could have been done 30, 40 years ago at a much lower rate. This is what we're looking at here with the Chamber of Commerce. I can't tell you how many requests we get from locals of all ages, from visitors, people who don't get cars when they come here. They call us from the beach and they want to know how to get to Tarpon Springs. We have 2 bus lines, and there's not a whole lot of people, a lot of buses that they can get up here. It's keeping people from coming here. We have businesses. I know Karen is dealing with a lot of businesses. We have about 200 buildable acres in Tarpon Springs. We're very fortunate. However, businesses aren't going to come here if they can't get their employees here. And a lot of these employees, particularly the younger ones, do not have cars. They don't want to have cars. They don't want to pay the gas prices. If we don't have some kind of a transit system, buses, I'm not looking at rail, to get them up here, we're going to sit there with a whole bunch of empty acres. We need to act now. It's never going to be cheaper, and I think it's very short-sighted to not start it now and not end up with what we're dealing with from 40 years ago. Thank you.
I was almost about to close public comments. I told you, y'all can come a little closer. I mean, you can come on up. I mean, I won't even let Ms. Adele speak until you let you come up, you know.
Oh, okay, I want to start before 2 things that I should have said. Oh, sorry. When I was speaking before, I served on Swift Mud, so I know what I'm talking about on the RO plant. There's a couple, oh, and I want to say one more thing. Florida Hospital is probably the best hospital in the state now. I want y'all to know that. I'm very proud. My uncle was in the original Florida Hospital for different surgeries, and it's just excellent. So we're so blessed. I wish they were here to thank them. But anyway, my name is Adele Blackman again, and I live at 324 Woodchuck Avenue. I just jotted down some things because I wasn't preparing to come. I didn't know that we were going to speak tonight, but I don't know about you know, I mean, the first guy that said he was for it, Tarpon gets absolutely nothing. There will never be anything for Tarpon. Everything they proposed is a lie. I wish the two experts on it were here tonight. One is Barbara Hazelton. She's at a big meeting in St. Pete, and the other is Betsy Burgess, who's in Georgia. It will give us, like, I'm so proud of Jeff Antos speaking, because he was right on everything he said. Florida will have, in Pinellas County, the highest tax in the state of Florida. It will basically bankrupt the county. And those of us who are homeowners, we're going to get hit the hardest, of course. And the people that are speaking for it, I bet every one of them is not in North County, and they could care less. I talked to one who said, she doesn't care, you know, she's from Clearwater, she's going to get things. Okay, so they don't care that all our money will go for not us. There's no accountability on it. There's $100 million that's going to be wasted. And there's some people that wanted to speak that couldn't be here tonight, including people like Harry Pastelitas, Lisa Benez, Evelyn Chambers, Barbara Smith, David Bolton, who had to leave early, and Bonnie and Larry Carroll, who are sitting here, but they say they don't feel they're knowledgeable, but they are very knowledgeable, because a club that I'm president of, we've had experts for and against, and so we know it. Kind of in conclusion, I'm asking all of you to vote no for we have it as no tax for tracks, and they called it Greenlight Pinellas now to try to fool everybody. We've got a total of 1.5% in Pinellas County ridership. They have doubled the buses in the last 2 years. Most of the riders, most of them are practically empty. If you get a good angle on the bus, you'll see that. We need money to upgrade our roads, to continue to do that, not having a bus take one of our designated lanes away from us. I want to thank Norm Roche, who of course is not here. He's a very brave county commissioner who has stood up for truth from the very beginning. We're so blessed to have him, and so I want to publicly thank him for that. And I want to ask Mayor Archie to please, because you sit on the Pinellas Planning Council, please recuse yourself from any vote. We're friends and all, I know that, but I realize that there could be some prejudice there because of the Planning Council. So, anyway, thank you.
Hello. My name is Dave Kovar. I'm a resident of Safety Harbor. I'm representing the Tampa Bay Post-Carbon Council. We're an independent group like the Sierra Club, fully supporting Greenlight and transit because of its environmental impact. We are independent of PSTA, yes for Greenlight. We've reached this conclusion on our own. I want to just tell you several facts. I'm very frustrated because the folks that oppose this speak very factually, but a lot of their facts are not true, and I would recommend before anyone takes a vote that you go and look at the detailed facts and see their source. You'll find they're all over the internet because they're brought up in town after town after town, whether it be Charlotte, Denver, Salt Lake City, yet they all tend to trace back to the same place. This is the status of this modern day, which is they trace back to a think tank. The think tank, of course, is underwritten by people like Mobil and Exxon, who have every incentive to make sure you think that transit is a bad idea because people want to be in cars burning gasoline. The Tampa Greenlight plan is really three plans, and part of the confusion people like to sow is that you're going to have the wrong plan. I like to refer to them as the hat, the glove, and the shoe. The people down south with the shoe have a very urban area. They already have lots of buses. The plan is just to give them more buses. They're easier to translate. The people in the middle, I refer to as the glove, is about this train. It's not a train from St. Pete to Clearwater. No one wants to go there. It's a train for the Gateway area, which is the highest area of office employees. It's to get people along East Bay or along 4th Street to work in the morning and to home at night. Nobody wants to go from Clearwater to St. Pete. Maybe if you live up here, you could take a bus to the Clearwater Center and then go to a Rays game, but that's pretty darn rare. Every day we can run people in and out of a gateway without having to park thousands of cars, and if you've ever been on the Bay Bridge during either rush hour, you know that's insane. The biggest thing and the real reason for rail is to bring new citizens. Everywhere in the country, whenever rail is built, eventually, unless those cities where rail happens to be built during the real estate bubble, which are often pointed to as the proof that rail didn't work, but again, look out for the real facts, not just the bullets that you hear on the internet. When rail is built, it immediately draws what is called transitory development, low high-rise, 7, maybe 9 stories, one level of restaurants, cafes, one level of professional lawyers, doctors, and residential from there up. That residential can be expensive condominiums, so they're good tax base. It can be low-income housing, so it can help get people into a nice area. But it draws taxpayers that don't have cars. They'll pay our taxes, share the real estate tax without bringing cars. How do we know they're not going to bring cars? We're not going to make parking lots. It's like New York City. If you charge someone $3,000 a month to park a car, they're not going to do it. Now, I don't think this will be the rate here, maybe $500. But the point is, if you don't give them a parking spot, they're going to say, I don't want to move there. I got plenty of houses up in Tarpon Spring. I'll live there. What do we give the people up here with the hat? We've already given them distribution, door-to-door pickup and things. We're just going to run those buses more often. We pick you up at your door, we drop you at Walmart or at Publix. You can catch the 19 downtown, or you can come into town, take the 66 down to Clearwater, and catch this new train wherever it is you're trying to go. Run those buses more often. That's what it does. The train is not to take people on a train ride, and it's not to take people from Clearwater. It's to get workers to work and to draw development. Why aren't they building now? Why can't we just run a bus down East Bay? Well, we run buses down East Bay. People aren't building now. Go look, there's nothing there. When you run a rail, a developer says, you're committed to this path. Well, I'll buy the land around it, whether it be an abandoned grocery store, whether it be non-hurricane qualified commercial property. I'll buy that land, knock the stuff down, and build this housing. It'll be new property, new income, cafes and the like, and night spots, because there's a rail commitment. Folks will say, well, that's one of these, if you build it, they will come. Well, except if you look around the country, that's exactly what happens. I appreciate your time, and hope you'll see that there's a lot more to this plan that you have nothing to fear about, but go find the real facts, not the ones that are just being thrown at you to give you fear. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Holly Bennett from 331 Cleveland Street. I'm concerned, too, that Tarpon Springs and other cities in Pinellas County have been asked to endorse the 1% sales tax increase for us to pay for a huge PSTA expansion on the ballot in November, of course. I'm concerned that the sales tax increase will hurt our area, like others have mentioned. People could shop in nearby areas that will not have the giant sales tax increase. I don't see why PSTA needs about $100 million increase in funds from us when there are so many empty buses. Like somebody mentioned, they've darkened the windows, they put ads on the dark windows, but if you look carefully, like somebody said, when the sunlight hits it just right, you'll see how many of them are empty. This is not something we need to be doing. Why can't PSTA reorganize with their current funds of about $30 million, as someone mentioned, to have smaller buses in popular areas? Even an on-demand shuttle bus or van would be more efficient, since less than 2% of Pinellas County population really uses bus systems. Many people have to have cars. I know my husband has a job that has to bop around to all different areas. He has to have his car, and many people do. We have to be realistic on this. The plan for an expensive rail train, which someone said is more like a cable car going from St. Pete to Clearwater with numerous stops, whether it's Gateway or other stops, is not going to be efficient, does not seem appropriate for all this huge cost and tax increase for us. It seems that you, the commission, should let the voters decide in a democratic way, not endorse this yourselves. And we know more facts are available on No Tax for Tracks website, which got its facts from one of the leaders going to the PSTA meetings for years. So it's not like it's false information that someone implied. Please go and check it out for yourselves. Let the voters decide, as other cities have done, such as Palm Harbor and Seminole. And I do, like I said, like that Norm Roche has come out, the Pinellas County Commissioner, and spoken very clearly against this. He reminded us we are not in New York or Washington, D.C. We have to have smart thinking on this. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Frank Lupo, and I live in St. Petersburg. I'm a retired school teacher, and I don't come from Tarpon. I guess that's a disadvantage for me because it's a beautiful community. But I did look up on the 2010 census, and the average savings for the property owner in Tarpon Springs is going to be over $100 per year every year if Greenlight passes. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for me because I live on a fixed income, and my savings are going to be a little less than $100. But I don't think it's fair just for property owners to have to cover public transit that everybody should use and everybody should enjoy. The 1 penny it would cost, I think, is a fairer substitute because it spreads it around to everybody. And it's an elective tax. I mean, the property tax that we have to pay now that will automatically go down significantly if Greenlight passes, that's a mandatory tax. We can't decide not to pay it. My largest expense is groceries. That's not taxable. My next largest expense, I take a lot of medications. I wish I was in better health than I am, and I have large co-pays on a lot of my drugs. That's not taxable. I do pay a condo fee every month. That's not taxable. And I would go into Sears, or I would go into to the department stores and buy the clothes there, but the highest size they have is 44, and I'm a 46. So I buy them from catalogs, and the catalogs don't charge taxes. So my point is that if you spread this around and it's an elective tax, people have a choice as to what they want to spend their money on. And the poorer folks, they're not going to buy luxury items. They're going to buy what they need. They're going to buy food, and they're going to buy clothing, hopefully during the tax-free period that we have in the state, and they're going to buy the necessities. And I believe this is a step forward that will make us catch up with a lot of other counties of similar concentration of population and similar size. We're one of the counties that is behind in public transit, and the PSTA has done an outstanding job with the limited resources they have. But there's only so much you can do when you don't have enough funds to service all the people of Pinellas. And I urge you to please think about all the people in Tarpon who will get a doubling of their bus service, and think about all the people in Tarpon that will get a dramatic reduction in their property tax, and think about all the people in Pinellas that will have access to public transit that do not presently have it. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Bob Clifford, 1406 Manatee Circle, Tarpon Springs, Florida. I am a resident of Tarpon Springs. On a daily, weekly, monthly basis, you all make very difficult decisions in the best interest of Tarpon Springs. Tonight, you're being asked to make another hard decision about the future of Tarpon Springs, but you also have a unique opportunity tonight to be able to impact what is going to happen in Pinellas County and the Tampa Bay region. Voting yes for Greenlight Pinellas will ensure that our children, our grandchildren, our elderly, our veterans, our students will all have options in their choices of transportation. Nobody is asking anybody to give up their vehicle. Not once during our campaign have we discussed you parking your car in the garage and not having the opportunity to do that. What we have tried to share with you is that you are currently paying taxes that support the road system in Pinellas County and throughout the state of Florida. if we continue to go down the same path, we're going to end up with the same results. Are you happy with your ride down US 19? Are you happy with your ride down Ulmerton Road? I don't think so. I'm not. It takes me, probably about 25 or 30 minutes to drive from Tarpon Springs to Clearwater on a daily basis, a total of 11 miles. I would appreciate it if there were a few less cars on the road, and I think that this initiative will help us to go down that route. Let's send a message to our children, students, seniors, and veterans that we're interested in investing in their future. Your vote tonight is an investment in the future. If we want to retain the talent of our young professionals in our community and retain our growth levels, as well as support tourism in Tarpon Springs, a vote yes for Greenlight Pinellas is a logical decision. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Paul. I am a longtime resident of Clearwater and a longtime corporate citizen of Palm Harbor. I would first like to thank everybody, Mayor Archie and the City Council, Chief, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak tonight. This is truly democracy in action, and we appreciate your giving us a voice. Unfortunately, so many organizations across Pinellas have not given equal voice to both sides. I'm going to tell you this. I don't know how many people in the room tonight who support Greenlight Pinellas have actually lived in a place where they could take a train every day. I have. And I tell you, it was great. I spent 5 years of my life in a place where I didn't own a car. I didn't have an insurance payment. I didn't get a speeding ticket. But this is not that place. And in 70 years, this won't be that place. Now, there's a lot of community leaders here who I respect and who I call friends and who are patrons of ours at our business, and I love you to death and I respect you. But this Greenlight Pinellas plan is one of these, let's pass it so we can find out what's in it type of deals. 1 minute, the Greenlight people say everything is specifically delineated on what's going to happen, and another time you say, oh, no, it's not that, it's this. Well, the fact of the matter is nothing is concrete in the Greenlight Pinellas plan. It is absolutely a let's pass it so we can see what's in it. It's absolutely let's pass it so we can make it up as we go along. I urge everybody to use a little common sense on this. I, too, Mr. Clifford, can't stand sitting in 1 hour traffic to travel 10 miles. But the problem there is our roads and lights. I mean, we don't even have our lights timed properly. We don't have sensors in our road. We don't even have our the streets in the kind of conditions they need to be in. And we're already talking about a train to alleviate the problems with the roads. Let's fix the problems with the roads first. Let's fix the problem with the buses, and then, gee whiz, maybe we can start to address a train. But I implore you, this is not New York, it's not Chicago, it's not these places, and I don't want anybody in this room, not anybody in this council, and nobody in this room to believe a word I'm saying. I want you to go find out for yourselves. I want you to go find that the crunchy West Coast city that we know is Portland, that was so proud of its light rail, is actually reversing plans for future tracks because it's working out so terribly. Now, do people ride the train? Of course people ride the train. But do enough people ride the train for the cost of the train? This is the question. This is the question. I'm begging you, use a little common sense. I see some political people out here in the audience who are very politically active, who wag their finger at the president and say, shame on you for Obamacare, for raising our cost of living. Shame on you for this crazy health care conundrum. Shame on you guys for supporting Greenlight Pinellas. This is going to do more to raise our cost of living than Obamacare could possibly do. And I see political types out there who wag their finger at the president and are sitting here supporting Greenlight Pinellas. Greenlight Pinellas is more about crony capitalism than it is public transport, for crying out loud. If it was truly about public transport, we could put the rail line above ground at about 25% the cost that everybody here is that the PSTA is proposing, and everybody would be happier. And please, check out what I'm saying. Don't believe a word I'm saying. But it's not about public transport. It's about the land underneath the rails. And tonight's the first night that we're talking about it, but from here on out until Election Day in November, it's going to be out there. And people need to know that. It's not about public transit. Please, check the facts. Thank you so much.
If I might just interject right now, I didn't want to cut the gentleman off, but I ask this. When you're talking, I know you know people in the audience, that's great, but it doesn't do you any good because everybody in the audience is going to vote in November. The people up here are going to vote tonight. So if you would talk to us, I would appreciate it, and what it would do is eliminate anybody in the audience feeling like they need to speak back to you. So we can do that. We can conduct this in a manner that's appropriate, and all of us can go about doing what we would like to be doing as it get later at night. Thank you.
All right, well, you changed how I was going to do this. No. Well, thank you all, and thank you for voting on this tonight. My name is Joe Farrell. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for the Pinellas Realtor Organization. We represent 6,000 real estate professionals in this community. We also, a lot of times, believe we are the voice for real estate and the property owners within a community. We are a part of the National Association of Realtors, which does this nationally and employs a large amount of people to analyze issues just like this, mostly smart growth issues, but transit falls under smart growth. And after about 4 years of being involved in this process, being part of the 60,000 citizens within Pinellas County that heard about this plan and investigated this plan and through basically, from soup to nuts said, this is a good plan. This is the plan that our community as a voice has come together and pushed forward. And most importantly, this is a plan that will lower the cost for homeowners. It will lower the cost of living for the majority of our citizens in this county. And that's very important. And it's especially important because I heard one of the other speakers talk about the bubble in 2008. Our country went through a horrible economic recession based on the home ownership industry. And that showed to our community, especially Pinellas County, how important the home ownership industry is. And when people come to our community, they basically look at a couple different things when they want to buy a home. But as realtors, we're not huge fans of Zillow, but I'll go ahead and use them as an example right now. When you go for your Zestimate on Zillow, what are the three things that come up? It's the cost of the home, the property insurance, and the property taxes. And this is an opportunity for our community, especially for North County, to put a huge dent in the cost of home ownership for a lot of people that are looking to buy homes, especially first-time home buyers. I don't live in Pinellas County. I work in Pinellas County. I spend about 80, 90 hours a week here also because I don't have any beaches in Hillsborough County that are worth going to. And I hope some of my friends in Hillsborough County don't hear that. But we also don't have the same restaurants my wife likes. We don't have the dog beach that we have at Fort DeSoto. So we come over here a lot for our dogs. And what I've noticed about this county is that there are a lot of people like me, 33 years old, first-time home buyers in the last year, who go to buy a house in Pinellas County and realize for a 3-2, about 1,500, 1,700 square feet, there's better houses to build better houses to buy in Hillsborough County because you can buy houses that are made more recently, they're more up to code, they just have more of the modern amenities. And the problem here is because we're 97% built out in this community, and we don't have enough disposable income of the folks that have pre-built, already built homes to refurbish their homes. We have a large community that just lives month to month on their paychecks, and it's very difficult for them. So is there a way that we could put a little bit more money in their pocket? The taxes, lowering property tax for those folks is a great idea, to put a little bit more money into their homes and raise property values for everyone in the area. But it's even better for the families that don't need to be a two-car family if there's a transit option for one of them to be able to get to work using mass transit. Our National Association and many others have estimated anywhere from $8,500 to $9,500 a year it costs to own and operate and fuel and insure an automobile. If a family can go from 2 cars to 1, that's money that could go into their housing budget. And that is something that our community could really use. We can basically put a shot in the arm back in a lot of the homeowners in this community. And that's why I'm here on behalf, like I said, of the 6,000 real estate professionals and the Pinellas Realtor Organization, and we urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Good evening, Don Ewing. I'm a Pinellas County resident. I've been a resident of East Lake and Palm Harbor since 1983. My current address is 25400 US 19 in Clearwater. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the transitional process and the large impact of this particular initiative. This is a 40-year an initiative that's been in effect or been talked about for 40 years. Karen Seal, the county commissioner, Dad was a city commissioner back 40 years ago, tried to get a mass transit system started back in those days. Today we have a generational opportunity to create the first leg of a regional transportation system that will begin on the west coast of Clearwater, and it will work its way across the state of Florida over time, over decades. Today we have the opportunity to create a more viable transit system for Pinellas County, which will help us in several different ways. It'll provide three things: fair tax, which some folks have talked about tonight, the sunset of the property tax, the change out to a sales tax method. It'll provide transit options that Bob Clifford talked about, which folks that in various different demographics this gentleman here talked about will use it for different aspects. You may use it to go to the airport to save parking fees. You may use it to go to a game. You may use it to send your kids down on the trolleys, the Jolly Trolley system, to Clearwater Beach or Countryside Mall. So everyone will use the transit system differently. But the important fact is we have an inadequate transit system today. We need more money to provide a better transit system in the future for various different economic groups in the county. And we have two choices in front of us today. We have a choice of doing nothing, which is status quo, and we have a choice of voting for a very well-vetted, 5-year in the making, federally studied, nationally certified government agency that has provided a transit plan that you can vote on in November to provide a system to Pinellas County that is better than the one today. If you choose to vote no for some reason, then we are going to be in a status quo scenario, and we may be talking about this for decades to come. My theory is that if we can get this in place in Pinellas County, Bob Buckhorn, the mayor of Tampa, will come over here and has spoken in the last few weeks about how important it is for Pinellas to pass this so that Tampa can have the initiative to move forward to pass their transit plan in 2016. If that happens, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a regional transit system. You couple that with the Sunrail, which has been working its way from Orlando, a very highly successful, brand new transit system that was just put into place for 32 miles in the Orlando DeLand area. This will eventually connect Florida together. The rail system that somebody talked about on the East Coast will eventually connect into this rail system. It is highly probable with this leg that we start here on the west coast of Florida will work its way across the state of Florida and connect with other rail systems. That will provide us with our generations ahead, our kids, our grandkids, with a wonderful opportunity to have transit options. I urge you tonight to check the facts on the greenlightpinellas.com, which is the PSTA site, has all of the facts, all of the studies that you need to make your final decisions on this in November. I urge you to vote yes for the Greenlight Pinellas plan. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rosemary Longnecker, and I am the Executive Director for the Jolly Trolley. I live at 201 Palm Island, Southwest Clearwater. And I'm coming to you this evening because I have to share with you that the only complaints we ever hear about our North Coastal route and coming into Tarpon Springs is, why don't you run 7 days a week? Why don't you run more often? And why don't you have more capacity? This route has been so successful for us. We've been here for 4 years now. We're coming to you again and asking you to subsidize us for a 5th year before Greenlight Pinellas will take effect. I can tell you that not only are we bringing people to you from the coastal area or from Clearwater Beach, but we're also pulling in a lot of people from Pasco County. I can tell you I answer the phones a lot myself. I don't know how many people from Newport Richey and other areas call us and say, where can I pick up the trolley? I want to come over and I want to ride southbound. What's good for you is that while they're waiting for the trolley, they're coming into your shops, they're coming into your restaurants, and they're coming in and they're eating. I think the other positive thing about what we have done for you and why that I ask you to vote yes for Greenlight Pinellas to expand the service is the fact that we are educating today's generation about the value of public transportation. There's a stigma sometimes associated with public transportation that are in the eyes and the thoughts of the parents, not those of the children. And we're teaching today's children that public transportation is a viable option and something that they want to look forward to taking. So as we grow and where our roads won't suffice the vehicles that we have out there, we're educating the younger generations to saying that public transportation is right for them. It is right for the footprint. So I urge you to take a look at, even though that we are not part of PSTA, a lot of people think that we're a government agency. We are actually a non-for-profit. We are partnering with the PSTA, and we honor each other's passes just so that we can expand the amount of and the number of people who take public transportation. So I would urge you to vote for Greenlight Pinellas. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Chief, thank you for hearing us tonight. I've been waiting to figure out when would be the perfect time for me to say what I was thinking of saying tonight, and this is it, because my wife and I would not be living in Tarpon Springs at 1287 South Distant Avenue if it were not for the Jolly Trolley. We came down here over 2.5 years ago because a friend of my wife's late husband, who was killed in Vietnam, was retiring. So we came down here to go to his retirement party. He was not in good health, and we figured if we didn't come down soon, the timing might really get bad. He might not be around later. So while we're here, they tell us there's one thing we've got to do while we're here, and that's to go for a ride on the Jolly Trolley. The only problem was it didn't run that often, so we had to look it up, figure it out. But we went for a ride on the Jolly Trolley, end up in Tarpon Springs. My wife spent more money than she thought we was going to spend on a number of stores in Tarpon Springs. We had a great Greek restaurant meal, and we just thought it was incredible. We came down here with 2 cars. I grew up in Philadelphia. I also lived in Washington, D.C. I'm a fan of public transit. When I was just old enough to walk, I went out with my gramps on insurance calls. He was a very crafty old guy. He would take my brother and me out when he was visiting with somebody in their house selling life insurance. Now, who wouldn't trust an old man who brought his grandsons along, who behaved perfectly, even though they got there on the bus? He didn't drive. He hated to drive. He was a lousy driver. One story told about me was after we went out on one of the last rides with him in the car before he got rid of the car. I came back and they said, "Well, Pete, how was your ride with Gramps?" And I said, "It was fine, but how come when he drives, all the sons of bitches are on the road?" We came down here with 2 cars. We got rid of one of them because we figured we would be able to take buses to go a number of the places. So I rode the bus as a kid. I grew up in Philadelphia. One of the experiences I would like to have here, I'm a baseball fan. I grew up as a Phillies fan. Now I'm a Red Sox fan. Of course, now the Red Sox and the Rays are fighting for last place. But I hope I live long enough to be able to ride a rail down to the ball game. This is a cultural experience to ride a train with a bunch of baseball fans at the baseball game. It's also a great experience to ride a bus on a regular basis if you work. Now, I'm semi-retired, but I don't have to ride anywhere, anything to do any work that I do. I can do it on the internet. But in Philadelphia, I wouldn't want to drive into Center City, Philadelphia and pay to park. Back when that was possible, I would have to pay $300 a month to park a car. I mean, I think that's stupid. And the cost of having a car with the gasoline and the insurance and everything, so we got rid of one. It's a little less convenient. We only have 1 car, but we've saved enough money in the last 2.5 years to buy this great house in Tarpon Springs. And when we decided to buy rather than rent, we wanted to stay in Tarpon Springs because we think it's a really lovely place. In Washington, D.C., I was living there before they put in the subway. They call it something else. But the people in Georgetown didn't want to have the subway. They were wrong, and they are very sorry, because business all around the Washington metro area has improved. Georgetown business that was doing quite well, that's a lot of upscale stuff in Georgetown, they're not doing as well, and they're begging to have a subway come in there. And I know the subway is not light rail, but it is mass transit, and people use it. And it's a lot of fun. When I used to ride a bus, if you ever went to work on a regular bus at the same time every day, you sit there with the same people. You get to know these people. You read the newspapers together, and you talk about stuff.
That bell there was your time to stop.
My time is up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We
But there's
appreciate
a
it.
cultural element to mass transit that is going to make this area a more vibrant place to live. And I urge you to vote yes.
Marty Peters, 1702 Heritage Oaks Court. A lot of people tonight have been talking about either taxes or mass transit, and that's not really what you're deciding tonight, because the voters are going to decide those issues. And I don't know how the voters are going to decide. But let's say the voters decide, no, we don't want it. And you, in the meantime, tonight have decided to endorse that. Big deal. The voters have decided your vote tonight doesn't mean much of anything. That's not going to harm Tarpon Springs in any way. But what you're really looking at is having the influence for Tarpon Springs, something that the former Vice Mayor, Chris Alahousas, was talking about, the details. Because let's say the voters decide they want to pass this. Well, you want Tarpon Springs to be a player on those details. Do you really think Seminole is going to have much influence on it, on those details? They voted no. I would think that if you're really concerned about Tarpon Springs, looking out for the best interest of the people in Tarpon Springs, you'd want to endorse tonight and then let the voters decide.
Hi there, my name is Debbie Cobb. I live at 1963 Virginia Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I also own 1965, and I also own Park Avenue in Tarpon. I'm here tonight because I am a graduate of Tarpon Springs High. I graduated, and I also worked at Tarpon Springs Hospital. There's no one in this room that loves this town more than me. And the reason why I say that is my daughter's out there tonight, and she will be 6 generations here in Tarpon Springs. I was very insulted by all the people that come up from Clearwater, St. Pete, all these areas that they think are going to benefit from this. None of these people tonight told you specific general information of how it's going to benefit Tarpon Springs. I'm in North Pinellas County Regional Chamber of Commerce. We have 200 businesses there. We are probably one of only a couple of Chamber of Commerces that is publicly announcing no to this. The reason why is our Chamber of Commerce, I can tell you, did due diligence. We didn't listen to the head person at the Chamber of Commerce as individual business owners, and there's nobody who wants to come out of their house at night less than me. My son is 30. I've raised 15 other children that were not mine, that came from Tarpon Springs. My least is a 6-year-old twin daughter that's sitting back there tonight that went today for 35 minutes with me and collected from 100 people in Tarpon Springs that said they do not want this. In 35 minutes, we only had 4 no's. I'm asking you as the city commissioners to talk to your people. Don't listen that they're not giving you the facts right, because they want to twist your mind to thinking something else. I called Chicago. I didn't listen to Mr. Fisk at North Pinellas Regional. I didn't listen to Barbara, and I didn't listen to this other gentleman. I called the towns that actually had these systems, and they say they're not working. They say they were behind budget, and they say they have problems now. They have to live with something they don't want. I also noticed that Tampa, and then I thought it was interesting today because my daughter said to me, "Mom, are we doing all our homework? Are we getting the facts?" That's what I taught her to do. And from the mouth of a babe, I learned more today about finding facts. Tampa voted no. There's a reason why Tampa voted no. Also, I do find it a little offensive because I am on 4 other boards that if Mr. Archie is, and I highly respect the man, he sent children out to the sanctuary in the rec department, and we plan on doing more with the city of Tarpon Springs because we are the largest North Pinellas regional in this area, animal, children, and senior programs. Do you know that if you raise the taxes in Pinellas, it's not that far to the Pasco County line, that they're going to go over there to buy things? People are going to look for houses there. They're going to look for jobs there. You said up on stage tonight, whoever wrote your speech, that you were proud that you kept taxes low for the city of Tarpon Springs. We all saw that. If that's true, and we're doing that, why are we going to raise it? You said that tonight. You also said that there were 53 businesses that opened up in the last 2 years. And the things that we're most proudest of is the condo apartments on the Pinellas County Trail and a gun range that's getting ready to open. If I'm 6 generations of family, or my daughters are going to be the 6th generation here, the best thing I can leave them are lower taxes and people that care. I have 2 stops at 2 different sites for the PSTA. I also had, and the trolley is a marketing business that makes money. So I just want you to take a look at what's happening, because at those bus stops now, they are not full. And I've been one of those people that sat an hour in traffic to go from Nebraska Avenue just to Tarpon Springs to my home. You need to fix the problems here today, now, with the individuals that live here. And you need to be listening. And I'll gladly give this to anybody who wants it. And I'll go out tomorrow, if you would like, and help you make this decision. But this is not for you guys. This should come up in November. Don't listen to the psychobabble. Thank you, and God bless.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, or commission members, excuse me. My name is Jonathan Chambers. I live in St. Petersburg, and I'm a member of the No Tax for Tracks organization. Everybody wants an efficient bus system. We've heard it here tonight. The problem is with the Green Light Pinellas plan is 2 items. They're promoting it as a tax swap. Currently, approximately $30 million in property taxes being switched out for a 1% sales tax, which will yield $130 million. So it's not a fair deal. So you're saying, gee, suddenly we're getting an extra $100 million. Also, just because a plan has been worked on for years doesn't make it right. The problem is $100 million a year for a rail. It's not about, the way they set it up, which is a problem, is if they had set it up, well, we're going to improve bus system, but the way it's set up now, it's either give us it all, give us that extra $100 million a year, of which most is going to the rail, and oh, by the way, we'll do a little bit of bus improvement, but that's being advertised as, we're going to do all these great things with the bus, and oh, by the way, there's this thing called rail, which is $100 million a year forever. So, financial analysis says that our population density does not support regionally rail. So, my last thing is that Barb Hazelton, who's our spokesman for No Tax or Trash, could not be here this evening, and she asked me to read a letter into the records that she had sent you folks earlier today. Dear Tarpon Springs City Commission, I'm writing to encourage you in your role as a representative of the residents of Tarpon Springs to vote no on endorsing Greenlight tonight at your commission meeting. It was clear at the last meeting on July 1st, at which time I presented the No Tax for Tracks views, that the citizens were clearly in opposition to Greenlight. In fact, some citizens mistook the first presentation by Michael Crawford of the Pinellas Planning Council as a Greenlight presentation and made public comment of their opposition following his pro-Greenlight talk. I had no idea at the time that Mayor Archie is the sitting chairman of the Pinellas Planning Council, and respectfully note that now. Let voters of Pinellas and Tarpon Springs decide for themselves in November. PSTA has taken the tactic of approaching each city council and requesting an endorsement. It is my view that this is an attempt to short-circuit the democratic process by asking you to join in their agenda and influence your residents. Since PSTA staff are not elected officials, it is wrong for them to place you in this tenuous position. This is asking you to endorse a $125 million a year tax increase. Seminole voted no last week, 5-2. Fact, last week when Seminole City Commission faced the same agenda item as you face tonight, they voted no, 5-2. Reason cited, Greenlight offers not enough, if any, benefit to the city of Seminole. Seminole residents with college campus also do not support more taxes. Participating in this endorsement activity was the wrong thing to do as a governing body. One council member posed, was it even legal to spend city money and resources advocating for the referendum? Please vote no tonight on principle. Let the voters decide at the polls their decision on this issue. Thank you, Barb Hazelton, No Tax for Tracks spokesman. Thank you for your time.
I've got my cue that this is the last person.
Q. Peter Delax, 514 Ashland Avenue. I've heard a lot of things tonight, and I want to try to rebut a few different things. The lady from Jolly Trolley, everybody's successful, we know it's growing, then you should be able to subsidize that route on its own. There are a lot of empty buses, and let's be realistic. When we're driving and you're on alternate 19 or you're stuck and you're waiting behind that bus, you're not thinking about, well, if I was on that bus, I'd be getting there faster. We've had issues with transportation for years, and denying this does not necessarily stop you or set you back from going forward. A couple of things. The gentleman who mentioned about saving on his property taxes. If you really look on your property tax bill, PSTA probably takes anywhere from 20 to 35, 40, maybe if you're in a bigger house, more value, 50 or something. You can write that off on your taxes. I'm telling you, when you file your taxes, that's included. Your sales taxes you pay, you don't. And the gentleman says, oh, well, I only buy food and stuff. Well, you know what? People buy diapers, toilet paper, paper towels, and this gentleman you go get a car repair, they add sales tax on that. You can't deduct that. Now, bigger thing, and I said this before, and I'm going to say it to you again. You have a bigger economic interest in keeping the penny for Pinellas, for Tarpon Springs, than you do in having support for this transit system. Because I tell you, 17 comes and this passes and people are paying that extra penny and they can get rid of a penny, I'm sorry, it's gone. Secondly, it's not a way you can, I mentioned earlier about what's best for Tarpon and being strong. It's talked about economic interest and people developing along these properties and stuff. Well, who's going to make the money? And the developers are going to come in, buy the property, build something, gone. Maybe a few jobs behind, yeah. You can, contrary to Mr. Peters, make a political statement for Tarpon. That train is only coming up the countryside. They have long ignored Tarpon Springs. Don't think that they're going to listen to you because you agree to this resolution. When they did the MPO and PPC thing, whose seat got kicked off the MPO? Tarpon Springs. We had to share a seat then. We had a seat before. I'm telling you, there are ways you can say no and then go back. I don't know, do we still have a PSTA representative on our board? Anybody here who's the PSTA representative, or did that cycle out? Because if we do, the message should be, we want to revamp the system that we currently have, and it can be done. Not just throwing more money at this, more money. And also, you have no guarantees that they are going to get rid of the property tax. The county commission passed a resolution that they would ask the legislature to do it, but there's no guarantees, and there's no guarantees in a lot of this stuff. So protect yourself, protect the residents of Tarpon Springs. Either don't vote on it or deny it. Thank you.
Oh, you just tried. I know what was happening there. You know?
I apologize for that. Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. Seriously, I wasn't going to speak about this issue tonight, but I realized that you didn't allow for public comment for the All-American City presentation, and I can tie that in to this conversation, because one of the criteria for the All-American City presentation, I believe I read it in one of Eric's Horchy's articles in the Suncoast News, was openness of government, right? That was one of the criteria. And so I have to commend our city manager for that. I had to beat you over the head for a long time, asking you to put these agendas on the internet 2 weeks in advance. He did it 1 week in advance. Used to be just a handful of days. The reason why I bring that up is because I got a number of emails about this issue tonight, bunch of them, that had copies of this in the email. And that's fantastic. And I know there are a lot of politicians and activists in this audience here tonight. Take this back to your city, this little piece of information. Ask them why they're not posting your agendas at least 7 days in advance. We did it. Your city can do it too. Clearwater, Oldsmar, St. Pete. That's real transparency. And that's what we need in every city in this state. We need more transparency so that you can all get together, send emails out, and tell people about something like this and get organized. That's only going to happen if each city does that. Makes it very difficult when you get the agenda items just a few days in advance, and especially, Mr. Danner, I don't know when you were getting them in St. Pete, but as commissioners, wouldn't it have been nice to have more time to go over the backup material, which is a whole lot more pages than this? The city councilmen and city commissioners need more time to go over the backup material so they can come up with good questions. So once again, thanks. And I apologize for beating you up all those months about that, but it paid off. It needed to be done, and everybody in every city needs to bring this up to your commissioners so that you can follow Tarpon Springs' lead. There's been enough said on both sides of this issue, so I'm going to drop that. Thank you.
Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. Where are these cars going to park that are going to get on this transit? No one's talked about that. You have to drive there to get there if they don't pick you up from your door to catch us someplace. I don't understand, and this has been great tonight. This is why you should have work sessions for something like this instead of a regular meeting. Bring it to a work session. That's what we've been preaching about for over a year now. Listen to everybody, get your facts, then come back to a regular meeting and vote just like that. once all the discussion's over with and we're not all waiting. If you want to go get this transportation, say here in Tarpon, where are you going to park your cars? Are you going to have to provide a parking lot for this? Anybody? Where are you going to go? 100 people want to go on this transportation, 100 cars. Where are they going to go? No one has said anything about that. Do not give up our penny. We have too much riding on that penny and need in this community. I haven't been following this as close, but tonight I've learned a lot. And still, a lot of things have to come to light here in this community before you support it. Be bright, say, we have to figure out things ourselves, and one of them is going to be a big parking lot for all these cars to go. And Mayor Archie, they got you on the spot now. Let's see what you do about the voting. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, I'll close public comment. I guess since my name has been called so much, I might as well start off. And I don't know how I'm on the spot, but I guess we'll see. One of the things is that was said is that I do represent this city on Pinellas Planning Council. You know, my colleagues, you know, allowed me, I guess that was to be on there to represent the city. So to Ms. Blackman, I will not recuse myself. I don't see any reason why I should recuse myself from voting on something that affects the citizens of Tarpon Springs, because I represent the citizens of Tarpon Springs on the council. I have represented the citizens of Tarpon Springs on PSTA, if y'all want to make that be known. I am chair of the Pinellas Planning Council, either because my colleagues didn't want to do it or they thought I could serve them well. I'm not sure which, you know, but I do serve as chair. I am on the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Right now, there is the merger that will happen, and we have an agreement with Safety Harbor and Largo that we share that on a 2-year basis. But, you know, it's the irony of, you know, I guess people calling me out on some things is that, you know, I've shared with the director of PSTA on numerous occasions. I probably heard more about Greenlight Pinellas than some of you ever want to hear. And I said that, hey, listen, you know, for as me and my vote, it will hinge on not how it's good for Pinellas County, but tell me specifically how it's going to benefit the residents of Tarpon. And, you know, while I won't read the letter, I will ask that it be entered in the record what Commissioner Lapvaller sent, really looking at outlining some things. And if we can get a copy for former Mayor Protas that talks about park and ride and what they're going to do. Hopefully there is 100 cars that want to be parked somewhere and ride the bus, but it talks about that. It talks about rapid bus service, trolley services, newer regional express routes and parks and ride locations that she talked about. Enhanced flexible connector services, you know, local bus service demand responses. And, you know, so from that aspect, you know, I always look at, when I represent Tarpon, and people know that if I'm on a committee, I'm talking about how it's going to benefit the residents of Tarpon, period. So when I talk tonight, you know, and my vote tonight will show what I feel as far as my being a representative of the citizens of Tarpon. I shared with people, I don't know how much influence that I might have personally. I'm not sure how much influence that we have collectively. but I think that, you know, it's an opportunity. Everybody talk about what Seminole didn't do, but nobody wants to talk about the other cities that did. You know, and this is what sometimes bothers me, is that we have, I don't know, selective amnesia, or we see facts and we see them differently. You know, everybody that speaks up there, when they say some bad things about me, they always say they're my friend. You know what they say when you have friends like that? You know, I talked about commitment to lowering or keeping taxes at a level our families can afford, and that's still my commitment. You know, I don't back up off of that. Now, the other thing that was said, I think somebody else might have said that in the play. It wasn't me. I still kind of remember my part, and I didn't say those things. Whether it was true or not, they didn't come out of my mouth, you know. But when we look at this, and if we only looked at, some people say swapping, I guess they say even swapping or swindle. So in order for you to swap something, it has to be of equal value. I really don't even understand how that even came about. But if that's people's logic, I have no problem with it. You know, that's a great thing. But if it was an equal swap, those people that I say I look to, the people that I look to, are the people that would reason and think that if it was an equal swap, why even do it? I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to have the same amount of money that you would have from one to the other, why do it? In order to enhance transit, we would need to generate more money. You can't do more with less. I know that the economy is bad, and you know there are some employers that try to get more with less employees than the rest of it, but actually, in reality, it is not possible. So you would have to generate more dollars. And my thoughts was always one, when I talk to individuals, that, hey, listen, if we do this, how is it going to benefit people from Tarpon? And I always like when, you know, people talk about those that might have the least, you know, how it's going to affect poor people. You know, it's going to cost them more. But I guarantee you, the people that I see that's out there trying to catch the bus and they had to give another penny on the dollar for a bus to come by a little quicker, will be glad to go in their pocket and give up that penny. Because when you're waiting out there trying to get to your job and the rest of it, and people don't understand that people I have to deal with sometimes are trying to get down to P-Tech, getting up early in the morning and traveling all day long to get down there to go to class, and then they get down there and they have to travel all the way back, and they call it North Pinellas County, which is in Clearwater. I don't know how that's north, but it's just trying to get down to there. So I really don't understand the logic of how it's going to cost the people that are the poorest more, because those are the ones that can't afford a car, less known the gas, that are out there trying to navigate as far as with transit. So I don't see the fallacy. I see a lot of fallacy in using that as an example. So I just say, you know, sometimes when we sit up here, you know, the thought is always this, is that everybody in Tarpon voted for us. And I got emails, and some say vote yes, some say vote no. And I wasn't sure if I was supposed to wait until I got the last email, and whichever way that person said to vote, that's the way I should vote. But for me, it doesn't work that way. I'm going to do my own homework, then I'm going to make a decision based on what I believe is going to be in the best interest of the citizens of Tarpon. And then those citizens will let me know one way or the other whether they agree with it or they disagree with it. So I can tell you, and I tell my colleagues, that there was a lot of hesitation that I had about green light. And yes, I sit on Pinellas Planning Council and MPO and have met with the mayors and have had the director come in and talk. And I say, hey, just tell me how it's going to benefit us. If all you can tell me about is rail, if all you can tell me about the future of this county hinges upon it, that's not enough for me to support it for as the citizens of Tarpon. But because I see the immediate benefits for the citizens of Tarpon, I can support this resolution. Whether it does any good as far as influencing the people of Tarpon, I don't know. But I think that you will have an opportunity to say that, from my perspective, that I believe that Greenlight Pinellas is going to be good for this county, and especially it's going to be good for the citizens of Tarpon. And I would, like I say, I don't want to take up a lot of time in terms of reading this, in terms of the enhanced bus service and what it's going to mean to students that's trying to get out to St. Pete College and the rest. But those are the reasons that I feel that this is going to benefit the citizens of Tarpon. So with that, I'll go to Vice Mayor and around, and everybody can basically have your comments, and then we'll have a motion and we'll move from there.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd first like to thank everyone who came and who spoke this evening, as well as the people who spoke the previous 2 times that Greenlight Pinellas was on the agenda in one form or another. To me, the bottom line is having viable public transportation in Pinellas County and in Tarpon Springs matters, and our current public transportation system is simply not adequate. Greenlight Pinellas, to me, is a step in the right direction. And it's important to note that it really does not represent the huge tax increase that some people are concerned about, due in one part to the decrease in property taxes. But I think we also need to pay very close attention to who's going to pay the additional penny sales tax. My day job is a teacher. I'm a middle school teacher. I live here in Tarpon Springs, but I drive to Newport Richey every morning. When I drive to Newport Richey on US 19, there's a whole lot of traffic coming from Pasco County into Pinellas County. My drive is very easy. There aren't a lot of people on the road heading north. They're all heading south. So they're coming into Pinellas County. I don't remember his name, but the gentleman from the Realtor organization mentioned that he comes from from Hillsborough County, spends 80 to 90 hours a week here in Pinellas. These people are clogging our roads, quite frankly. We welcome them. We want them here. I think they're great. They come to our stores. They come to our restaurants. I think it's great. But they are clogging our roads, and our roads are definitely clogged. In addition to these people coming from Pasco and Hillsborough, we have people coming from all over the world to visit our sponge docks and to visit various other parts of Pinellas County. You can see them from all over the country with the different license plates, and obviously there's a lot of rental cars with Florida license plates. But these people are here, and again, we welcome them. We want them here, but they are clogging our roads. So I think it's important to note that these people are going to help pay for this tax, this penny. They're going to be paying for it when they go out to our restaurants. And I think that that's an important part of this. The bottom line to me, as I said, viable public transportation matters. We don't have it right now. We need it. This is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beth?
Thank you. Yes, I too want to thank people from both sides that have spoken about this. I think the goals of Greenlight Pinellas are very noble. We do need better transit and bus service, especially in North County. But I question whether or not having the highest sales tax in the actual in the state of Florida is the vehicle in which to do that. My biggest concern with this, and because I always go back to things when we vote on things or motions or what have you, is how are we going to pay for it? Well, all this looks glamorous and great, and I'm being serious in that, because we need better the bus service in Jolly Trolley. I don't believe that a non-sunsetting sales tax is a way to do that. We have Penny for Pinellas, which does sunset, which we have to vote every so many years. And I do believe that if Greenlight passes, and I do believe as a student of economics, the higher sales tax does have implications that people don't want to have that highest sales tax in the entire state. that Penny for Pinellas could be at great risk. And I will tell you right now, there's no other thing that has done more for Tarpon Springs than that program. The new splash park, the dog park, exercise yard, sponge dock improvements, North County Fire Station we're going to build. That's how we do most of these infrastructure projects. And I have great fear that if we pass this, just because we want better transit, which I think we all agree on. No one here says, oh yeah, our current system's fine. No, it's broke. It does need work. But the vehicle in which to do it, a 1% sales tax increase, again, bring us the highest in the entire state, that does not go away, though in competition with Penny for Pinellas, which can go away and directly affect and hurt Tarpon Springs, I don't think is viable. So it would be my goal that PSTA could find some other way, and I'm a property taxpayer here in Tarpon Springs. I've never ridden the bus once, but I happily pay that tax because we do need bus service here. But the way to improve that, I don't think, is to increase the sales tax. So that's why I'll vote no for this tonight.
Mr. Tarpon.
Thank you. I also want to thank everybody for coming and speaking tonight. It's always nice to have an auditorium full of people, and we value your opinions. I'll keep my comments brief on this issue because ultimately I feel like the voters and you, the public, will decide in November. I understand and appreciate the importance of public transportation, and I will support that to the best of my abilities moving forward in the future. I also support initiatives like this for the betterment of Pinellas County, and I believe it is a forward-thinking initiative. That said, I don't think that there is an equal benefit to the city of Tarpon Springs. When I sit up here, I look for things that benefit this community as a whole, and I don't believe that this is necessarily one of those. I think it may be beneficial to other parts of the community, or excuse me, other parts of the county. Additionally, I certainly fear the loss of Penny for Pinellas. As Commissioner Banther mentioned, that's one of our major sources for infrastructure improvements within the city, and I could list to you the projects that I'm proud to be a part of that we utilize that Penny for Pinellas money. So ultimately, I will vote no tonight, but it's up to you in November, so we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Commissioner Cyber.
Yes, I also want to thank everyone for coming, and I did listen to everyone and read a lot about this. Ultimately, it's your decision in November, and maybe what I think does not matter. I grew up overseas where I was used to very good public transportation and was just there recently and appreciate good public transportation. And as everyone said, that's definitely something we need. I, as a citizen of Tarpon Springs, feel that we would have some benefits immediately, not only benefiting our students with the SPC stops all over our county, but our senior citizens, our tourists, and it would also help our businesses. As a business owner, when Jolly Trolley started here 4 years ago, I decided to advertise and started riding Jolly Trolley just to check it out. And just enjoy the fact that I didn't have to drive to Clearwater Beach and park and pay to park and take that time and talk to people on the buses. And they love it and wanted more service. So, you know, as a business owner, I look forward to having a 7-day-a-week service with the Jolly Trolley and having those increased benefits. And as far as the rail system goes, that's quite a bit down the future. I'm not sure. I believe that Penny for Pinellas will be affected by this decision, but I will endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you. As I look to a motion, I just say this, that I apologize for not thanking you, not for coming, but for the way that you acted. I think that, you know, sometimes we have people come in and it's a passionate issue. I think it's passion on both sides of this issue as to what is best for this county as well as what is best for Tarpon Springs. So I just want to thank you all for that. But I will just say to my colleagues, and I don't mind going on record saying that I think that, you know, when we look at this tax is independent of Penny for Pinellas. I think Penny for Pinellas stands on its own right. I mean, those of us that sit up here understand exactly what has happened in this city because of Penny for Pinellas. And if that's not conveyed to the residents of Tarpon Spring as well as everywhere else that have benefited from the Penny for Pinellas, then hey, that I just cannot believe that voters, intelligent voters, will say, hey, Penny for Pinellas, all of the benefits that have been reaped throughout this county, would say, you know, we will vote and pass this, but we want to reject Penny for Pinellas. So I don't think that, you know, in my mind, that it's either or. But with that, Chair will entertain a motion.
Move for approval of the resolution.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Commissioner Banther?
No.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Yes.
Mayor Archie?
Yes. And with that, we'll take a brief break, and then we'll continue.
These peanuts are about to be opened
I did within the first 45 minutes.
Some of those earlier presentations were longer than I anticipated.
Yeah, Mark, we need to.
I'll be having that stuff.
Okay, we don't need 30 minutes on. You know, come on.
Well, except I can't control it. They're yours. Well, the shame is absolutely. Always did it.
With that,
Like, I wanted to give it, you know, music, and I heard the Kurt character, the actor playing Kurt's, you know, but I'm like, oh, this is just going too long, we can't show.
Yes, nice to meet you. Yes. Yeah, growing up, you know, Wideview. Well, he's on Riverside, I guess technically, but Wideview, yeah.
It's good information. I appreciate it.
We usually don't go this long and have so many important issues on one night, but it happens sometimes. I'm sorry.
That was a little.
But you ain't gonna talk to me. You told me you was my friend. This black man.
Okay, thank you.
This black man.
Oh, yes, you
told me
did.
you was my friend. Now you don't want to talk
Thank
to me.
you.
I'm still a card-carrying Republican.
See, I'm an independent. I'm an independent.
So
I'm
you know,
not a Republican.
Which way I go?
Okay, all right.
Hey,
That's what I was just talking about. Hey, wait a second. My party agenda without that one that I didn't, this one that I didn't put on, we'd have been done in time.
We gotta stop doing these.
I trust the mayor to vote his conscience.
I know your people.
No, those are your people.
No, your people. Number 5 was my people. That went along.
Yeah, that was the longer one. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I publicly endorse Chris Sprouls. I think he'll be a great state rep for us.
Got through the rest of the agenda for this one, but it was a resolution, so that messed me.
I understand
'Cause
that,
I wanna get through all
but he
the
is his
stuff
own man.
through
I can,
business.
for at least
Yeah,
me,
good business.
knowing him and vouching for him, he is his own man.
That's when they were talking. It's a resolution. I can't move that to last. I can't move that to last.
He is a good man. I voted for him last time. It's good to not vote party. I would never do that. I agree. Very true. Well, thank you for coming out tonight. Well, it went how I thought it would, so. Yeah. I don't think it'll pass. I don't. If it does, I'll buy my next car in Pasco County. I'll say that. Yeah. No, I'm staying here. I'll pay the tax. Taxes have consequences. I don't know about that. I just think. Yep. Well, have a good evening. Yep, it will be. Mr. Eckhouse, how are you? What are you sitting around for? I don't know if there's anything we can do. It's pretty bad. We're stuck. The state legislation, unless the attorney has some news I'm unaware of. Andy, how are you?
Let me run it. With any luck, we'll start up again in a minute here.
I see why Jay decided to miss this meeting, because he knew this one. He's been getting out at 8:30. Yep. With this second time, charter, and then this one. So that's two.
You're a retainer, right? You're not billable hours, right? Yeah, you're a retainer, aren't you?
I just told him Jay knew which meeting.
Yeah.
He was going. Jay was going to miss a meeting. He knew which.
It's gonna be late, Mark. I go to 7:30 mass in the morning. I have to get 6 hours of sleep. Okay, all right.
Not done yet.
I'm still hanging out.
She's still hanging out.
I'm here till the bitter end.
Yeah. Tell her she knew why Jay has a meeting with us for this one. All the ones that pick.
She assumed I was calling on my way home. I texted Ruth. I said, long meeting. That's it.
I told her I wouldn't be offended.
Honestly, yeah. And it's funny because I was looking out in the
I didn't eat dinner, but I had a yogurt, various sundries.
Out of the blue, take
We're gonna try to get out of here before we
all there by yourself. Like we could have had like.
They need to pick a better night.
Yeah.
Oh, we might be in this cook. Yeah, we're not.
We just never know when that's gonna happen.
Well, my parents took Olivia tonight too. So
We might have to raid this cookie.
I'm not sure.
We should have done that during the recess.
We'll see when everybody sees it.
Raid the rest of this cookie.
Michelle always says she'll go make fast food. I don't see her here tonight.
No, she's not.
I don't see her.
Face your height.
I'm coming to TBC on Thursday. Okay.
Oh, remember we got that and then the addendum, which should be fast.
Which is the
Oh, we go.
But that's
well, that's it's on now, though.
That's right. Yeah.
I had it. Oh, yeah.
No, we got.
Yeah.
We still have the short-term rent.
Oh yeah,
That's another resolution, so we can knock that out.
My latest stop gone.
Oh, I did promise to the.
I've gone to 11:30.
I would extend it.
I think my latest.
I would make it tonight.
We'll do 11:30. I don't. It's very possible. I want to try and do a midnight one. I want to see can we go to midnight.
Everybody else?
No.
Well, you know, the Walmart one went
Well, that's
in the morning.
that's a whole nother.
We used to have normal ones going to 12, 1,
It did
and
see him in
Well,
the
there's
narthex in the outer area.
You know why?
Yeah.
Bring your pajamas.
I'd kill for a sweet tea right now. I'm drinking it.
It was with Bruce, but I didn't see it.
There might be a line in the.
Happy to be back.
It wasn't one.
Tom with the camera?
No, the rest
Yes,
of it,
well,
might be gone.
back almost as bad as my first meeting.
Oh.
Might be a line in the restroom.
One's over.
It was short when I
Yeah, we got there.
One's over. and
No,
on to the
I
next
don't
one.
Everybody was still milling around talking when we hit. There you go.
Well, oh, he would take care of business. That's him. He put in his phone.
Yeah.
He
Had to call my
he had
wife.
to text home. See if he had to up in his way.
Really? You figured I was calling on the way home. I said that
Really,
first
I
time.
don't, no.
Short intermission.
I'm nervous the whole night.
I'll bring a
before
jug
I
of pumpkin
sleep.
tea.
Well,
I hate it.
Bring the ice and I'll
we'll
bring
call this meeting back to order. And the next item that we have is addendum item number 1, resolution 2014-19, authorizing the mayor to enter into a cooperation agreement with Pinellas County for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for fiscal years 2015, 16, and 17. Go ahead.
Resolution number 2014-19, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, authorizing entering into a cooperation agreement with Pinellas County, Florida, for the Community Development Block Grant Program for fiscal years 2015, 2016, and 2017, and providing for an effective date.
And just for information, this isn't one that we could provide public information early on because we got this on Friday. And as you note on here, they have to have this back August 1st, and we don't have a meeting until our next meeting is August 5th, so this had to come to you very fast. Basically, all it is a change. Obviously, this is to keep Tarpon Springs involved for the CDB grants, which obviously we want to be. There's a change, I guess, from the Department of Transportation, a clause, and I forgot what it is, but it's something about switching up funds. It was a different, a new ruling, which really has no effect on us proving it or not. So we are required, as the other people who want to get in with the county and get the advantage of the CDB grants, to authorize, I guess in this case, me to sign this agreement and keep us involved with the county on this process. So that's why you got it on short notice, and we got to get it back because the county has to have it in with all the agencies by August 1st to the feds. So.
And this is one of those things where it's actually, by doing it, will mean that we have opportunity for some dollars coming to Tarpon that could affect housing and on as far as our residents are concerned. So, with that, any public comments on this item? Any commission comments, questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Commissioner Banther,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Yes.
Mayor Archie.
Yes. Item number 16, file 14-44, 160 Reed Street, ad valorem, tax exemption for partial demolition, contributing reconstruction and renovation, CA number 13-05, previously approved application.
Before Karen gets started, I want to thank Karen Lemons. As you see her part in the next 3 items, Karen has stepped in and is helping us until we get our situation and planning in order, which I hope to have information to you real soon of the process going on. But in the meantime, Karen Lemons has really stepped in to be the point person to try to coordinate some of these things that we're going, like the next 3 items. We've also got some other of our staff, Chief Coachins involved in some other ones to try to keep everything going. So I just, as she goes, she's picked up some of these items and some items you'll see later. She kind of picked them up cold and been working on them. So I want to thank her for her work, and we'll start off with this one to
Thank
get
you,
through for us.
appreciate that. This item is for the property at 160 Reed Street. It's an ad valorem tax exemption. It's the former Old Glorious Church. The applicant has plans to renovate the property into a single-family residence. They have previously received a certificate of approval from the HPB, and they've also received HPB approval for the ad valorem tax exemption, which is provided in our Land Development Code, Section 117. The exemption is meant to be an incentive for property owners of historic buildings that are qualified to renovate, restore, and rehabilitate their properties. It provides for an exemption of city taxes for the appreciable assessed value of the improvements that they make to the structure. The reason it's coming before you is, as I said, it was already approved by HPB, but the Land Development Code has a cap of $100,000 in assessed value that can be exempted, and this property is going to be far above that. The appraised value of the property is about $75,000 right now. The construction value is about $460,000. So clearly that's well above the $100,000 cap. So the HPB and city staff is recommending that the city waive that cap and be able to provide the applicant with the full amount of taxable increased value once they renovate the property. This is a first step to this process. Once they get approval from the cap tonight, they have 2 years to do the renovations. The renovations need to be approved by our building department, that they qualify. Then there's a further step which actually would come back here to the Board of Commissioners to approve the final exemption taxes. So again, the building permit is here and it's ready to go. So if it gets approved tonight, the applicant will be able to start making the renovations. I think you all know the building. It's a very significant historical building in our city, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing it improved. Have any questions? I'll try to answer them.
Questions? I really don't have any questions, but one of the things when we have our planning staff back, that was something that was that's in our ordinance as it relates to impact fees, that you have a certain length of time. If you don't bill by that time, then it kind of goes away. That maybe we can look at for as historical properties and looking at an additional time limit, just to try to encourage applicants to keep it historical and not, lose some things. So that's something I'm hoping that we'll be able to look at sometime in the future. But is there any public comments on this item? If there are no commission comments, Chair will entertain a motion.
Move approval. Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Siebert,
Yes.
Commissioner Banther,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Yes.
Mayor Archie.
Yes. Item number 17 is Bay Shore Heights Development Agreement. You're back, Ms. Lemon?
Yeah. I just wanted to put it there. The applicant provided a new picture of the development plan, and all of you have copies of it there, so I wanted to make sure that the audience could see it. It was in the backup material, too, that was posted a week ago. This is application 1417. It's a request to approve the terms of a development agreement with Bel Air Capital Group, LLC, for the development of vacant land in the Bay Shore Heights subdivision. Just for some background, the first presentation that the group made was in March, when there was a request made to the Board of Commissioners to negotiate a development agreement, and that was approved. Since then, negotiations have been underway. There's been extensive public input into this process. In addition to the March meeting, there have been 2 public meetings that were held with the surrounding property owners to get their feedback and their input. The first was held on May 27th at the Tarpon Springs Community Center, and that was something that was hosted by the developer. The second was on June 23rd. That was at the public library, and that one was hosted by the city. Both of those meetings were very well attended by the property owners. The public provided a lot of input into the development that was incorporated into the agreement that would benefit both the city and the surrounding property owners, especially as it relates to stormwater. The terms are outlined in the attached agreement, and I believe the city manager is going to go through the terms with you. The developers are here to make a presentation about the proposal, and then to answer any questions that you might have.
To start off with, obviously, we were through this process another time with another developer, and it got turned down. There was another one that came to me and was looking at the property, but the indications were it would take a lot of city incentive money to even make them look at this property. So this is really the third one that I've been dealing with. Obviously, this is going to be developed, and it's going to be developed somehow, whether it's a way that I think is better in this method that we're doing, or it's going to be piecemeal built with different homes and different properties going along and really not having a rhyme and reason. Going into this third attempt to deal with somebody on there, probably the biggest thing in my mind was obviously from the first one, to look at the way this land was originally platted and stay as close to it as possible, because that was an important and a contention. And I realize even in the case of doing that, it does require a change of zoning, but again, it requires a change of zoning to 100A, but unlike the first plan, it adheres to the plat that was done 40 years ago that the people in charge of the city thought should be out there. So that was very important. Obviously, in that area, the next biggest concern is the stormwater, and we had to make sure whatever we did, the stormwater in that area needed to be a major issue to look at. Obviously, we wanted the ability to upgrade and them to upgrade their sewer system, so we would have the opportunity for the residents, especially along Bay Shore, and being that an area near the water and making that one of the prime areas to develop sewer, we wanted to make sure that those upgrades could occur, because it's important that that would move them to top priority later on when we're in our water and sewer planning to get sewer to them if we had the capabilities from their system to upgrade to. So that was a very important issue. And then probably the biggest thing and what went wrong the first time is we really wanted to have input from the residents. We wanted this developer on this third go-around to hear them and address them. That's why one of the first things we did in entering into this development agreement was that they needed to have a meeting with the residents. I sat in back and tried to be inconspicuous, but it didn't work, to take notes from it. But they held the first meeting to get the residents concerned. Obviously, after that, our conversation with them, try to hear and make the citizens happy on everything. And then we would go back on a second meeting where the city would run and bring them and speak to the residents again to try to address all their concerns and try to deal with that. I want to, thank the developer for doing and listening. And at this point, I want to break and have Mr. Danielson come up, because I want him to kind of go through the first part of the meeting process where he told the residents why this plan was different from the first plan that was turned down for the city, and then how he listened to the residents and what he did and what commitments he made in this development agreement that makes it a different. And in all the areas I said was my concerns, have provided a document that I think addresses all the main concerns as important, not only to me and having to bring this forward to you, but to for the citizens that have to live with the area. So I'll have you give that part right now.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor Archie, and Commissioners. My name is Bruce Danielson. I live at 36 Winston Drive, Bel Air, Florida. I am one of the principals of Bel Air Capital Group. I realize this may seem somewhat like deja vu for the Commission, because you did look at a portion of this property almost exactly a year ago when D.R. Horton brought it forward. Luckily, we've made a lot of changes to it, we made a lot of improvements to it, and we made a lot of enhancements to it. The project that went before you last year, D.R. Horton contracted with one of the property owners in the area, of which there are 14, and was negotiating for only 61 of the possible 96 lots. Big difference with our plan is that we have contracted with 10 of the 14 property owners, and we control 86 of the 96 lots in the Bay Shore Heights subdivision. The remaining 10 lots, 8 of them are on the eastern boundary or around the wetlands to the north. So in one of the properties, we can't even find an owner. It's gone into tax deed sales. It's been sold. The tax deeds have been sold for 6 years. Nobody's claiming it. Nobody wants it. It's a wetland. But anyway, we did listen to what the city had to say. We went back and looked at the meeting, the movie or the video from last year's meeting, and we listened to what everybody had to say in that. Ms. Protos wisely recommended extending West Bayshore Drive to Bayshore Drive during that meeting. Mr. Lewis, Commissioner Banther, and others were very concerned about the flooding in the area. We took that into strong consideration. Some residents were concerned about the R70A zoning, which we're not doing. Many residents were very concerned about the additional traffic on Bayshore. Basically, anybody in attendance at the meeting who lived on Bayshore was concerned about the traffic on Bayshore. And in the end, Commissioner Tarpon strongly suggested whoever did this should put together a development agreement. We listened to that, and that's what we're doing. We did meet with the citizens. As I said, we met twice, and we heard the same exact comments from the citizens when we met. And we took all of those items into consideration. Again, Ms. Protos in wanting, recommending the extension of West Bayshore to Bayshore, it is by far the better route compared to doing Lucille. We fully agree. Mr. Lewis and other residents concerned about the flooding at the meetings. We have a very good engineer on our staff. You have a very good engineer on your staff who are working together for that. And again, everybody was concerned about the traffic dumping onto Bayshore coming from this project. So what we've done, along with putting all the lot owners together, most importantly, per Commissioner Tarapani's vision, we worked closely with the city over the last 4 months, and we with all the departments of the city to really see what we could do to help the area, not just the interior lots of Bayshore Heights, but what else could be done to improve the overall picture. One of those items, we're definitely going to extend West Bayshore Drive. We want to extend West Bayshore Drive up to Bayshore. We do not want to develop Lucille. We are working with Mr. Lewis in regards to upsizing a drainage pipe that runs on his property, installing a backflow preventer, which will greatly help the flooding that currently exists at Bayshore Drive where the DeSoto intersection occurs. We've been told of the severe flooding issues that have occurred in the past. Our engineer, working with the city's engineer, have come up with some solutions that they feel will dramatically improve that situation. As requested by the residents at last year's meeting, we are not asking for the R70A zoning designation. We are requesting that the zoning be changed to R100A to allow the current plat to conform to the existing City of Tarpon Springs zoning requirements. And for a big one, the residents on Bayshore Drive were very concerned about the traffic. The traffic coming from this project, emptying onto Bayshore Drive. Originally, we had three roadways tying into Bayshore Drive. We had Lucille, we had DeSoto, and we had Cajaput. Now, one thing we changed by doing this, we've limited it down to just one roadway. The importance of this, it minimizes the traffic on Bayshore for people wanting to cut into town. Through this route, most of the residents will come down to Sunset and then hit Bayshore farther to the northeast. But also, with improving the intersection of Bayshore and DeSoto, the West Bayshore Drive does give an evacuation route when Bayshore and Sunset does flood. And communication, talking with the city, we've heard many complaints about the flooding at Sunset and Bayshore. It's nowhere close to our property. Our property has nothing to do with that site. But by improving the flooding at Bayshore and DeSoto and building West Bayshore, we do provide an evacuation route for those residents of Bayshore. And still, we are limiting the traffic coming onto Bayshore from this project. Another big area, there's 62 homes, I believe, along Bayshore Drive that are on septic service. With our subdivision, we'll be putting in a substantial lift station. We have agreed to work with the city to increase the wet well size of our lift station to handle the capacity of all 62 of those residents. According to the city, it is the first step and a very important step in being able to someday provide sewer service to those 62 residents. Our lift station will have the capacity. It'll be up to the city to tie into the lines and the residents to tie into the system. But the service will be there. We're also going to run reclaimed water from Riverside Drive into the project. Another thing, we're working with the city to slip line an old sewer pipeline adjacent to the project, which benefits strictly the residents on Riverside Drive. And if you notice the bright green line on the west side of the property, that represents a section of existing sewer line we will not be tying into, we will not be servicing, but we are agreeing to work with the city to slip line that for future, for the improvement for the city. We've also agreed to work with the city. You'll see the light blue box that totally encircles the block, which has Loquat to the north, Sunset to the south, West Bay Shore to the west, and Eunice to the east. That blue line represents a 4-inch, what is currently a 4-inch asbestos water pipe that we are going to replace with a healthier current standard 6-inch water pipe around that entire block. We also agreed to work with the city to tie our sidewalk system into the sidewalk system of Sunset by working together on the sidewalks connecting Loquat Drive to Sunset Drive along Eunice and along West Bayshore. And we have agreed to a haul route for all construction trucks that will not impact Bayshore Drive. They will be coming from Alderman to Florida to Sunset and into the property that way. Any damage caused by the trucks, we have agreed to bond out and set aside repairs for. So the main point being we definitely listened to what the residents wanted, and we've worked with the city closely to design a project that meets the residents' desires, works for the city, and at the same time works for us as a developer. In addition to the off-site improvements, part of our, all of our interior roadways will be constructed to meet the current construction specifications of the city of Tarpon Springs. All of our interior utility lines and connections will be constructed to meet the current construction specifications of the city of Tarpon Springs. All wildlife currently inhabiting the site will be property relocated as directed by the State of Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. And most importantly, all drainage facilities, as required by Florida law, will be designed and constructed to meet the strict standards of Swift mud. Our engineer, Joe Simino with WRA, is present, and he has been working closely with the city's drainage engineer, Brian Anderson of Stantec, to construct the best possible drainage facilities for this project. Both gentlemen are here tonight, so if you have any questions on drainage, or if any of the residents have any additional questions on drainage that we haven't covered thoroughly at the last 2 meetings, they are here to put those to bed. But in summary, I mean, we've listened to the city, we've listened to the residents, we've worked closely over the last 3 months to put together a quality plan that we feel really addresses all of the citizens' concerns, or all of the residents who did attend the meeting. And we have negotiated in good faith to present you with this comprehensive development agreement, which we hope you will approve tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to continue and to reiterate to some who've been at the meetings and reiterate to all what we're doing tonight, this is by far not the end of the process. What we're asking you to do tonight is approve the language that's negotiated in the agreement, to have the city put it in contractual form. Because per the rules that Tarpon has for a development agreement, we come and decide on these terms, and then it goes right back into the hopper of going to a planning and zoning meeting, public hearing, back to the Board of Commissioners, another public hearing, and besides that, they will still have to go through the process of another public meeting that'll deal with the rezoning, site plan review, and vacations of right-of-way. So this is only the first of many public meetings to have this process go through. Again, you have a lot of things to deal with at the site plan review. Obviously, there's the rezoning issue that's controversial before, but it's a rezoning to keep with the original plat. So there's plenty of planning and zoning and commission meeting. All this is is we've negotiated an agreement. We're asking for the city attorney to be able to put a contractual, and then the next step, that agreement will go to the planning and zoning board for them to weigh and give comments to the commission, and then it comes back to you for final approval. And of course, then they come for all the other things after, rezoning, site plan, vacation, or right of way. So this is only the first step of many processes and many public meetings to deal with this issue.
I just want to thank you. I don't have any questions. I appreciate your efforts and everyone's efforts in the process in terms of trying to meet the residents in the city halfway in terms of coming to this point here. We know it's still just a start in the process, but it plays a great role, I think, in assuring the residents that you're concerned about their welfare too. So I don't know if there, Commissioner Tarpon.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Danielson, for going the extra effort reviewing the footage from the D.R. Horton meeting. I think it was pretty clear in that meeting that the commission as a whole wants to see something there. I was certainly willing to try and make a deal. They wanted to execute their rights under a different format, which is fine. Without a doubt, this is a tricky site to develop, as you know.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, it is an understatement. So, I mean, the only way really to do it was through a development agreement. I think you'll also agree. I do still have some concerns, and that's only because I want this to really be the best project that it can be for the city, and I want to see the city benefit the most that it can. So some of the items that I have are items that are very important to me, and items that I'll look for as this project moves forward and whether or not I'll support it. First is something that I brought up in the meeting in the past, and that's the issue of some of these roads going through. I'm happy to see that you were able to pick up some of the additional lots. You've contracted with Mr. Vasquez to the west, and you have those lots under your control off
Yes.
of West Bay Shore?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
So I understand, this issue of the wetland here at DeSoto and in between DeSoto and Cajaput. One of my biggest concerns is the Eunice Drive extension, and you don't show that here, and that's for an obvious reason, which is you really don't own any part of Eunice Drive, and I can understand that. But to not put Eunice Drive through is a major loss to the city. It's a loss from a redevelopment standpoint of those other lots that aren't necessarily owned by you. Let me just finish. Okay. And also, I understand that you've worked diligently on the quote-unquote hole at Cajaput Way and Bayshore Drive, which is a huge wetland area. And I understand that West Bayshore is the new evacuation route, but the people in between the hole at Cajaput and Sunset will still remain trapped. And I know you've done diligent numbers and calculations to create some drainage there. And don't misunderstand me. I'm not asking you to put Eunice Drive through on your own dollar. But because we took the route and you took the route of doing a development agreement, I'd like to see the city pay for the off-site improvements there. So I'd like to see that incorporated into this development agreement, Mr. LaCouris, because I truly believe that is a benefit as a whole to see Eunice Drive go all the way through to Bayshore Drive. Additionally, you mentioned that you definitely want to push West Bayshore Drive through, but in the backup under number 3, let's see, under 3 roads, the next page, it says, if the agencies will not or cannot approve, then the developer is not obligated to make these improvements. And that's in regard to putting West Bayshore Drive through. So you're saying that you definitely want to put West Bayshore Drive through?
Correct.
Okay. And you would be willing to change that language to shall or must?
Well, and the engineers can address this better. There are some engineering concerns in regards to Swiftmud with what would be the northern end of West Bayshore. And those are the questions we don't have an answer to yet, and that has to be resolved through a meeting with Swiftmud.
Okay. Well, for the record, I would like to see, and I understand that there's concerns and your engineers have to meet with Swiftmud and everything like that. But I also know that we can kind of create more concerns that may or may not exist if it's cheaper to put through Lucille. So I'd like to see West Bay Shore go through, and I'd like to see some language to reflect that moving forward. In terms of the hookup to the pump station or lift station, which I think you mentioned, that's also cited in this backup material. Where would that be? Where would that lift station be on this preliminary site plan here?
That I do not exactly know. We can have our engineer address that.
Okay, but you said that there's 62 homes on Bayshore Drive that are currently not hooked up to sewer systems?
That was the number we were given from the city, correct?
Okay. Okay, so that was the number provided from the city. So you covered that, again, it will be an off-site improvement, but the lift station that you're going to put in will be sufficient to cover those homes when the city hooks up to that in the future?
The wet well of the lift station will be adequately sized, correct?
Okay. Okay, I'd like to know where we foresee that that being. I think those are really my comments, concerns, and things that I'd like to see in the future moving forward. Again, I appreciate your time on this. I think you definitely went about it in the right manner, all the way to meeting with the citizens and reaching out for their input. But the things that I mentioned are definitely things that I'll look forward to in order to approve this. Thank you.
May I address the Eunice Drive?
Sure, please.
Yeah, one of the big points, again, the residents of Bayshore did not want the traffic coming from this new subdivision to shortcut onto Bayshore and then head out. So by leaving Eunice Drive in its natural state, it does preserve some vegetation, but also it can be added at a later, the push through there could be added if it was so needed when whoever does those 6 or 7 lots along West Bayshore comes forward, because those lots, as they're currently platted, are substandard, and whoever does those will have to come before you guys the same way we're coming before you to address that issue. So we felt, listening to the residents, leaving Eunice out of the picture at the present time, and if it has to be added down the road, it can be added when the next pass comes through.
Sure, but it's a lot easier as long as the city is going to pay for it for when you're on site doing your developments to push the road through. We've seen what you just mentioned across on the south side of Sunset, where the roads have kind of been hodgepodge together as somebody buys a lot and wants to develop it, and it's not something that is to my standard for the city. So by putting that road through while you're already on site, as long as the city is going to pay for it, I think you'll see those lots that you mentioned that are substandard be developed faster.
Possibly, but they're extremely shallow. They don't meet any codes, and they won't even.
And just to understand from my aspect, I understand the units going through. I also stand that if you as a commission want to do that, you would have to prioritize that of all the other streets. And I can tell you, we've got a situation come up if Mr. Lindiakis comes forward and makes an improvement of us to put Spruce Street through, which will be able to connect Spruce Street to the area by the cemetery in that area there. We do not have a lot of road money. Road money is very scarce. So if you were to do that, you'd have to prioritize that as the #1 street to do. And in my mind, and if staff were to come back to you, if it's on our dime, then I can tell you that wouldn't be a priority for us. And the one gentleman who owns 6 of the 9 lots on there, there's 1 lot that they could do on Bayshore. That's something that, again, from my aspect, I prefer him to come forward and work with a deal to develop that and not utilize the scant road money we got. The #1 priority I'm going to think is putting Spruce Street through for us if Mr. Lindiakis' development goes through, so we have that connection to Jasmine. And because of our lack of road money, if you were to do this, then you'd have to prioritize that road as the #1 road we need to get through to do that money. And obviously, that's your decision too. It wouldn't be staff's or my priority, but you know, you'd have to prioritize that, and you know, could possibly, you know, again, eliminate that spruce that we're looking for. Or maybe down the road someday having to do mirrors because that project's not going to go through. So you just have to contain that money, which we have very little of. Doing L&R Boulevard is taking the next amount of money we're doing by the fire station. So I would just say we wouldn't, but of course you set the priorities on which roads to do or not. That wouldn't be ours or staff's for Eunice Drive.
Well, as we look at continuing to get additional input, I just say I don't like to tell you, you know, if you do this, you'll have my support, you know, because it's a collective effort up here. And one of them is this, is that someone have to show me why or how it's going to be beneficial to the city of Tarpon Springs to do Eunice Drive. I understand about, you know, property owners and the rest of that. But I'm talking about, and then when I hear you talk about the residents might have some concerns about it, then I'm definitely concerned. And what the city manager talked about is that we still have Mayor's Boulevard that's out there that I think most of us, hopefully, think that if it did go through, it could be a catalyst for a lot of development that's been hinged upon it but hasn't happened. So, and the other thing is that I hate to have something being done that I don't know how much it's going to cost. You know, we're not talking about how much Eunice Drive is going to cost. We're just saying, hey, put it in there. We'll pay for it. We punch it through. And I'm saying that, you know, then I'm going to start having some doubts about development agreement. You know, and the other thing is that I'm not sure. Hopefully, Commissioner Tarpon can say what the language is as far as Bay Shore, because if another agency has to approve it and they can't get the agreement from the other agency, should we still say you're going to do it anyway when you can't do it? So I'm not sure what the language is. The language says if the agencies would not or cannot approve it, then the developer is not obligated to make these improvements. I'm not sure what can happen there, and I need to have some clarification as we move forward, because we're talking about trying to take development agreement and move it into a point of having the attorneys involved so that we can sign something. So I'm not sure what the language that you would have that would be in there that would be acceptable. We definitely need to be talking about it now instead of saying, you know, make that happen and then go away and we can't make it happen. So I'm not sure what the language is that you'd like to have there.
Well,
if I'm reading it right, now I might be on the wrong page. But
sure. I mean, to me, it just seems like an opportunity for West Bay Shore to potentially not be put in. And I just thought that I would address it. I mean, to me, this is an opportunity for the commission to review the development agreement and give feedback as to things that are important to us as we move forward, and it comes back through the various different meetings that will be held in public hearings. I mean, if we look to one of the last pages of the backup, it says, recommendation, the Board of Commissioners may, 1, recommend approval of the terms of the agreement, 2, recommend approval of the terms of the agreement, comma, subject to changes discussed during the public hearing, which is this meeting. Right. So I was just giving my personal feedback on what I was seeing.
Well, and I agree with that, and I wholeheartedly, but I'm saying, what language, when we say, hey, you need to put additional language in there that's going to guarantee that's going to happen, and the language is in there says that the agencies will not approve it. If you can't get approval to put it in, what language should we have that's going to make him put it in there when he can't put it in there? That's where I'm at. Maybe you can do it, though, Mr. Dennison. You know, I'm just curious as to what language that we can put in there, because I think that all of us, at least I hope that we don't have any problem with that being put through, and I would hope that the developer is operating in good faith, that they're going to do everything they can to get that done, understanding they have to realize they have to be subject to other agencies' approval. So
hopefully you're going to give an explanation of what the problem could be up there. And again, we've got our engineer that represents the city that can answer, that can come up after theirs to confirm what they're saying and stuff about the issue that could be and the cost that could be incurred by doing it. Obviously, their obligation to put one out, the first available place to put it at is Lucille. That's the first platted road. That's really where they would be obligated to go, is at Lucille, because as you see, that's the first place for them to go out. What they've agreed to, based on the input, is to do the West Shore. But if the regulatory agencies demand, and you'll hear what they could demand or what happened to make it cost prohibited, then that's the only way they'd revert back to the first platted area, to the place to go out to there of Lucille. So I think if their engineer explains, and then you need anything from our engineer to confirm what the issue, what the real issue is of whether they can do it or not, I think that would help you.
I will let our engineer, Joe Semino from WRA, address that.
Hi, I'm Joe Semino. I'm from WRA Water Resource Associates out of Tampa, 4260 West Linebaugh Avenue, 33624. I'll just, to show that the developer is acting in good faith, I'll explain, and all of this has been coordinated with your engineer, exactly what some of the potential problems could be. It's probably easier to start with the West Bay Shore. If you look up the site plan, you'll see up on the northern end, there's a bit of a cul-de-sac that sticks out, just for reference. That's almost to the top of a very large hill. Oh, perfect. Thank you. This is almost to the top of a very large hill. Once you get slightly north of there, we are at the peak of the hill, and once you go north of there, you're going down into a bowl. So our concern is any roadway we put in that we can drain to our pond, it's a sure bet. We can get it there, we can treat it, we can attenuate it, we can make sure we match pre-post, we can make sure there's no adverse impacts from a drainage standpoint. The second you get over this ridge, any roadway infrastructure that gets put in, we can't physically drain back to our pond. We can't fight gravity, we just can't do it. And pumps aren't an option. They're not an option with Swift Mud. They, I can only assume, aren't an option with your engineering staff. So any stormwater management that would happen up here, that would treat for water quality, that would attenuate, that would make sure there's no adverse impacts, have to physically happen in that right-of-way, because that's the only land you're going to be given available to build the road. The only real thing you can do in a right-of-way is swales. Typically, you need sidewalks. So I'm really not sure where swales could go, so we would have to address that issue. Maybe a rural section. We could put swales on both sides. That's an option. The other issue is, like I said, it dips down into a hole. That is very potentially a bowl. I've looked very hard at all the existing topographic data that's available without physically going out and getting a survey, and all of it points to the fact that that's a closed basin. That triggers a whole other set of criteria. It basically means you can't release water from that bowl. You have to store the 100-year storm. And I don't know of any swales that could possibly fit in that right-of-way that could store a 100-year storm without discharging. Unless it perks very, very well, which would require geotech, which would require multiple agencies to say that that's okay. So just to show that they're acting in good faith, that's where we're coming from. We're working against gravity and stormwater criteria and protecting against adverse impacts and needing a whole heck of a lot of data to convince a whole heck of a lot of people that it's okay. So that's really what we're dealing with on West Bay Shore. And Eunice is similar. In this area here, it's high enough to drain to the pond, but once you breach through here, we're just not getting that water into our pond. I know it's right next to it, but it's a lot lower than our pond. You'd say make the pond lower. Well, we're in something called an impaired water quality basin. It basically is the state DEP, and we tried our darndest to fight it, but the state DEP has said you are physically in a drainage basin that's impaired for nutrients. What that means is we're subject to different water quality criteria, and you physically can't meet it by sinking a wet pond deep into the ground. You have to have some percolation into the ground. What that does is it limits how low we can make our pond. We actually have to have it elevated some so that water can actually perk through a dry bottom to meet our water quality requirements. Works out well because much of the site is much higher than the pond. But the second you get up into this area here, you can't physically get water up into the pond. You just can't fight gravity. So the concern here was if Eunice Drive went all the way through, we're looking at a situation where we're asking multiple agencies to say, hey, waive the water quality criteria for this section that we can't get into our pond. And that's just not a sure bet. It's not a sure bet no matter how much I want it or you want to do it or your city engineering representative wants to do it. So that's what we're up against. I don't know where else to go with it. It's something that we can coordinate with the agencies on. We have to collect a whole bunch of data for, and if it's possible, just like it says in the developer agreement, we're going to make it happen. And we've made harder situations happen, but a lot of things need to fall in line for it to happen. So.
And I like Brian Anderson, if you'd come up from, again, he's representing the city on this, and I'll let him give you his aspect of this.
Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm with Stantec Consulting. I'm a stormwater consultant for the city. Basically, everything that Joe has outlined is correct. The area in this location right here where it makes that turn is in a closed basin. Based on the topo that I've seen, it's the 1-foot contour LiDAR data from Pinellas County. And they would be subject to additional criteria, stormwater criteria with respect to the 100-year. Not only as far as treatment is concerned with the basin, but any impacts that they would show with the fill attributed to the roadway that they would have to mitigate for that. So it is up to the permitting agencies that they can collect the data, show that it can work, and then SwiftMud will approve it as long as all the engineering is straight. As far as the water quality is concerned, it is, Joe nailed it. It's dictated by the state. It's an impaired water body. The basin the pond needs to be a dry pond in order to have the removal efficiencies to show that there's a net improvement to Kramer Bayou. And that's why the pond needs to be up elevated above the seasonal high so the infiltration will actually occur and the treatment occurs.
I don't know if y'all have any questions or comments.
I have an unrelated question.
Yeah.
Sorry to change the subject off of that. On sidewalks, it says sidewalks external to development shall be provided on both sides of Eunice Drive and West Bayshore Drive to connect, blah, blah, blah. There's no mention of sidewalks that would be internal to the development. I'm wondering if you could comment on the sidewalk situation.
Yeah, all of the roadways that we would be installing internal to the project would have sidewalks on both sides of the road.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to thank this developer for doing this route first. It definitely helps to get the citizen input, and I appreciate the different steps you've taken. And my only advice is that, if at all possible, to do West Bayshore Drive as you're outlining here. And I understand that there's environmental issues or you just cannot do it. I understand that, but if at all humanly possible, I would like that done. Just out of curiosity, will these be are these private roads that people can drive through them? There's no prohibitive.
No, they're public roads.
Okay, all right. And so I think this, because if West Bayshore Drive did go all of the way through, first off, I think if this all happens, I'm hoping that the flooding, like you said, though some of the flood spots aren't under your purview, they would improve by nature of this project. But also, if we do have bad flooding there again, if West Bayshore Drive does go all the way through, it gives residents a different exit point. As in right now, they're basically stuck. So I would just ask that you go that route, and just thank you again. And this shows that we don't have to take, the first thing that always comes to us for land that's scarce, and for property this size, in the sense of hills area where I grew up. There's not much land left, and I'm glad that we're taking these steps to ensure that it's developed properly. Thank you.
Brian, could I have you talk a little bit about what we're trying to do to alleviate the double block system of the road? Obviously, we know Sunset and Bayshore floods. That's a tidal flooding. That's problematic with the tide and stuff, but could you tell what we're doing up the other end to try to alleviate where that low spot and the piping was talked about from, again, the city's aspect of what they're doing to improve that and try to stop that flooding up on that end of Bayshore?
Sure. As it stands today, the existing conditions, the water sheet flows off this site to this existing wetland here. Once that wetland is connected to the bay physically by a pipe that goes under the road, under Bay Shore, in front of this, the residence with the blue roof there, and then goes out a pipe in between these two homes here into Kramer Bayou. Joe's analysis has shown that even for, I believe, the 10-year event and the 25-year event and larger, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, the roadway will overtop just from the wetland itself. There's the pipe is just undersized for the amount of water that is conveyed to the wetland. Therefore, the sheet flows over the pond, over the road, and into the bayou. With the improvements that are being proposed, we're looking at improving the size of that pipe, which will allow more water to move through that system, which will eliminate the flooding that's occurring on the road for the 25-year event and lesser events, which are more frequent events than the 100-year event, so to speak. The 100-year event it's not, one in every 100 years a storm occurs. It's a 1 in 100 chance that event occurs in any given year. So for the 25-year event and the 10-year event, there's a higher risk of that event occurring. These improvements are going to show that those risks are going to be eliminated by increasing the size of that pipe, and therefore eliminating or thus reducing the flooding that occurs on Bay Shore at that low point. One of the other things that they're going to be looking at to do is on that pipe itself is look at adding a proprietary piece of it's basically a backflow preventer or a valve that will prevent the tides from coming up into the stormwater system and flooding the roadway. I'm sure all these residents who live out there know on a north wind and a high tide during the winter, water's coming out of those inlets just on a natural condition. Well, that valve will prevent that water from backing up into the storm sewer systems and eventually into the road. So not only does it, where they're increasing the size of the pipe to eliminate the flooding there on Bay Shore, but they're also going to be pretty much eliminating the flooding that's occurring naturally just from high tide conditions.
So this will, in theory, help flooding in the area.
Excuse
So
me?
this will help flooding in the area for
Most
those.
definitely.
Yeah, there's conditions you can't control, obviously.
That's
but
correct.
yes,
I mean,
exactly.
the other benefit that occurs from that is that I have to go back to is the EMS situation. If the EMS is going through here at a time when there's a large storm event and a high tide, that fire truck or emergency vehicle may not want to go drive through that road. And so with these proposed improvements, that condition would be improved and better access for EMS and residents.
No, sir. Any comment?
No comments. Thank you very much.
Any public comments on this item?
Anita Protus, 901 Bay Shore Drive. First of all, Mr. Donaldson and I got off on the wrong foot at the first meeting. I have all the faith and confidence now at the beginning what you said, but I'm losing a little bit right now. And I want to thank Commissioner Tarpon for bringing up that paragraph. If the agencies will not or cannot approve, then the developer is obligated to make these improvements. If these conditions cannot be met, then the default roadway alignment connection to Bay Shore Drive should be Lucille. What happened to mitigation? I'm not an engineer, I'm not a developer, but I have sat up there in your seat for almost 25 years, and we talked about mitigation with developments. And the reason, Mayor, we did not want Lucille Drive is because it comes out on top of a hill, which is going to cause head-on collisions as they pull out of the road, and it also affects Eddie Hoffman's property and his ex-wife's property next door. Their front yards and their side drives are going to go. because you can't pull out in a safe manner there. That's why we asked for West Bay Shore Drive to come through there, which was the first platted road on the plat years ago, and I know that for a fact. And when I asked the city manager at the last meeting about Eunice Drive, he says, oh, don't worry, the city has money, you said it, we can put it through. Well, you're in the driver's seat now. When we used to have these agreements, we don't do it anymore, but we used to get money for recreation, the library, the fire department, the police department to help us because the impacts come into the city. More people, more children. We used to negotiate. Times have changed. Eunice Drive is important, Mayor Archie, because when you go down the hill from my house and the gentleman is sitting in the back, his house floods, the whole street floods, then you go up the hill to the corner of Sunset and Bayshore, and it floods. Those people have no way out. You have an emergency, you can't get there to pick up these citizens. Now is the time to work with Eunice to get it through for a safety factor for these citizens while this is going on, which you are responsible for. Also, I was told at the meeting the last time, I said, what do you do about the gopher turtles? You only have to take out so many, the others get buried. I don't like that, so I've called the environmental agencies about it. I can tell you, from that last meeting to Sunday, there have been 15 baby gophers crossing the street back and forth. I worry about those beautiful turtles. I don't give a crap about the rattlesnakes. There's a lot of them, big ones. And they're going to be coming in our yards as soon as they start preparing the property. And I also know that you can do these things when the engineer says if you hit problems and they won't let you go environmentally. Well, look what the city let them do and environmental people let them do down where the old the Bay grocery store was, and now it's Winn-Dixie. They filled in that swamp, and they killed all the estuaries where the little crabs and the little shells and little fish were that went to the bayou. It's gone. So you want to talk about environmental issues and what was destroyed? Go look at that. But nobody fussed about that because that was a shopping center coming into Tarpon. So don't stand here and say environmental issues may say you can't put West Bay Shore through. There are ways that developers can do it, and I'm not stupid, and I know you aren't stupid, and you know I'm right that you can do it. And that's a very important thing that you have to say, you're going to put in West Bay Shore, and now is the time to open Eunice. For the safety factor for people. Yes, I know, you always make me in here in 10 minutes, and you let everybody else go tonight. But it's very, very important, board members,
just wrap up,
that
that's
you,
all I'm
I
asking.
am, if you will let me finish, please. That paragraph is bad, city manager, and I feel that I'm going to get pushed with Lucille Drive going through. I do not feel confident tonight. You have to change those words. Lucille Drive should not go through for the safety factor of head-on collisions and automobiles and taking out people's yards for development. We should not have to suffer that. And West Bay Shore needs to go through. That was the first platted road in that area on the plats. And I want to see that taken out. And thank you, Commissioner Tarpon, for bringing that up. And I don't know what you're going to tell me about moving the gopher turtles, but when I was told they're buried, I don't like that either. That's environmental.
Good evening. I'm Paul Robinson. My wife and I live at 948 Bayshore Drive. We have several reservations about the new proposal, although it's considerably better than what we looked at a year ago, and the process that has been followed is considerably better, and we appreciate it. But I'm going to restrict my comments tonight to the stormwater management facility that's proposed, or SMF, if you will. Brian Anderson was kind enough and considerate enough to meet with Johnny Hoffman and me 2 weeks ago to talk about this. He's convinced that the dry pond, or a detention pond, some people refer to that as a retention pond, it's neither here nor there, a dry pond will do the best job at removing nitrogen and phosphorus and controlling water volume. And I'm equally convinced that it will not. But I'm a physician, I'm not an engineer, so what do I know? Well, as it turns out, there is an engineer in our family who is a water resources engineer. He was born and grew up here. So I ran it by him. And what he said was that what's been proposed is not state-of-the-art 2014. That best water quality. And my concern is not just nitrogen, phosphorus, and water volume. My concern is also coliform bacteria. My concern is also protozoan, parasites, etc., and pesticides and herbicides and heavy metals and petroleum distillates that come off new housing developments. What our engineer says in the family is the top of the line SMF incorporates both rate control and water quality treatment. This is done with a splitter or diverter, which diverts the first 1 inch of stormwater runoff into a wet treatment system. And a wet treatment system has advantages over a dry system because it allows aquatic plants, etc., to break down biological pathogens. A wet system holds water for an indeterminate period of time. A dry system, no, 24 to 72 hours max. Let me just add that commercial dog and cat food doesn't break down very fast. And if you want to get rid of the toxoplasmosis and the cryptosporidium and the coliform bacteria in it, it needs to be broken down in a wet system. The first inch of runoff contains 90% of the pollutants. Why not do it that way? Why not do best management practices? Just one other thing I'm going to say. There is another issue here, and the issue is appearance. If you look at the dark blue lines on the map, that's where the dry pond will be. And as you look at it right now, it looks nice and leafy green, and that's not what's being proposed here. What's being proposed is a field with a depression in the middle, which will have only turf grass. It's going to be 400 feet wide by 500 feet long. And if I may read one thing from an Environmental Protection Agency document, although wet ponds can increase property values, dry ponds can actually detract from the value of the home. I would suggest that you postpone, that you table this and take another look at the proposal for the stormwater management facility. Thank you for your time.
Because we're getting close to the hour of 11, we need to have a motion to continue. Or not.
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Commissioner Banther,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Yes.
Mayor Archie?
Yes. Any other public comment?
She's back.
Thank you. I'm Lucy Ann Robinson, 948 Bayshore Drive. I very much appreciate the process that's been followed, the community meetings, the willingness of the developer and the city staff to listen to all of our concerns. And as you've heard tonight, a lot of them have been incorporated into the plan. That's great news. There are some issues in the agreement that raise questions. Some of them Mr. Danielson addressed tonight. The lift station in particular, and the number of houses, properties on Bay Shore that could be become sewer served by them. That's in the agreement under D 11. I would like to urge you to request specific language about the lift station and the number of properties that would in fact be served by it. On the roadways, West Bay Shore has been beaten to death. I would just like to add my support for that option. I'm very glad to see language on the archaeological survey. I would also like to see language on environmental impacts surveys and statements. We know there's a significant gopher tortoise population there. I, for one, envy them tonight because they're fast asleep in their holes, but I think that needs to be addressed. At our first community meeting, Mr. Danielson's colleague told us that from the air, this is the only major green space in North Pinellas that is not a public park. That's pretty special. We heard at the beginning of the meeting a whole series of very special things about Tarpon Springs, its art community, its resources. This is equally important. We know that property will be developed. The proposal takes us from that very biologically diverse plat to a fairly thickly settled subdivision with a 4-acre grass desert in the pond. I think we can do better. I ask you to slow down. Let's look at an alternative for that pond that incorporates native aquatic plants, organic environments that will cleanse the runoff, and let's think about requesting a major use of Florida native plants throughout the subdivision. This could be a poster child, could put Tarpon Springs on the map in another new and important way. It's a wonderful city. Let's use this last remaining resource in the very best way we can. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comments, I just asked the developer some of the things that was talked about as far as the wet treatment, you know, your thoughts about that, or what Ms. Robertson talked about in terms of incorporating some of the things that she suggested into the development agreement.
I'm sorry, Mayor, say that again?
The things that she suggested as far as incorporating into the development agreement, for as the Florida plants and some other things.
Probably the first thing we should address is that water quality. That,
Wet
you know,
water system.
that talk that came up in the meeting, the dry, the wet, and I think, you know, Brian Anderson
Well, that
from
was
us can go
that was
first.
his.
Yeah,
I will let the experts address that one.
yeah.
I'd like to address a couple items that were mentioned. There was a mention that Bay Shore, would have environmental impacts, the extension up to the north. There would be no environmental impacts associated with that improvement. It would be strictly engineering impacts. So there's really no environmental issues surrounding the extension of Bay Shore, the north extension. Mr. Robinson mentioned pesticides and oils and, wet treatment and wet ponds. One thing he failed to mention was that wet treatment facilities can only provide a removal efficiency of up to 42% for the nutrients of concern of Kramer Bayou, and that's phosphorus. So in order to achieve the removal efficiency that's required by SwiftMud, by law, is a dry facility that's going to get that removal efficiency up to about 96%, which probably is what Joe's engineering team is looking at in order to meet the net improvements of the water quality criteria that they are faced with. Furthermore, with the wet systems, They also promote a lot of insects. They promote a lot of growth. I'm not a biologist or a doctor, but I know a lot of things grow in wet systems. They don't grow in dry systems. As far as the gopher tortoises are concerned, there is no take of gopher tortoises any longer. You cannot just bulldoze them. You can't pay for them. You have to actually pay to relocate those. So all the gopher tortoises out there, there'll be a 100% survey right before construction by a licensed biologist that goes out there and maps every burrow on that site with a GPS point. And then those turtles are physically removed and relocated to a mitigation property that's approved by the state. That's all I've got.
If I could just add one more, I think the developer would want nothing more than to make that big wet pond with a fountain in it. One, it would look better. One, it would be better for property values directly around it. But most importantly, from an economic standpoint to you, you can dig it to China and get all that fill to use for the lots. So you have every incentive possible to make that a wet pond, but you physically can't get a permit with it as a wet pond and meet the water quality requirements that Swift Mud has put upon you. You wouldn't get a permit. In fact, the analysis that we're doing that Brian mentioned, we're using a spreadsheet, a calculation, a tool that Swift Mud provided to us and said it's based on the most extensive analysis of wet and dry ponds in the state of Florida that they've based their requirements on. And they say, use these numbers, you get a permit if you can make this work. And the only way to physically make it work is with a dry pond. And that hurts you on fill, you don't get a fountain, and that's not your decision. Finding out that you're in an impaired water quality basin it's nothing that a developer wants to hear. It creates a lot of things that they don't want to do, like putting a dry pond there. One thing about this dry pond that I think I can address the big open green field, there's a very good portion of it that the bottom elevation that the pond needs to be is very similar to what the existing elevation is out there now. You need to probably get a little bit through the permitting process to confirm that this is 100% a sure bet, but there's a very good chance that a good portion of those trees you see there can actually stay there in the bottom of that pond because they are already at the right elevation. As far as aquatics and native Florida plants, that whole green area, that whole wetland area there is infested with Brazilian peppers. There's mangroves in there, which is good, but it's infested with exotic Brazilian peppers. They're going to most likely be required to clean that up. And I mean, it's up to you, but that could be something that you could think about putting in as your conditions, but it's pretty common to be required to clean that up. If this was in Pinellas County jurisdiction, that would be the first condition of your permit. You would basically rip out all those exotics, you'd treat them with Garlon, you'd be on a maintenance program to make sure that they potentially don't come back. It's pretty standard policy. That would let the mangroves and all the other native species in there thrive. So again, Bruce isn't saying, give me a dry pond, I really want a dry pond. Swift Mud's saying, you're not getting a permit unless you get a dry pond. And we have an opportunity to keep potentially some of that upland vegetation in there now. And then the wetlands right there, they can be enhanced. You can let the mangroves and native species thrive and get the exotics out of there. That's actually pretty standard operating procedures. So.
May I make a final comment? I think the engineer said it best. I mean, Joe insists he's from the best company in the area. Brian insists he's from the best engineering firm in the area. So between the two of them, we've got the best engineering firms in the area working on this project. We're confident what they are proposing and what we are supporting is the best answer for the area. We do fully support the native species. That would not be an issue. We support cleaning up the wetlands. That would not be an issue. I mean, we are truly trying to put together a quality project. We've been working on it for 4 months with the staff. We've listened to the residents. It's obvious we've listened to the residents because I believe a year ago there were about 18 residents that came and spoke in opposition against this thing, and tonight we're at 3. So it's obvious that the meetings that we've held with the residents have been beneficial. We've honored what we've said we're going to do. Our full intention is to put in West Bay Shore. We'll let the experts figure out how to get it done if possible. The big problem there is feasibility. There's nowhere to take the water. If any of the landowners in that immediate area have extra land we could use for ponding, that may be an option. But there is nowhere to take the water up there. But they think they can work through it. We're going to try to work through it, but it's not in our control. But our goal is to do a quality project. Our goal is to do this project. Our goal is to come to an agreement tonight and move forward on this so we can keep this rolling, because there is still a long, long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. The only thing I would ask is that some of the things that was mentioned as far as what the requirements are for as dry, wet, if you could make that information available to the city, then it would be available to the Robesons in terms of, being able to know where you're coming from, because it can't be done. If you could do that, I definitely would appreciate it.
No problem.
The other thing is, I say to my great friend, former mayors, I don't have any dog in the fight for as Eunice Drive, the rest of it, but from a cost-effective measure as far as putting a street in, I think that, having a east-west evacuation route to US 19 and Mears would be more important to the overall residents of this city. And I think that those are the things that we have to make a consideration when we look at what roads should go through and what roads shouldn't go through. So I don't have any hidden motive or purpose, but I say if we're going to put that through, I like to know what the cost is, and it's going to be cost effective, and then we're going to weigh it against all the other streets that we have that's out there, But with that, I don't know if there's any other questions that we have, there any other changes that you'd like to have to the development agreement, any time that you need to look at some things. Vice Mayor?
Thank you very much. A couple items I just wanted to address that hopefully could be added to the actual development agreement. I think Mrs. Robinson mentioned the lift station, or maybe Mr. Robinson. The lift station wet well shall be enlarged to include any homes on septic that could be served in the area. I wonder if we could tighten up the language on that, either define the geographic area or define the capacity. Is that something that could be added to the
We could get
development
Ray
agreement?
Page to get that language to the attorney. Again, we're authorizing the attorney to put this in a formal process, again, to come to planning and zoning and back to you. So we can get I'm sure you agree to tighten up that language better.
There's actually a map that illustrates each home,
Yeah.
which we had as when we're working through the agreement, which could easily be attached as an addendum or as an item.
Yes, we can
refer
very
to
well
that.
get the attorney.
No problem to specify that.
As part of the actual development agreement, I think it would be useful to have language related to gopher tortoises and any endangered species.
I
Yeah,
don't think
w-
that would
again,
be a problem to.
We have to abide by whatever the state of Florida Wildlife Commission says, so.
I understand that.
Not an
I'm
issue.
aware of that, but it'd be useful to have it as part of the development agreement. And related to that, also the removal of any exotic species. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. And going back to you, I'm amenable to any language that would be in there that would make West Bay Shore first, foremost. I'm not against that. I'm just asking what language should we put in there that, that would be acceptable. So, with you, Commissioner Tarpon.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I would have to defer to the attorney for that language. At this point, I'm ready to recommend approval of the terms, subject to the changes that were mentioned by myself, Commissioner Larson, and anybody else on the board. In terms of Eunice Drive, Mr. LaForest, if you could at least have some options available to us in terms of whether to put the road through, we do a special assessment to some of the property owners on there, or that have lots there, or the city does it themselves, or not ourselves, but with the actual developer and let them permit and everything like that. I'd like to know what our options are. As I mentioned, I think that's something that I feel strongly about. So I move to approve, subject to the changes discussed this evening.
Second.
Just need to make sure what exactly those we've heard the three here. What are those other, aside from these three, I need to know what those changes are.
Mr. Mayor.
And we can, I mean, I'm not sure, and that you have to enlighten me as to whether you're saying the development agreement needs to have some language as it relates to Munis Drive, or are you saying that you like to have some information as far as the options that could happen as far as you described? Because as I said, I don't want to be tied to Munis Drive when I believe that there are other cities that streets that we should evaluate in terms of which is going to be more important to the citizens of Tarpon, besides just saying it's Eunice Drive. So I just need some, and I think the city manager, everybody needs some language for it, what needs to go in the development agreement.
Okay, I'm willing to clarify. And let me just mention something in terms of Mears Boulevard and the Lindiakis project. Obviously, Mears Boulevard is important as an extension east-west to US 19, but do we know what the status of that project is? Do we know where we are legally with the developer of that project and the lawsuit between them and the city and the hospital? And the only reason I say that, I'm not even really looking for an answer, Mr. LaCourse, is because that could be years, okay? And this is a project in the now. And I think we also know with Mr. Lindiakis' projects that they can also go back and forth and shuffled around and maybe happen, maybe not, because we've seen that for years now. So for me, this is a project in the now, and those are projects in the future. So for me, clarifying Eunice Drive, I'd like to see language within the development agreement that says that there will be some form of a cost share or a proportionate share and an off-site improvement where the city's willing to give some money for the developer to permit and put that road through.
Okay, and again, that would be language I'd have problems with.
And I can tell you right now, while I think this is a good agreement, and I think that we're moving ahead for it going forward, but I can tell you, I can't support that language. And the reason I can't support the language is just what I said. We haven't done any type of analysis for us, any streets that we're talking about, and now we have one that nobody can tell me, including you, what's going to be the impact for the citizens of Tarpon Springs as far as the benefits of it. But we would go ahead and put that through no matter what the cost is, because now at the time, I don't quite see that as, a good decision, at least for me, with no information about no cost, no impact. It's good time, we got a developer, let's put it through. I can't support that type of language that's going to be placed in the development agreement.
Well, again, the one thing to understand is, obviously, we may save some money, and I'm sure, the developer may agree if we pay all the costs to do it. We may pay, I'm not sure how much money we'll save. I mean, if you want to put Eunice Drive through and we do it ourselves, obviously, they've had people mobilized to do streets, and we may save something, but again, we don't know what issues we're going to run into, wetlands, so are we really going to save if it's your decision down the road and you're looking at if the Lindiakis thing, which they say they're ready to come forward, which is why I said before Mears, Spruce Street would be the next place that we need to find money, and I don't think we have money now. The connection of Jasmine to US 19 for that route out, if something happens on Keystone, I would say is far, now that's coming forward, but again, it's been changed to come around, but he's ready to come forward. So Spruce would be over Mears now. Supposedly we're on another 60-day extension to hopefully have the settlement of the hospital, and the Mears maybe will know something. But to me, the immediate concern is Spruce and being able to fund Spruce. And again, we can do this, I mean, we'll save some, but I'm not sure we save a whole lot by having them doing it under us or us going out to bid and doing it ourselves once we know all the costs. And again, roads are one thing, but those wetlands and the stormwater and stuff was just the priority in the negotiation over that road for me. But I'm not sure we'd save that much if we want in 6 months decide that that's the #1 priority to do, and we do Eunice ourselves. That I don't know how much money we'd save by tying it here, and there's just too many factors in this development, too many hurdles they have to do for me to even tie units there. I'd almost rather spend a little bit of extra money if we're gonna do it separate, than to tie it when they got all these factors in here, up there at West Bay Shore. There's just too many factors to add another clause and some problems to this. If we're gonna do it, we just, as a city, would decide to do it ourselves, because that's the #1 road priority of all the road priorities. And I don't really think we're gonna save a whole lot. We'd save some. They're mobilized, but going out to bid, we might do it to equal price. So I'd rather go at the individual route that we were gonna do it if we decide to, than having another thing tied up with this very difficult process to develop.
And forgive, just because I second it, and forgive me because it's late, and I'm not a developer by any means, but if we did, go with that kind of language for units drive, could language be put in that gives us the same protections if we can't do it as they're doing for West Bay Shore? I mean, it's not saying do or die, put units drive in, but if we put that in the agreement, have the same kind of stipulations that they have for West Bay Shore going through, where we're not, locking ourselves and them into it, but it at least puts it on the table.
It's a great point.
I mean, again, it's late, and I'm not a developer, so I might make a damn bit of sense, but it just, we're doing that for West Bay Shore. If we can save a little bit of money and do units while we're at the project, because, I question whether or not it'll really get done if we don't do it in this agreement. I'm not married to that, but because I seconded the motion, I'm just trying to give that advice.
Well, I just say, and I don't know how to say it any clearer, is that I have not heard anything to say, why would we want to expend dollars and lock ourselves into doing this? For what reason? Besides, we got somebody out there now, let's put the road through. That, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense, but, if you have the motion, you have a second, you want to stay with yours, then, we have a motion. I mean,
Could we leave it in general terms in the sense that Commissioner Banther said that we have some language that doesn't necessarily tie our hands that we have to put Eunice Drive through, but we could at least explore the possibilities of doing it and see what the costs are associated with that, with the help of taking advantage of the economies of scale with the developer there?
I'm not sure what that looked at. Like, if you
Well,
ask
would
me-
that be untraditional to put that in there?
To me, it would be, but that's just
Well,
me.
what about the attorney? Do you have any? I mean,
I think that essentially you're going to be doing engineering studies out there anyway, and, to have the data to back it up at this point in time, could be worked potentially into this agreement, and so could the language that you were looking at.
Sounds
well
good.
then,
And if the maker of the motion wanted to amend it to that, to include that type of language, I would request that you clarify that.
Didn't you just do that?
But you're the original
Right, okay,
motion
so I
maker.
amend my
Yeah.
motion to incorporate what you just said.
All right.
I
And
still keep
Vice
this.
Mayor Larson, could you repeat what you wanted included?
I wanted more specific information regarding the lift station capacity, information regarding endangered species included in development agreement, which would simply say that they have to abide by the rules and regulations that are already in place. Also, information regarding removal of exotic species, which again, I believe would already be them abiding by rules that are already in place anyway. But I'd like, at this point, if I could, to see clarification on exactly what the motion is, particularly in regards to whatever language was just added related to Eunice.
So the motion is to approve the terms, subject to the points that were discussed that you just incorporated, as well as looking at some language to incorporate studying the development costs of putting Eunice Drive through.
Simply studying the cost of putting it through.
Yeah. I mean, is that not what,
The cost or feasibility?
cost and feasibility?
Okay.
But who is gonna, isn't that something
We could just do that on our own without it being in the development agreement.
that's what I.
But the attorney mentioned that they're going to be out there already.
I mean, my understanding is that they're doing topography studies and studies of the elevation and everything, from drainage to the permeability of the soil. And that's all stuff you're gonna have to do to extend that and get your permits anyway, so.
I'm just saying you're allowing the expenditure of money, whatever money, I imagine the city would have to pay the money to start doing a study on units. We're looking at feasibility, we gotta hire, you have to expend money if you're looking at a feasibility and stuff of a road, and that, again, I just don't see it.
And I just need some clarification, because I'm ready to vote, but is that, who's gonna do that? Who's gonna pay for it? Are we saying the developer, we want you to expend your money to do this study for us? Who's
The
gonna
point
do
of
it?
putting it in the language of the development agreement is so we could find out if we have funds, like you said, to put the road through or what it would cost, since essentially we're gonna be paying for the off-site improvements. That's what I've said. So we, the city, will find out what the cost could be, right? Or if we have money to do so in terms of prioritizing that. And if we do have money to do that, it will be in the development agreement so we can pay for them to do that.
So you're talking about us paying for the feasibility study, the city?
Yeah, the feasibility study could simply be, Mr. LaCourse, do we have money to do it? What is the order of prioritization? Yeah, okay, we can do it.
See, I just don't.
I don't know how you do that without going out and being able to do something with the road. I don't know how you figure out how much it's gonna cost. I don't know, it seemed like you would have to do something out there in terms of, to try to get an accurate figure. And I'm just trying to figure out, are we saying to the city manager, expend some dollars to go out there and figure out how much it's gonna cost? Or are we saying to the developer, you put that in there and you figure out how much it's gonna cost, and what, we're gonna reimburse them? I'm not sure, I don't see why it needs to be in the development agreement if all we're asking for is, some type of cost. We could sit down at some point in time and try to figure out, because I still don't know why we need to do it.
That's fine with me. I can bring that back up at a later date when they come back before us to talk about approvals. I have no problem with that.
And in the meantime, I can look at what kind of estimates we can give on the not spending money if you wanted to do that for that road. Hopefully we'll have some clarification if the spruce thing is going to the next planning and zoning or not. I can have some of that issue done too. I'm just saying if we could do it, we may save some money, but to tie it into this with all this stuff, I mean, if we're gonna do it and there's 3 votes to do it, we'll do it. But, again, it's got to do a study to look, we'd have to look at the impacts of the stormwater, how we'd affect the stormwater. I mean, you're talking about expenditure, some money. If it's decided that Eunice, at approximate cost of this, here's what it's gonna cost for the survey, here's what it's gonna start for him to do a stormwater analysis, our people I'm talking about, and all this, here's what the approximate cost of road to construction, and here may be some hurdles, and this may add this cost for a general cost of this. I can do that for you, outside that, but I just don't like it tied into this development agreement.
It's fine by me.
So, right now you got it, Madam Clerk?
Let me just clarify. So we're going back to approve the development agreement with the language as stated by Commissioner Larson to be added. That's it, correct?
Sure.
I have 3 specific things. I don't know if you have more. I have the removal of the exotic species, the lift station capacity, and the gopher tortoises, is that correct?
And any endangered species.
And any endangered species.
That's what I
Going
have.
back, the other thing I can look at, and I think I was told no before, and that's my trepidation for this, but I can check again. I believe on another thing I was told is that you're not gonna be able to assess the property owners for what they do, but we can research that also, because that would be a whole different thing if we could put that road through and then assess those properties, like you talk about looking into that. But I thought I was told on another case we couldn't do it. That changes the whole ball game if we can do that about our costs and stuff, so I can look and get that information for you also outside that.
If you clear, roll call.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Commissioner Banther,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Yes.
Mayor Archie.
Yes. Item number.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 18 is discussion bed and breakfast, short-term rooms.
Hi, Karen Lemons, Economic Development Manager. This is a discussion item on, it's been listed as B&Bs and short-term rentals. The discussion started quite a few months ago, and really, to me, it's two different discussions. The bed and breakfast issue came from an application for 115 South Spring Boulevard, who was wishing to run a B&B in a zoning district of R60 where it's not allowed. And so an application was made to rezone that property to CRM, which would allow a bed and breakfast. The Planning and Zoning Commission on April 21st at the meeting, they denied the application, and it was more on a basis of trying to find an alternate means of allowing the B&B rather than rezoning an individual property. It did come forward to the May 6th Board of Commissioners meeting, where there was another discussion on it. I know the applicant was here. There was a consensus at the time to look at allowing bed and breakfasts as a conditional use in the R60 district. That way, any applicant, you're not changing the zoning of the district. Anybody wanting to run a B&B in that zoning district could come in for a conditional use, then you could put regulations on it. At the time, the commissioners, you were asking for more information from other cities on what they did and how we could craft an amendment to the code then to allow for that. So we've got that for you tonight. The other issue on the short-term rentals, and I'd like to take that one first. There's been some complaints from residents about short-term rentals in their surrounding neighbors and neighborhoods. There was a new law that was passed July 1st that would have an impact on anything that we would want to do to change anything that relates to our tourist homes or short-term rental qualifications in the code. So I'd like to turn it over to the city attorney tonight, who can explain all of that. I think that'll help craft the discussion that we're going to have, at least on the short-term rentals.
Since we're on the edge of tomorrow, I will be as thorough as possible, as briefly as possible. You do currently allow in specific zoning districts, both for bed and breakfast and for what's called in your code tourist homes. Tourist homes qualify under state statute as vacation rentals. They meet the definition of vacation rentals, and the state legislature decided to go ahead and preempt any regulations in 2011 as it pertains to the regulation of vacation, specifically vacation rentals, and what's called in your code tourist homes. Now, bed and breakfasts do not qualify as vacation rentals. They are defined differently both in your code and by state statute. So they don't fall under the specific prohibitions on vacation rentals and the preemption that's contained in state statute. It is defined. Bed and breakfasts are slightly differently defined in your specific code than they are in state statute, because there is also because there's language in your code about it having the historical character and structure and all of that. But it's not completely disallowed in your code. Neither are vacation rentals or tourist homes. Additionally, in your CRA district and in the area by the sponge docks, you have allowable areas where you can have seasonal and what's called seasonal and short-term rentals. Again, that falls under what would be defined as state statute as vacation rentals. Recently, the new law that came into effect, what it did was release some of the strict prohibition that the state had, and it was regulations that were supported by the Florida League of Cities, because it gave a little bit more leeway back to local governments. But if you do touch the current statutes that you have. They're what's called grandfathered in, and I use that term very carefully because once you change something that's been grandfathered in, it loses its grandfathered character. The same thing applies to the ordinances that the cities currently have on the books. They were passed prior to June 1st, 2011, so therefore any changes that you would make would lose any of the protection that you have from the current regulations that you have on the books. And that specifically pertains to the frequency and duration, because you have in there where it talks about there being six weeks and durational requirements, and also in terms of how close you can have your short-term or your tourist homes. There is currently a 1,200-foot regulation where you have to have any new tourist home that was going to be permitted in an area, a minimum of 1,200 feet from any existing tourist home that is in that same jurisdiction, with the exception, I believe, of your waterfront district, where that regulation does not apply. So that's a basic background of it. If there are any more specific questions on that, the regulations, or how they pertain to the city code, I'd be happy to address those from the commission.
All right, thank you. Did you have something else?
Well, no, I was just going to say that currently the tourist homes are a conditional use in the RM, RO, WDI, and WDIB. Those are the waterfront districts.
They're permitted in some districts
They're
too,
permitted
as well?
in resort residential. We currently don't have any resort residential zoning in the city right now, but we've got that available if you'd want to rezone something. So just following up, if any changes are made, we would lose what we have in place right now.
Correct.
I guess one of the questions, and maybe it's for the chief, I'm not sure. What we have in place, what type of enforcement mechanism do we have, with that?
Well, I provided you with a memo from our code inspectors, kind of a bullet point memo that kind of goes over how we handle these things. We really started dealing with them in October of 2013, and as the attorney told you, different zoning areas have different requirements based on length of time. For instance, you take like West Winds, they can only do it for 6 months once per year. So we pretty much have that down. We take complaints, we do our research on the computer. As she noted in the memo that you have, we currently have 4 active cases regarding tourist homes. We are looking at some others. These types of cases require some computer research, going to the residences, interviewing people. We probably have about 4 or 5 others that we're looking at. They're mostly complaint-based. I will tell you, over the last year, the vast majority of complaints that we've received on record have been from 2 residents only, mostly on Seabreeze. But we do have a mechanism to enforce these, and like anything else in code enforcement, if we get a complaint, we investigate it. If we find more violations in the same area, we also issue notice of violations, and we also work with the property appraiser's office because of homestead exemption requirements. A lot of times they'll work with us and we'll go back and forth because obviously some of these places may lose their homestead exemption if they're, not living there. So we have a means to enforce it. We've been dealing with it about the last year. We're getting ready to bring a couple cases for the code board. They'll come into compliance.
Basically, right now, as it stands, they're just like any other code violation, and they can be enforced as they are on the books of the city.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Commissioner Bell?
Just so I'm clear, so it is allowed in these certain parts of the community as outlined by where they're located, and if we amend it, then it's null and void. We have no protection, pretty much. So we're just kind of stuck in the sense of looking to change or regulate that.
What you lose is your ability to regulate that because the state wants to have that. And so they gave the local governments, both county and cities, that already had those regulations on the books, the opportunity to keep those, which is why no legislation can be passed after that June 1st, 2011 date.
So really, our only choice, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is to remove the protection itself, really. Because anything we did would just remove that, correct? Because we couldn't enforce it.
Correct.
If you can't enforce it, it's just worthless.
You would lose the ability to enforce it, essentially,
You're
yes.
preempted.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing how they give us more flexibility to do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any additional questions for,
Well, again, we got the bed and breakfast issue we need to go.
yeah, on that issue there, you know.
Yeah. Okay, for the bed and breakfast issue, again, at the May 6th meeting, there was a consensus to look at for a better approach at the 115 South Spring B&B application, and rather than rezoning one individual property, looking at amending the current R60 district to allow for B&Bs as a conditional use. Then you're keeping the zoning in place, and property owners could make an individual application for a conditional use. So we did ask some other cities for what their B&B regulations are, and we've provided those for you. We also took a look at the R60 districts within the city and put a map together for you so you could see where those are. For the most part, they're located, there's the neighborhood that 115 South Spring is in, and then just to the south of that, around the south end of Spring Bayou. And then there's a section to the north that takes in, which is now part of the Traditional Cultural Properties District in the Greektown area. Then there's another larger section of R60 that's in the Union Academy neighborhood. So one of our thoughts was, for discussion tonight, to craft an amendment for conditional use in the R60, but then you might want to limit it to the local historic district and/or the new traditional cultural properties district. That way you'd be limiting it to just the districts that are within the historic and the cultural areas, tourist areas of the city, and not in some of these other outlying areas, unless you would, want to include those as well. And
We
then there's
also
some.
talked about incorporating, I guess, some of the design criteria that, what was it, Pinellas County, and, what was the other one?
Yeah, some of them have, a lot of the cities, if you look through them, Gulfport, for example, they have maximum number of rooms per the building size. So they have a restriction that way. If the building is, for example, 1,800 square feet, your maximum number of rooms is 2. A lot of them have parking regulations, parking requirements, 2 spaces for the owner, one per guest. That would also help to alleviate concerns that people have for parking. I don't know how many of the homes would have, allowances for 3 or 4 parking spaces. I know the one on 115 Spring does, because they've got a double lot, but some of the others may not.
Is it possible as we move ahead with this, I'm not sure, what you're looking for as direction, but to look at some of the other ones to see what, what's basically the normal average in terms of room space and the rest of it. And I hate to try to put something in place and, what we put in place in one area is actually either not the same, or we're being unfair to one part as well as the other part. Because I my thought was that the one that came before us is kind of ideal. I mean, if we just did as far as in the historic area, would probably be adequate, but we wouldn't want to have it where, it's a certain bedrooms, number of bedrooms, and that doesn't fit, and we're making this determination arbitrarily, not knowing what the other bed and breakfasts, normally have, for its room and the rest of that. Because we're not actually making a decision tonight. We're just, it's basically just discussion, so.
Right, because we would have to bring back an amendment to the code to add this to it. So it was just to get, if you had any other things that you wanted to add to it besides limiting it to the historic district or the cultural properties district. Our definition is owner-occupied, typically offering 1 to 5 bedrooms, which is pretty standard for B&Bs, and permitted to serve breakfast in the morning to guests. So that's pretty much what our definition is.
That is the one that's contained in your SMART code.
Right.
But in your general land development code, it goes a little bit, a step further and says that the structure has to be listed on the historic site inventory of the city. And then also, that if there are changes made, that it has to match the residential or historical character of the structure. And then under state statute, the limit for any number of bedrooms for it to still qualify as a bed and breakfast is no more than 15.
And that's within the CRM residential district,
Correct.
where it says where it has to be on the National Register, which is the area that's north of Spring Bayou.
That is very specific language that would probably have to be looked at if you were going to add it to any other specific residential zoning district.
Yeah, and I don't know that we'd want to do that.
So do Ashley's and Bavarian Lodge meet those requirements?
Ashley's is in the CRM. That's the CRM district, which allows lodging facilities. The same as the district north of Spring Bayou. So that's, if you look at the map, there's a little area by City Hall, which is a CRM.
See that map?
So that was rezoned at some point in time.
Any thoughts, questions, ideas?
Well, I mean, I would like to see something come back that we can, it's kind of hard to discuss and talk specifically with kind of the generalities. We can get back an amendment, we can get more public input, and then tweak that more or less, depending on what came back to us. But as with most things with me, with these types of things, is I want to make sure we're in conformity with the surrounding communities. As far as what they're offering to. It does make sense to have something like this that is heavily regulated in this historic area where there is tourism. So I just like to see something come back that we can discuss in more detail and get input on, because it's kind of hard to just, this is good information, it's a good start, but it's hard to really,
I think what we were just looking for tonight, obviously it became, we were looking at something else, but on the one issue of short-term rentals, it's an all or none. I mean, that's what that is.
Yeah.
I think all we're looking for in this one is if the commission was receptive to this other avenue of going to look at some type of, again, with looking at the other state, if you would be receptive to us looking and bringing back something with bed and breakfasts and tying it down to the historical and cultural district, and then look at these things. That's kind of the consensus to move forward, because obviously if you don't want to go there, then there's no sense us doing anything else. But that's kind of what we're looking for, if that's the avenue you want us to look at
As a
and bring.
conditional use.
And bring back as a conditional use in specifically historical and cultural, because again, wherever, St. Augustine's, I mean, that's where the bed and breakfast are.
yeah, I would like to see that, so we can then make a decision based off that. And
That is really the direction we're asking for in that, if that's be the avenue the commission would like us to look towards.
Yeah, and I don't have any problem. I thought we had already gone down that road in terms of the one property that came before us, that we was gonna look at R60 and how it could be, modified to accommodate bed and breakfast. And I think that, the one part that you have that deals with historic, traditional, cultural, properties district, that, and will restrict the use to the city's historic and cultural areas, is a good starting point. And it would look at least the issue at hand. And then, because there's only, I think it says 3 bed and breakfasts, is to see, what's the commonalities that's there in relationship to how many bedrooms, the rest of it, to see if we want to even put that in, so.
Okay, we can look at
But
more.
right now, it's just kind of hard to look at, square footage and the rest of that without actually, having anything to compare it with. So. But I know it's late because I don't hear a lot of input from up here. So if there's no more from up here, we ask if there's any public comments on that.
Nita Prost, 901 Bayshore Drive. I know this is going to pass. But all I ask is that you protect, as best you can, the historic value of the areas that you're putting in some of these bed and breakfasts, like on the Golden Crescent. Another thing is, at the Golden Crescent, when you start to put these in, we're going to have to clean up the drug situation there. Between the two motels, it's terrible. You want tourists to come in and stay in these homes, when you have them in the street stopping people to buy drugs, it's not going to be a good scene and reputation for Tarpon. People have beautiful homes around there, and you see the drug dealings in the parking lots, in the street, even down through Safford Avenue, the city parking lot, the parking lot at Orange Street in Safford. You go by there in the evenings or late Saturdays, Sundays, you see it going on. But the main thing are the two motels. You want to do this, we've got to really clean up the drug situation there. It's very, very bad. And Mr. LaCouris, from now on, when you're going to have all these issues and all the residents are waiting, please don't have so many presentations at the beginning. Tonight was lovely presentations from everyone, but there were really too many, and we've had to stay late. Our commissioners are ready to drop over and go to sleep. The mayor's frowning, everybody's tired, and it's hard to make good decisions and think when you're this tired. Thank you.
I'd be smiling if you say some nice things about me. But one of the things I just say to what the mayor, former mayor said is that if we have a drug issue in Tarpon Springs, I wouldn't care if we ever put this in place. If we have a problem, I feel like, we address it. I trust the chief and his officers to address whatever problems that we have and not have it that's contingent upon if we do this, then we should be dealing with the drug issues. I feel like we should be dealing with drug issues if we have that, whether, some of that is happening or not. I look to the chief in terms of his staff to regulate that. So this is not contingent upon we need to do something because we're going to have bed and breakfast in the area. We have residents and others that's in the area now. We have tourists in the area now. So, but yes, sir. Say
Yes,
some
sir.
nice things about me, that Jim.
My name is Gene Santella, and I'm at 2625 Keystone Road in Tarpon Springs. And I'm sort of glad we were last, and I'll tell you why. I sat through 3 hours of presentations. And one of the things that was reiterated to me was how wonderful this city is. And it is pretty good. And what you guys have done is you've created the SMART Code. SMART Code has created a walking district. We are now in a situation where Mr. Scholl's house is right in the middle of that district. You've got the downtown area, you've got the docks, and he's right in the middle, and he's going to bring on board 3 more beds. It's a bed and breakfast. One of the problems we have in the city that you all know is we don't have enough beds. There's not enough hotel rooms. For some reason, the demographics here in Tarpon Springs does not attract hotels. So Mr. Scholl is helping that. I recommend that we come up with some sort of a zoning code that will allow him to bring in a bed and breakfast, and it'll accommodate the city, and it'll help the retail establishments, the restaurants of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Root. I'm at 203 South Spring Boulevard here in Tarpon Springs.
First thing is, next time I'm going to have dinner before I come. Second, I thank you for all your patience to get to this very important topic. I'd like to start off by recognizing the hard work in the past that was done by Renee and Rodney. And I was concerned when I heard of their departures, but I am just so thrilled to hear how well Karen has stepped in to handle these things. So, thank you. And it's good to know that the city has great staff to fill in and help move these situations on. The second thing is a walkable city means you have people walking, and when you have people walking, you have people seeing things that you don't see if you're driving by fast in a car. And I know I'm a walker, and I've called the Tarpon Police Department on a number of occasions and always gotten a very, very fast response to take care of whatever the problem is. So I hope that, you know, the walking helps the police department police things, etc. Third thing, it has been, concerns have been raised in the past that having bed and breakfast would lead to an increase in the drug activity, and I really feel it's the other way around. I think a greater presence in this regard brings more economic development to the community, and you have more people feet on the ground reporting things because they want it to be nice. They want it to be safe for the people that are coming in. You've heard my comments in the past. Oh, actually, I think that was planning and zoning. I think that there's a risk right now with the Golden Crescent. There's been a shift away from people wanting to buy large old Victorian homes that come with a very significant commitment for maintaining them. I was very happy to see the amendment made for the Reed Street property, but I think the city, I highly recommend that the city consider doing everything they can to help the homeowners with these properties be able to afford to maintain them and keep them as the pride of our city. These grand dames are aging, and I will say that I see through my work in the Historical Preservation Board that there is waning enthusiasm for the preservation of these properties from the people that have to pay for it. So I thank this group very much for all considerations given to these people who have made a commitment to such significant landmarks in our city. Thank you.
Any other public comments? You can talk about the short-term rooms too if you choose to. You have 4 minutes.
I'm Stephen Katsarelis. My family moved to Tarpon in 1973. I've got the Greek last name to prove it. I went to school at Sunset Hills, Tarpon Middle. This was Tarpon Middle back in the day. In fact, I played basketball on these courts. We lost every game that season, but went on to Tarpon High, went to St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church, dove for 3 Epiphanies, own a business in town, 2 properties as well. The point of all that is I'm not a newcomer to the city. I love the traditions of Tarpon. I'm very excited about the fact that we're now listed in the National Registry of Historic Places. I think it's fantastic. So we own Snap Fitness in town. It's a 24-hour fitness club out by Panera Bread as well. My point of getting up here is just to talk about having fair and reasonable short-term rental regulations. I think it supports growth for our community and our economy. I think it benefits enormously, and I want to point out some of the positives. I think our current regulations are pretty restrictive. They're hard to understand. They're hard to enforce, and I'll point out some of those facts in a moment. But if you look at our area, there's 10,000 homes just on one website, short-term rental homes. And the state of Florida recently passed law, I guess, that sort of wants to wants to actually allow those rentals because they get a lot of tax dollars in and so forth. And if you look at some of our competing cities that allow them, Clearwater Beach, 459 rentals, 585 in St. Pete, 337 in Indian Rocks, 468 in Indian Shores, 52 in Dunedin, 49 in Palm Harbor, 479 in Madeira Beach. These are all just from one website, as an example. What are some of the pros? First of all, I can tell you, we've had our home for 11 years in Tarpon. We also have annual rentals as well. So I know the pros and cons of both. We've had much more problems with annual rentals where you can't get a tenant out, they don't pay, they can be noisy, they can litter, they can do all kinds of things that are very annoying to neighbors next to the annual rental homes, and we can't really do much about it. You know, it's very difficult to enforce. Short-term rentals, the people spend more time than they do in hotels. They spend more money. The homeowners, I believe that short-term rentals allow the property values to be higher because it creates greater demand for our properties. If people know they can only rent something out annually, or if they know that they have to live in the property and it's very expensive with property taxes, our taxes, as soon as we built our home, they were $12,000 a year. So you're paying $1,000 a month for the right to own a property, besides the couple $1,000 mortgage that you're paying as well. So one thing I wanted to point out as well was that short-term rentals are not real. Someone wrote in a comment that short-term rentals, people make a lot of money from them. I'm a financial advisor. I worked with Merrill Lynch Bank of America for 17 years. They're not a good investment, so don't go out and buy a vacation home and try to rent it out. The reality is there's a lot of expenses: mortgage, property tax, flood insurance, homeowners insurance, electric, cable, internet, phone, lawn maintenance, pool maintenance, marketing, your time handling guests, cleaning. It's not like a business you really want to go into if you want to make money. It just isn't. That's kind of a fallacy, but it does bring a lot of great people here. For example, at my home, I've had New York Yankee pitchers, professional athletes, Toronto Blue Jays, congressmen, Attorney General of the state of Kentucky, visiting professors, unbelievable people have stayed. We've had guests for 11 years. We've never had one single complaint one time from anybody at all, period. We've never kept a dime of anybody's deposit. We've had phenomenal guests that haven't caused any crime, any issue whatsoever. My time's up already.
You could kind of wrap up there.
All right, I'll wrap it up.
I had the former mayor just take time.
All right,
So
I won't
I'll
go too
give you a
far,
little
but
time.
basically the point is the people that come that stay in those types of homes, you know, we do security checks on them ourselves. We check them out before they would ever rent our home. They're actually high quality tourists. And for example, our gym we own, to hit on Anita Protas's comments about the drugs and everything, we had a personal trainer that worked for us. He did a great job. At some point, he started to not do such a great job, and we were wondering, he stopped showing up, and we were wondering what happened. Well, he was living at the Tarpon Inn for $29 a night or $19 or something, and then we found out he was arrested for armed robbery, and as an example. So I've seen and witnessed a lot of the hotel options that are available in Tarpon. They're not great options at all, and I think that I really think we ought to have something fair and reasonable that promotes economic growth for Tarpon to bring good people to our city that spend a lot of money here.
And I thank you for that. I just say this, is that as we move forward, anybody else that'd like to talk, the commission tonight is just basically looking at trying to gather information, looking at this. What the attorney has told us, you know, we're kind of in between a rock and a hard place, is that if we was to look at relaxing what we have to make it a little better, then we wouldn't have nothing. So that's something all of us have to sit down and continue to look at to see, you know, which way we would go. But I appreciate you bringing that information. It's not a matter of just saying, hey, we don't understand where you're coming
Right.
from.
Can I add one more thing real quick, too?
Go ahead.
Simply, one other thing is a lot of homeowners, they don't post photos of their home. They're in Tarpon, so they're trying to do it incognito, you know, where they don't show the front of their house. They basically, it's all a big secret. They might list it in Palm Harbor, Clearwater, whatever, so it's really here in Tarpon. They'll let the guests know that later. Other ones have them on international websites in foreign languages, very difficult to police, right? And then in my case, as an example, which we're totally above board. I mean, we have photos of our home and our real names and phone numbers and all that, but basically, you have essentially people that are skirting the regulation, and then as far as enforcement, like in my case, I'm licensed in 15 states. I have my clients that stay there, my friends stay there. We have neighbors in our neighborhood in Tampa, because I live in Tampa part of the time and some in Tarpon. We have them stay there. So how would you ever police that? They're gonna go, my brother just stay there. My wife is from Sweden. She has a number of her relatives that come and stay at her house. What are you gonna do? Someone's gonna watch the house, come to the house, knock on the door and say, I need your ID. I need to know, did you rent the house? You know, who are you? Why are you here? I mean, how would you ever enforce that? You know, that's the thing that I think is difficult. What I think we really need to do is just enforce, if any homeowner, whether it's vacation rental, an annual rental, violates noise ordinances, violates, garbage ordinance, parking ordinance, blocking the street, anything like that, people should complain, you should get fined. But we should be good neighbors to one another, and that's what's most important, you know?
And like I say, I appreciate your thoughts, and anybody else that want to comment can. Right now, we're just trying to get information. It's like being caught between a rock and a hard place. I know that there are some places that like to have it in place. There are some places that maybe it could be a little looser, but right now we're at a point of, hey, either keeping it or don't have nothing at all in the entire city, so. Yes, sir.
Todd Eckhouse, 103 South Spring Boulevard. I'd like to donate my 4 minutes to Anita Protos. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
She would take it anyway.
I know
for
she
Todd.
would. I understand. Mayor, I agree with you. That there's no connection between drugs and, a bed and breakfast. I mean, we got to enforce drugs no matter where it is and what the circumstances are. And I think I'm reading that the commission is predisposed to want to do something to accommodate more bed and breakfast type activity in Tarpon Springs. And so I'm just here to, stand on that side and encourage that. I think it's would be a big plus for the city. And so you got to figure something out, that's all. It's real simple, Got real estate guys on the commission and everything. But the only thing is, I will say, Chief, is there were, the other 2 days ago, there were 6 police cars at the Tarpon Inn. I don't know what, I don't know what the answer is there, but it's definitely a problem there.
We're aware of it.
Yeah, I know you're aware of it.
And that's why I say I would like to try to assure people that, the chief and the officers are trying to deal with whatever situation that we have on a case-by-case basis. But what you talked about, and I've gone on record before, is that if there's one place in Tarpon that should be a bed and breakfast, is Don Show's place. I mean, without a doubt. And right now, we're just trying to figure out how can we craft something, because what we don't want to do is craft something that have some other repercussions because we didn't think it out. But we are hopefully moving towards that, and tonight I think that we've given the city manager and staff some additional direction for us trying to craft something and come back and hopefully be able to deal with that situation.
Right. Thank you.
Just because I'm being so nice, they want to come twice now,
Well, I figure I
my
finally have
colleagues
20
are
seconds
going to be
left.
telling me it's after 12 o'clock, and, we only said we were going to stay till after 11.
Right. Well, I keep hearing that if you change a regulation, then you lose what you have and you have nothing, but I don't know that that's true. I thought then it would fall back on what the state had. So what does the state have, and what are the pros
You
and
wanna speak
cons
to
of
that?
that. That's my
The
question.
city would lose the ability to regulate them at all, and it would only be the
Well,
state that has the opportunity to
I,
regulate them.
I think you've lost the ability to regulate since you can't change your regulations anyway,
We have the
what do
right
you
to enforce what we have on the books. If we change what we have on the books, then we don't get to enforce it anymore.
But I understood, though, that if you were to give up what you have on the books, the state regulations then would take into effect. Did I misunderstand what you said?
No, but the city doesn't regulate that. It wouldn't be, and anything that the
But-
city
but-
has in terms of how we define short-term rentals, in terms of the definition that they even have of tourist homes and where they're allowed, that would we'd lose the ability to enforce any of that if we were to change it.
Okay, you lose the ability to enforce what you currently have on
And
the
then
books.
and
But
then you
do
could
you
not-
have the
and then you could
ability
not
to
create
change it?
anything. No, once you change it, it's the same thing as creating a new regulation.
So you can't change it anyway.
Right.
You can only enforce it. So you don't lose the ability to change your regulations. You only lose the ability to force what you have on the books. But on the other hand, is what's on the book adequate for what we need going forward for this town? And perhaps the state of Florida has a better way to look at this in terms of the short-term rentals, and it deserves some greater attention before it's thrown out.
The state of Florida, actually, what the gentleman had said earlier was fairly correct. The state of Florida is very open to it and would be much more liberal than what the current code provides for.
And is
in the
that
city of
bad?
Tarpon.
I haven't heard anything that what the state of Florida encourages would be detrimental to our community. That's why, that's the part that's missing for me in this discussion.
It would essentially allow short-term rentals in neighborhoods where the city doesn't allow them currently. And not everybody that lives throughout the city wants, their next-door neighbor renting out their house. And, that's why they have specific districts set up the way that they have them, where it's not everywhere that you can have short-term rentals. And the city would lose the ability to have them in the specific districts that they have them, and to prohibit them where they currently don't allow them.
So in other words, the way it stands, that it will never change.
Well,
This is
I don't
what-
think
I mean, I'm
anybody's
just-
saying that. I think that I'll just talk for me and sitting here for my little temporary time, is that right now, tonight, I don't have enough information. I would not even suggest to staff that we change this. I think that we need to continually look at what the state has now, and, and they are continually evolving. Who knows what they might have next year. That, we have tried to, and I think we've tried to be sensitive to Tarpon as a whole. And what people think and say they love about Tarpon is this community flavor, and you have this, and you have that. And I guarantee you right now is that if we decide to abolish this and just whip with what the state have, the next time we put this on the agenda, we will have a few more people than what's in the room. And that means that, you can't make decisions, and I don't make decisions based upon, just saying, okay, well, this is where we're at, this is not right, let's do this. And I understand what was said over there, and I do think that there is some area where I would like for us to be at, but I'm not sure we can get there right now. So it's a matter of trying to see where we're at right now, continue to research and see what's happening, what's even going to be proposed for the legislature for next year, to see if we can get to that point. So to say we're right here right now and that's where we're going to be forever, that's not true.
Mayor, I thank you very much for those words. I'm solidly behind
Yeah.
that opinion you hold, and thank you for taking my question.
Okay. Any more comments?
Mayor, I have one that I need to read into the record.
Okay. I thought you were saying we had to have another vote there.
I wish. This email was sent from Frank Perry, and he wasn't able to attend this evening. Concerning the use of homes for short-term vacation rentals, vacation use. I've personally seen the abuses associated with practice. 3 out of 4 homes surrounding mine are vacation rentals. One has been used on a number of occasions for weddings, some complete with DJs, loud music, parking problems, and drunken behavior by some in attendance. Once I came back home to find a car parked sideways in front of my driveway, it was occupied by a bride in her gown. She was drunk and fell on her face when she exited her car. One of the owners of these homes has threatened me and 2 other residents. On another occasion, a member of the SWAT team called me and asked for permission to use my lot to go in and arrest this same character. He tells potential renters that this house sleeps 15 people, so multiple families can split the rent to make it more affordable. Enough. This practice will only adversely affect property values of homes in the area. The current law limiting these rentals to a minimum of 6 weeks is sufficient if it is enforced. I urge you and the other commissioners to keep the existing legislation unchanged. I don't believe we need to patronize scofflaws, most of whom don't even reside in Tarpon Springs. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and it's signed Frank Perry.
Thank you. If anybody else want to talk, y'all come closer, because I'm close to closing out any public comments here, you know. I know we're trying to make it till 1.
My name is Georgia Kaplanaris, and I won't take much of your time. I'm going to respond personally to that email because the wedding that our neighbors keep speaking of is a wedding that was 2 young children that went to school with my son and were pretty much raised in my home. I am a notary public. I married those children at my home. I had called the police department to verify if I could have a wedding at my home. I have names of officers I can provide to you who said that I did not need any kind of license, that I could have a wedding in my home. We had 50 people, family and friends. My son was the best man. My daughter-in-law was a bridesmaid. I married the children. The wedding started at 4. We did have a DJ. The police department told me I could have a DJ as long as the music wasn't very loud. The wedding ended at 9:30. We valeted parking. There was not anyone, no vehicles in the street. There was no bride that was drunk. Our neighbors were kind enough to offer their parking lots so we could valet all the vehicles because we were on the cul-de-sac so we wouldn't disturb any of our neighbors. And that's what we did. I have documentation from our neighbors. As far as the DJ, no noise, 9:30, it was all done. So Mr. Perry, who is fighting vacation rentals along with 2 of our neighbors, ironically has rented his home in the past as a vacation rental. And 2 of the people that had stayed in Mr. Perry's home called me to rent my home. So I just wanted to address that, and I know it's really late, and I don't want to keep anyone else from going home. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I know you're paying.
How about dinner? Good evening. My name's Gloria Benoit. I live at 1685 Seabreeze Drive, the street in question. I purchased my home a year ago, February. When I was looking at properties, I was looking in different areas, really liked Tarpon Springs. One of the other areas I looked in was Clearwater Beach, and that was one of my decisions, this property or Tarpon. I decided on Tarpon because I wanted a family-oriented neighborhood. And I knew if I picked Clearwater Beach, it wouldn't be. So that was my main decision for picking Tarpon Springs. If you look at my house, I'm on the very end of the street. The house to the left of me is a rental. The house to the left of that one is a rental. The one to the right of me is here seasonal, and it's not rented. while he's up north. The one next to that is a rental. So I have people coming and going all the time. People will leave in the morning, new people will come in the afternoon. Who's to know who these people are? It's very unsettling. I mean, I thought I was gonna live in a family-oriented neighborhood. That's not what I've got. I do like the neighbors I've met that do live down the street, but my whole end of the neighborhood is pretty much vacation rentals, which is very sad, being I thought I was going to be in a good neighborhood. I mean, not saying it's criminal activity all the time or anything like that, but it's a lot of traffic, noisy at times, not constantly, but noisy at times, definitely not what I expected. So I'm just hoping, please, enforce the existing city ordinance, code I should say, that requires 6 weeks for a rental. In the past, I've had myself rentals that I rented out. So I know what they've been through trying to evict people. It's not fun. But in the long run, these people were in there for like a year rentals. And this with people coming and going constantly, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, people leaving in the morning, new people coming in at night. Who are they? I mean, would you want to live in a house and not feel really secure, not knowing who's next to you all the time? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I don't know if it's any solace that the chief talked about. There are 4 cases on Seabreeze Drive now that's active for as code enforcement is concerned. So something's being done. It moves kind of slow, but that's the way life is sometimes. So.
Hello, I'm Mark Sarkis, 1673 Seabreeze Drive. My home's about 8, 9 homes from the end of the street. I have one question to this gentleman right here. How many calls have you gotten, like on Seabreeze Drive, for disturbances?
I don't have all that data. You can make a public records request, we can get it for you.
Okay, well, I'm saying, just for example, I was a landlord for 13 years. I own the car wash that does all the police cars. And I decided that after, owning long-term rentals, the hassles of the tenants, the evictions, like they were saying, was too much. A vacation rental, I mean, these are people that, mostly are families. My home has 3 bedrooms, so it sleeps about 6 people. They're mostly young families with children. Where would you want them to stay, being that you want to bring in tourists and, more art and more, people coming in to spend money in Tarpon Springs? Those hotels that you're talking about, the former mayor was talking about, where there's drugs, a bed and breakfast that we don't have, a hotel, on 19. No, these people are going to go to another city like Clearwater, Indian Rocks, where there are more spots for families. I mean, everybody here has a family. I mean, if you have 3 young children, are you going to stay in a hotel room? Most likely you want to be in a nice house in a nice neighborhood. There's never been any calls. I've never had a problem with any single person staying in my place. They pay good money. I do background checks. I was previously a landlord. They come in, they stay for a week minimum to 2 months. In the wintertime, it's predominantly snowbirds. I had mostly like 60 and 70-year-old couples this past winter. And this summer, it's all young families. They come down, they're excited to be on the coast. They live in Orlando. They might bring their boat. They're out, all day long. They're visiting the aquarium, they're going to the beach. At nighttime, I put recommendations to restaurants. In the garbage cans, I see the pizza boxes that they order, the Chinese food. 2 of them, I'm a realtor as well, I've shown houses to. They want to move to Tarpon Springs because they came and they saw what it was like. There's never been any problems with any of my people that have been there. Some of the houses that the woman before was referring to, next door to her, that's been a vacation rental for 10 years. She moved there 8 months ago. I never even knew that place was a vacation rental. I mean, people come and they go, There's never been a noise, there's never been people partying or drunk pass out in the street. I mean, there's a lot of far-fetched stories coming to make their case, but look at the police records. Have you been called, hundreds of times to Seabreeze Drive because of wild parties and, gunfire? I mean, it doesn't happen. So I really would hope that you can look at your, rules and regulations and come up with a transient license that can be for short-term rentals. I mean, I had one for my apartment buildings. I have a business license for my car wash. I'd be happy to pay that. I'd be happy to pay the taxes, to bring the people in. But there's probably at least 50 houses in Tarpon Springs. Can you imagine all that revenue disappearing from those families that come in? That's a lot of loss. The locals don't go to the sponge docks. It's all the tourists. And there is really no place in Tarpon Springs for them to stay. And that's all I have to say, but thank you very much.
Thank you, and I see if somebody else wants to, but what I'm trying to say to everybody is that our action or inaction has nothing to do with any police report or anything, except there's some rules and regulations that's coming down from the state, and where we're at right now, we have to make sure that whatever we do is going to be in the best interest of not the people that's coming here saying it's a great thing, but in the interest of the people in Tarpon Springs. And nobody's saying that it's never going to be any changes, but right now it's one of trying to look and see what's going to be the best thing that we can do, if anything, at this point in time. So with that, I see the gentleman coming,
Sorry, I'll try to keep it short. Name Gary Zimmer, 1677 Seabreeze Drive, the Notorious Road. Basically, I'm down there in that area. Probably if people learned to be courteous and were that way, there probably wouldn't have been problems, and some of these people wouldn't be here right now. I did have a prepared thing, but I see what you're getting at. Just one of the things, though, is that what I understand is that the Florida law was put in force for certain issues. And the biggest thing was that they're trying to protect certain rental properties right now. And your lawyer here can verify this. But I just want to clarify this for you all as well as the people out here. And what I understand is that they just don't want the cities and municipalities to go ahead and start imposing a whole bunch of restrictions in the state of Florida to stop rentals. But it doesn't say that they want to open up the door and create something different. So in other words, as an example, in the R100, I understand that you cannot rent less than 6-week increments. And if people do that and they get along fine, I really don't have a problem with it. And I'm in an area where it's going on. But if people are acting up, maybe there should be some law enforcement in that. But the issue comes when you change the law, if you should choose to do so, and you change it and you say, oh, we're going to allow rentals for 1 week or a weekend in an R100 district, which is where Seabreeze Drive is, in a 100 district, then once you open up that door and say, we're going to allow and permit people to rent on a weekly basis here, now you open it up citywide, anyone in an R100 district can do that. Now that's fine, but when you find out that it doesn't work, the state has prohibited you, as the attorney started to mention before, will stop you from reversing it and saying, no, we want to go back to the way it was and limit it to the 6-week requirement. That's what that law says when it says July or June 2011. From that point forward, they're stopping you from doing that major restriction. So I just encourage you to think about that before you draw up an amendment, because it could be that your neighbor now is going to be renting on a weekend basis. And a lot of the times, it may not be a problem. But when it is a problem, that's when you want to be able to fall back on the code, which is, hey, I bought my house to be my single-family residence, to have kids next door to play with, that go to this school and that school. That's what the zoning was developed for certain purposes, for different areas, and that's the way it is. And good luck with your decision.
Well, I just say this, is that there is no decision. We're not gonna make one tonight. I said, hey, if you wanna talk, please talk. What you said then was what I was trying to say, so hopefully y'all understand where we're at now. We're just trying to research and look and see what can be done. As far as to make some accommodation, right now, there's nothing. So, if there's no other public comment, we'll adjourn this meeting and ask if,
No comments, Mayor.
The only comment I do have, it's not about short-term rentals, but I have been advising the Charter Revision Commission, and they asked me to let you know that that their last meeting before we start drafting up any proposed revisions to the city charter is going to be next week. I know I've seen some of you at the meetings, but you know, to invite you again to, if you wanted to come and comment and have any input or anything on any of the revisions to the charter that they're doing.
and you're doing a fine job with them too.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, City Manager?
The only thing I want to comment on is to secure the date for the first budget meeting. If you look at your budget calendar, it was said the 22nd and/or the 29th to begin those processes. If the commission is ready to go next Tuesday, then we will make sure we are ready to start the budget process and go to the 22nd. But that's your options, the 22nd or 29th to start it, or we can go to the 22nd and then continue into the 29th. And of course, we've got, I think, a date, August 7th or somewhere around there for a third date if we need it. So just so we can get it out, get the schedule set and stuff, I just wanted to confirm when the commission wanted the first budget meeting.
There any preference? I don't have a problem with the 22nd.
I'm fine.
My assumption I'll be back in town for the 29th, you know, unless I get kidnapped when I'm in Tallahassee.
I prefer the 29th, not to make things difficult.
Yeah. I should be back, you know, when something happens. So I don't have a problem with the 29th. You know, if I'm not here, you can run it. You know, I'll look at the tape. Anybody else? Anybody have any preferences?
Doesn't matter
So,
to me.
With Vice Mayor said 29th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
No comments.
Commissioner Bamford,
No comments.
Vice Mayor.
No comments.
Everybody's shaking their head, so hey, they must see it's 12:32. We'll adjourn this.